Waking on that blubber.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are off and running, and we thank you for being with us. Bubba off today, Lord willing, back tomorrow. He's down at the lake house where the tornado hit. A big day, I think Electrician Day, and others that will be there today to sign off on some final projects. And so he is there today taking care of that and should be back with us tomorrow. But Rick and Adler will join us right after the top of the hour. And right now, the other two members of the Good Time Gang are here. To my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Good morning. Good morning.
Boys.
How are y'all?
We're good.
We good? Uh-oh. You good?
Pretty good.
You good, Coach?
Pretty good. It's getting through it.
Yeah, I get you. Well, welcome in. We're glad to have everybody here today and looking forward to another day together as we roll through this old crazy world. Good night alive. It's a crazy one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every day you come and you do show prep and you're like, wow, really? These folks here, I saw one yesterday where a TikToker, because, you know, they love doing videos and stuff, just runs through the cities of New York punching people and knocking them out in the back of their head.
I've heard of that.
And just knocked out one with a guy with crutches trying to walk across the street.
But if they're doing this on purpose, I mean, filming it and then posting it, did they get caught?
Well, I mean, Greg, I guess they don't care because, I mean, what are they going to do? They don't even get booked.
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
Somebody ought to turn around and shoot them right in the face.
Well, and that's what's going to end up happening. Yeah. But now, you know, the victim is now the criminal that gets hurt, you know, when someone's defending themselves. You know how everything's kind of flipped. So now, you know, somebody will do what you just said, and then they'll be the ones on trial for defending themselves, and the criminal will be the victim. Yeah, that's kind of how it works.
So I'm
now.
gonna not only am I going to hit people, I'm gonna film it.
Yeah,
and then I'm gonna post it on.
And what's the wrestling move? And I can't remember. It wasn't the DDT because that was that. But what's the one where they pull you over the shoulder and you remember in the wrestling move?
Suplex?
Is that what that's called? I don't know.
Sure.
There's another guy that does that. He goes and runs and grabs them. And then like does a wrestling move on them and just thinks it's the funniest thing, and they run through the subway knocking people out. It's just a crazy old world, but we'll get through it, and we thank all of y'all for being with us. I just saw some of that in prep today. I'm like, really? So that's where we're at.
I just Googled the 35 best wrestling moves of all time.
What you got?
The Swanum Bomb.
What is that?
The Crossroads. I wonder if that has anything to do with roads. The Perfect Plex.
Does it show them? Okay.
I mean, it might later on, but the camel clutch looks tough.
And I remember the camel clutch. Is that where they get behind you and pull your chin up?
Yes.
Yeah. I remember the camel clutch. Goodness. Hey, the camel clutch is rough.
The leg drop, we all know that.
Yeah.
The people's elbow.
People's elbow, the rock.
I don't even know how to say that.
I did the people's elbow on Adler in that wrestling ring that time that we got in. I did the people's elbow.
Was it the German suplex?
It may have been.
That's
suplex.
Somebody over.
Maybe.
Vertical suplex.
You don't want none of the camel clutch.
No, I don't.
My goodness.
It's interesting.
Helmsy, when you see the one where they put the neck over the shoulder and then they throw you back, that's what the guy was doing. I don't know what it's called, but how about some of that stuff? The suplex, the vertical suplex.
When they stick them up there.
I mean, think about the timing and the athleticism it takes for the guy that's in the air not to break his dang neck.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
There's
because you're coming
moves.
down. Yes, it is.
You
I mean, you're just one.
And
little
they've had horrible injuries.
Yeah. Good gracious. Well, what you got more?
No, there's some of the names of these things.
People's elbow.
Oh my goodness.
Get up and let's see. Let me get you in the camel clutch.
Hey,
we all know
clutch.
the choke slam.
Oh yeah,
spear.
Yeah, that's good.
I think
what was it? The spear. What did Goldberg do? Was it the spear?
I don't know.
Remember he'd get out and he would go and spear them.
Here, I'm not going to do it to you, but stand up.
No, what are you doing?
No, just do it. Stand up.
Yours, I think.
Right, so stand up and then like turn around like this, like you're just walking in the subway. Here's what he does, Helmsy. He comes running up here and he goes like this and he goes.
That's the cutter.
Bam.
Oh, boom! Drop straight down. Yeah.
Right. Is it that?
Let's see. Yes. Yeah.
The cutter.
So, yeah.
What's the one?
DDT?
Yeah,
the DDT
Diamond. What the one Diamond Dallas Page used to do?
He would get you like this, and get you in a headlock and then go, bam!
Yeah.
And then go down to the ground with that.
Good night.
How about that?
That was created by Jake the Snake, by the way.
That's
Oh,
right.
Jake the
Oh,
Snake.
yeah, we met him.
How about Jake the Snake? Yeah, a tough run
The
there.
Stunner is what
The Stunner.
what's his name did. Austin.
Oh, yeah.
Stone
That's right.
Cold.
Stone Cold.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Was the
Stunner.
Stunner.
The Stunner?
Yeah.
What about the Spear? Was it Goldberg? Goldberg's
Goldberg.
move. It was like a tackling drill.
Yeah, yeah. It really,
He
yeah,
would get
yeah.
down,
Shoulder,
he'd take
shoulder
off
to
front,
the
shoulder
mid,
to
yeah.
the midsection.
Let me
Here's the
just tell you.
Spear, but yeah, Goldberg was one of them. You had the Big Show, Batista, they all did it. But
Yeah.
Goldberg was one of the ones.
Goldberg.
How about when the wrestler that he was fighting would be kind of like disoriented and stumbling around, and then all of a sudden Goldberg would get down like, "Here I come,"
Here I
and
come.
the excitement of and everybody just screaming and going nuts.
Oh, yeah.
and then the guy would just turn around like, and then just open himself up.
Have
He
you-
would absolutely
Have you
run
ever-
through him.
Have you ever went down the wormhole, the dark side of the ring? It's on Vice, and it's just back to back to back stories about wrestlers.
Yeah,
The dark side of the ring is really good. I'm a threat to get caught up in it.
yeah.
I just don't give wrestling a whole lot.
Well, I did because Taylor was in it.
Yeah,
when he was
yeah,
little.
yeah. And Reese.
And now, no. When I was growing up, Georgia Championship Wrestling,
yeah,
I was big.
Look, my dad still, I think,
Gordon
probably
Solie.
watches it today. Him and Jay all the time watches it.
Yeah.
I could never get
Good
into
stuff. Yeah, because of the boys, we would I would kind of be in it a little bit.
Oh, WCW was huge when Taylor was growing up. But when I was a kid, it was all about Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Yeah.
Gordon Solie.
Well, sorry
Mr.
to get off
Wrestling
on
number 2.
Sorry to get off on that. I just mentioned the crazy world, and then I saw video from
Well, somebody
some of
needs
the big
to take
cities.
a
People just
2x4 and wear them out.
just
with it.
running through the city doing all kinds of weird stuff. We'll take a break. We'll come back. You can always join in, 866 We Be Big. Don't forget Bubba off today. Should be back tomorrow. Rick Adler, I'll join us right after top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You might disagree, but things aren't as dismal as they seem. Now, there's a point. Your family, their future, your future, you all deserve a chance. You all deserve the protection. Turn to self-reliance with My Patriot Supply. Start with 4-week emergency food kits by Ready Hour. These meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Get each Ready Hour 4-week food kit for $60 off and free shipping. That's preparewithbubba.com. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Hey folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code Bubba. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without.
We'll take a break. I'll take a break. We're coming back from break. Thank you so much for being with us. 21 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We have a lady here that went to Subway and got her a sub sandwich, and then realized that she was charged over $1,000 for the sub sandwich. And obviously someone hit
That'd be a heck of a sandwich.
an extra zero, I guess. I always watch when people are punching in the amount, because they could just be one digit off.
You think 1,000 would be, that's a little much.
If her debit card was charged $1,021.50, I'm thinking it was probably $1,021, and we just did some. We added something there, maybe by mistake. I don't know. But,
or they just really think a lot of their sandwiches.
Yeah.
I'm not that big into sub sandwiches, but especially not for $1,000.
Good night. According to the receipt obtained by ABC6's On Your Side, this lady is saying that she was charged this amount and has not been credited this amount back. She was visiting a Subway location at a gas station in Columbus, Ohio last month, where she ordered 3 sandwiches. Okay, so it wasn't $10. She ordered 3 sandwiches for herself and her family as they were getting gas and all that. So she was charged a staggering $1,021.50 for the order, including $1,010 for a single sandwich, according to the receipt.
Don't they normally say out loud what your charge is?
Yeah, normally. It says here the standard price for a foot-long sandwich now is $6.50, and it ranges between $6.50 and $12. You remember when it used to be a $5 foot-long?
Yeah.
That shows you how much
Long
everything's
gone
gone
from
up.
that. How about $1,000 foot long?
Yeah. She has attempted to raise the issue with her bank, but to no avail.
Wait a minute, nobody's helping her?
It doesn't look like it. She says it wasn't immediately clear which bank the debit card is affiliated with. This is ABC6 talking now as they're trying to figure it out. But she is overwhelmed and stressed out trying to figure it out. They also put a copy of the receipt here. But good night. Imagine running in and grabbing you a sub sandwich.
The store is responsible for crediting her back.
I agree.
The sandwiches don't cost that much.
No.
And so they got to do something about it. I mean, I don't understand why this is so difficult.
It says here
why would they not
she actually
just
even returned to the Subway store.
I mean, all they have to do is credit it back, just like they charged it. This whole thing, and I know Greg put up some red flags. I got a red flag on this one. Something's not right. This is not that
It's not
difficult.
the first person been overcharged.
Right.
For
Yeah.
something.
Right.
There is a process.
And once you overcharge somebody, you can't just go, well, I'm sorry, that's what it is. It is what it is. Y'all have a good day.
We blew it. Sorry.
Sorry. We put 1,000. It should have been 22.
It sounds like
have a great day.
It sounds like to me that
something we're missing.
something here is amiss, as you just said, because now it might have been done on purpose. She said she later returned to the Subway store only to realize it had shuttered. According to the Subway's website, the location is temporarily closed. Representatives for Subway did not immediately respond to it, and apparently there's the Better Business Bureau is now investigating the deal where maybe they did charge her and then closed up.
Well, and Subway's a chain, so there's a franchisee somewhere sitting around. Somebody owns the place.
Yeah.
It'll get.
I would stand in it until somebody.
I tell you,
they would have to
I
physically
tell you this.
remove me.
You ain't kidding.
Either that or I'd own this place when it's done.
Yeah,
Amen to
one
that.
of the two.
Amen
Something
to
would
that.
have wouldn't be none of this. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
no, I'm gonna physically stand here, and y'all gonna have to physically remove me before I leave.
what, man? That's a crazy little story.
Huh?
You talking about can't have nothing? Good gracious! Just you go in. But look, we've all done it. You run in, grab something to eat while you get some gas or whatever, and what a handle. Good night. Here's her talking about that with ABC.
No way, unless it's wrapped in gold and it's from some other place. I would never pay $1,010 for a Subway sandwich. I'm just trying to make ends meet at this point in time. Stressed, overwhelmed. I couldn't get groceries at one point because my account was negative.
I understand.
Is that the girl?
Yeah, that's the lady that was charged that amount. That she
She
wasn't
knows she wouldn't
expecting.
get groceries. She wouldn't eat the whole sandwich. She'd save part of it.
Yeah. Wow. All right. So anyway, that's a story. But man, you got to make sure that what you're being charged. It seems like they would have announced that
And all
unless
this
they lied.
swipe world we live in now.
Yeah.
You better look.
You know, when we go on these trips and, you're feeding 10 people, it can get expensive. Of course, it's not my money, but it's, you have to. And then if it's in Alabama, we're tax exempt, so you have to ask that. And half the people don't know what that means or how to ring it up.
Almost
and I have
ain't
to.
worth it.
Well, it is because I have to do it, but otherwise I have to go pay for the tax. Like I'm responsible for the tax in the state of Alabama. If and honestly, I'll just say this out loud. Sometimes if we're on the border of Tennessee and Alabama, I'll stop in Tennessee just so I don't have to deal with that.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's ridiculous. Because we don't do that here. No, you do. I was here 2 weeks ago. You just did it. I know it doesn't happen a lot. And I know you got to get a manager, and I know it's uncomfortable. But it's and these people behind me are gonna have to wait for a minute. But
they're not happy about it.
I got to have tax exempt.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I had a Japanese restaurant one time just put their foot down and say sorry, no, blah blah blah, and it was very expensive, and so I had to pick up the tax on that, and it wasn't fun.
Oh, no. So they just said forget it.
Yeah, they said, sorry, we don't do that. And I said, everybody does this. Oh, no, not us. And I said, well, I said, you got to understand. What's Japanese?
Yeah.
And I said, you got to understand, like, y'all are making, I mean, this is a $300 bill. I won't be back if you can't do this. Like, we have to, this is required by the university. We're a public institution. We get tax exempt in the state of Alabama. No, not here. I'm like,
okay.
Can I talk to one more person that may know and understand?
Right. One person with a little better grasp of the language.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think it was that. I think they just was hell bent on not doing it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
it could have benefited them because we'd be back a lot.
You pay tax.
But every time back to the original, every single time we go, I look at this long receipt that comes and I just make sure that there's nothing out of that's crazy on there.
Right.
Like $1,000 sample.
Yeah.
Yeah, because to your point, Helmsy, it shows here the receipt, and it clearly shows what she's been charged.
And I know kind of in my mind what it's supposed to be. You know, it's depending on where we go, it's probably anywhere from 180 to 250. So if it's a number that's way off of that, then I get concerned. But outside of that, I'm that tax thing.
Outside of having the team where you have to have the receipts and all that, do y'all, when they go, do you want a receipt? Do y'all say yes all the time?
No.
Because
the only time I say yes is with a team because I got to turn it in. That's the only time.
I guess that she got one back because there's a picture of the receipt here. But I would think that's how, if they're trying to get you, that's how they would get you. And they're hoping somebody says, no, I'm good. I don't need the receipt. But then you don't know what you were just charged. Sometimes.
That's right, yeah.
And a lot of times I don't want the receipt either.
Our bank account.
I'm real bad about it.
Our bank account shows how much we were charged.
Right, but it's maybe not till you leave and you realize, oh, my goodness, I was charged something different, instead of just looking at the receipt.
I keep receipt.
I am so bad about that. Yeah. I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Because I end up with them piled all in my truck.
Yes, and they're all folded up, jacked up.
Look at there.
But it is a good backup to make sure you charge the right amount.
I've been charged twice before for the same thing.
I think I have that.
And the bank usually picks up on it and removes it before it's even a thing. Yeah. But I have had to call on that before.
Yeah. 29 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Good time, gang, off and running here on the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Adler join us right after top of the hour. Bubba off today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like everyone else, I'm always on the go. And you know what's the best thing to bring with me wherever I go? My Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands. Their optimized gel tips are designed to fit comfortably in your ears and to actually stay there, whether you're working out at the gym or just doing chores around the house. My Raycons come with me everywhere so I can listen at any time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, I don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode, so they're perfect for listening to anything. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews right now. Get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find that link by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors. But if you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour. As we roll on back, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Feel free to holler at us, and we'll be unscreened. There'll be unscreened phone calls when we answer, but that's always an option if you want to join in on the conversation. Some of you might be listening to the Kickoff Hour here today on your Raycons. I know a lot of you do because we hear from you. If you have not checked them out, go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. We love hearing from all of you that tune in to check out the show and that have bought the Raycons and are enjoying them. A good pair of wireless earbuds can be, it can be very valuable to you because that's the kind of part of your day. You have those. Maybe a lot of you even do landscaping and some other stuff. You're looking for a good pair. This premium audio is perfect at the perfect price point, too. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are very comfortable, and they won't budge. Trust us, Raycons give you about 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of battery life, and they're priced just right. Great quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands, so there's no wonder everyday earbuds have tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. It's time to check them out. If you haven't, go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. You're going to save 20% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Save 20% off your order. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button there. All of our network sponsors are there, but buyraycon.com/Bubba.
How about I actually did landscaping wearing my Raycons?
Okay.
You mentioned it in the thing, but I actually did that this past week.
That's right.
So,
that's good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You get lost in it. Can I ask you a question?
It helps. It helps.
What do you go to? Like, what's...
I will listen to maybe a podcast if I'm not in a music mood.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I'm just music.
Yeah.
Just whatever I got in Apple Music.
Mm-hmm.
I'll jump around, maybe a little Black Crow.
A little shuffle
like
action there.
Yeah.
Kind of hop around a little bit.
But I'll catch normally on Saturdays I'll go run and listen to the Rick and Bubba podcast.
Mm-hmm.
This last guy, he was good.
Yeah.
And just different
Lee
stuff.
Habib.
Lee Habib.
No, it's just Lee Habib.
Oh, Habib.
Yeah.
RBU.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, a lot of times if I'm walking or not doing anything where I'm I'm not running like a loud motor or something, I'll go podcast. But if I'm running a backpack blow or something like that, a lot of times I'll just go music.
I was weed eating a little bit, and I couldn't hear as good as I could hear it, but not as good as I wanted to. But it was still, I mean, I was tolerable.
Yeah, that's good.
Just hurried up and got finished.
Yeah. But when you do your little running down the driveway, you probably
I wear them all
listen
the
to
time.
whatever. And
All the time.
you said Mr. Buddy kind of runs with you and then lays down and
He'll
watches
go
you.
one lap, then he's
lap?
down.
Okay.
Then he'll sit down and watch. Go stand in the ditch, especially if there's water in it.
You know, JC's dog Cuddy is with us right now.
I bet that's great.
Yeah, and he loves to go for walks and / runs, and so I'll jog with him a little bit. There's a section of the walk where they had cleared the lots, like to prepare them for either business or homes, and it's just been sitting there a while. So, you know, small pine trees build up and stuff, and it's perfect habitat for like rabbits and all that. So if you walk and it's right before dark, I mean, there's times you could count like maybe 10 rabbits that come out and eat a little bit, and then as you get closer, they run back into the pines. Well, for a dog, if he sees a rabbit, he's going to get pretty excited. And I spend half the time making sure he doesn't run after the rabbit. Now, the one time he did jerk my arm to the right, I thought I didn't know what was happening, and he about jerked me into the pines. But yesterday, he had a stare off with a rabbit. The rabbit didn't move, and he didn't move, and they were just sitting there staring at each other.
You know, now that I think about it, I've had a lot of rabbits in the yard, but I haven't seen them lately. Cody's may have got them.
Yeah, they might have.
I'm running Saturday. This is funny. I'm going right down the driveway. This is probably 10 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I look across the street, and here comes a deer.
Okay.
From my neighbor's yard. It crosses the road, gets in the middle of the driveway, it's running straight at me.
No.
And it's a little buck. He's got a small body, and he's got 4-point, small rack. He's coming dead at me. And then he finally sees me, and he breaks off and goes through the brush. And then I look, and he's come out the top of the hill and is running through the pasture. He ran out. But for a while there, I thought, well, he's just going to run over
run
me.
right at me.
He didn't see me, but when he saw me, he busted out. But he was small body deer.
Yeah.
And I had a little old 4-point rack, though.
Running
So
right down the driveway.
Right smack at me.
So whenever he saw you, he was like,
Turn. At one point, I thought, I'm just going to stand here and see how close
Did the dog see him?
No, they were laying under the car at that point.
They were done.
Yeah, they were done.
They'd be chasing him.
Yeah. Oh, they'd have chased him forever.
Yeah. But that's always a fun part of the walk is when he sees something. That and you know, these crows now, they're about as big as a turkey. These crows are huge. And there was one sitting on the curb as we were coming up, and it was sitting there looking at him, and he was looking at these crows. It flew off, seriously. It was as big as a hawk.
Oh, yeah, I got it like
They're
crows.
giants.
In fact, the other day when Perry was helping me with my brush, he went to his truck and got a crow call out.
Oh, really?
And here they come, and they would come far enough in, then they would see us, and they'd take off.
Ooh.
But I got a lot of crows.
Yeah, a lot of crows.
Well, they're loud.
Yeah.
Loud.
Yeah, they are. They are very loud. All right, so we have some phone calls coming in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. They'll be unscreened, so just heads up on that. But let's jump out to a few of them that are coming in. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Let's jump out to, what does this say? 256 weighing in. 256, what's up?
What up?
Hey, good morning, fat boys.
Hey, what's going on?
I had a PSA for you, and just kind of curious about something else.
Okay, go ahead. Turn that radio down for me, bud.
I did.
You're about to get
did.
blown up. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, the PSA is you had mentioned the camel clutch.
Oh, yeah.
Kids don't try this at home.
Oh, I agree.
My youngest brother and my next to the oldest were fighting, talking about how wrestling wasn't a real thing and it was fake and all this. And my little brother took my 6'3" younger brother and put him in a camel clutch.
Uh-oh.
And almost broke his back.
I bet.
Yeah, the camel clutch is not nothing you need to try at home.
No,
really, none of these moves are.
No,
if we get down to it, these guys are professionals, and they kind of know how to do it, and they still get hurt. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the camel clutch is hard.
You know, they don't have that disclaimer.
Now, there's times that I'm going to put Speedy in the camel clutch, but, I mean, I back off.
No, but you're right. I mean,
the other thing.
Go ahead.
The other thing I was wondering is I was trying to follow the story about the stolen tower.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, out of Jasper, Alabama.
Sure did. Disappeared.
Yeah.
They think aliens may be involved.
They think so.
Well, I was thinking something real off the wall, but I don't know how
Besides
they would go
aliens,
about doing it. Yeah, I don't know how they'd go about doing it, how they'd take it out. But as a CB operator, trying to talk distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially Jasper, Alabama. I mean, come on.
Yeah, well,
I'm sure there's a bunch of preppers.
Oh, I got you.
Hey,
You're
I see
saying
what
they
you're
got
saying.
they took the tower and set it up at their own place.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't
Probably
know.
be obvious, but yeah.
There's so many.
Tough to hide a 200-foot tower if
yeah.
you got it put back together.
Yeah, exactly. There's video that of folks walking through that area. Something's not right.
Yeah,
about it.
something
and we've talked about that a little bit, but definitely.
I
definitely
think
weird.
aliens, but that's
yeah. Let's jump back up to 256. It says you're in the Boaz Sand Mountain area. What's up?
Oh.
What's up, man?
We'll go. It's unscreened phone calls. You're live. Go ahead.
So I bought a turkey call from Gary not too long ago.
Oh boy, I'm sorry to hear that.
He had his number on the box or whatever to call him if I had any problems with it. I called him the other day. It's like 2 years ago. I called him a couple of days ago and just talked to him like I knew him forever and told him I was going to come up there hunting with him. He's the funniest freaking person.
Wait a minute. So Gary puts his personal phone number,
He
and
will.
people get to call him and ask him about his call.
Yeah, he'll just answer too.
That's pretty funny.
Hey, Speedy.
Yo.
Speedy, you remember a while back ago when y'all was in Gadsden?
Okay.
Y'all would do the golf tournament. Y'all remember a certain radio station sticking a bunch of stickers on the inside of y'all's limo?
Yeah, I got flickers of memory on that. Was that you?
My dad.
Okay. He blew him up. Hey, I showed you.
He showed me, buddy. Let me tell you.
Hey, it obviously crippled you.
Let's go to 334. These are unscreened phone calls, so you never know what we're getting. That's the part of it.
that out on the first two calls.
Go ahead. What's up, 334?
Yes, I was just calling. Greg was just talking about deer.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting ready to let my rat terrier out for the morning.
Okay.
And my back is full of them.
I'm sorry, your phone glitched on you. What'd you say?
My backyard is full of deer.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So
this isn't going as well. This isn't going as well
I'm
as
have to go blow you up too there.
You know,
we need a good phone.
Okay, it seemed like a good idea on paper.
It did. But this is the only show where bad is good.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's go to.
I'll give it one. Try another one.
I think it says 404, the Atlanta area.
All right.
What's up? You're on unscreened phone calls. Kickoff hour.
Hey, brothers. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Heard y'all talking about wrestling earlier.
Oh yeah.
Y'all remember Paul? Y'all remember Paul Orndorff? Wonderful?
Yeah.
You know where he ended up, don't y'all?
No. Where?
Fayetteville, Georgia, and he over in Fayetteville, Georgia, owned a bowling alley. He doesn't own it no more, but it's like, wait a minute, how the heck do you go from being Mr. Wonderful to owning a bowling alley in Fayetteville, Georgia?
That's a career change, no doubt.
Yeah, quite the career change.
Paul Orndorff, I remember that.
Well,
it's about as odd as being on the radio and then going to coach women's college tennis.
Yeah.
Very similar.
Boy, the phones are
Very
ringing.
similar.
Look how many phones are ringing right now. People want to get in.
They love
just
it.
can't. There's just only so many we can take.
I enjoy unscreened
I
phone
do
calls
too.
because it normally doesn't work out.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm all about.
Right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Wow, look at them ringing. Good night.
Rick and Bubba.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. I know Greg continues to want to do phone calls, but Greg, I don't know if.
Yeah, I think we got our fill.
Yeah, boy, they're out there though.
They tried though. They
yeah.
tried.
But we'll do the email version of phone calls, and that is questions from the audience. There's been a stack of emails that we just haven't been able to get to that Helmsy has for us.
Also,
So,
questions from Doty.
that's right. Yeah. So shoot away, kid.
What scenario would be the most likely scenario that you would wind up in prison?
Oh, let's see.
Oh, wow.
Well, I really got one, but I'm going to say.
What would be being in a situation where that we're confronted by somebody and I'm trying to protect the family and I end up like going too far?
I'd probably buying stolen property.
Yeah.
I just went with that because it sounds
That's fine. Right. Makes me think you've been doing that.
No, I mean, I wouldn't know it. I didn't mean to.
Right. You didn't know.
I got wrongly accused.
Right.
In every one of my scenarios of this, I've been wrongly accused.
Have you ever owned a lava lamp?
No, but I wanted one when
Yeah.
I was a kid.
Yeah.
I will admit that there's a friend of mine had one, and I remember they at the record store at the mall, Newsom's Music, they sold them in there, and I always wanted one, never got one.
Yeah, roommate had one. I have not, but they are pretty cool.
Have you ever accidentally dropped something in the toilet or commode?
Oh,
yes, yes.
Hold on. Fished it out and had to use it.
Mm-hmm. I have.
What?
My keys.
That's a
And
tough
I
one.
almost lost them completely. And I was talking on my phone one time where
Yeah,
you
I
kind of
phone.
press.
I have to
ask.
You
I dropped my
press.
phone in.
Yeah, and it still worked. I had to clean it.
I have
Speedy
to-
dropped his
well,
fork
that's
in
what-
it
I
and
have
used
to
it.
ask this: had you already flushed and it was clean water, or we looking
Yeah,
at
it
bad
was.
I
water?
had not used the bath. I was doing
Okay.
one, and I
That
was
would've been
talking.
worse.
It would have been awful, is what it would have been. But it was. I wouldn't say clean water, but unused. It was toilet water.
You know, we had some incidents, and I'm not going to call any names when I work. You work outdoors. If the pain hits you and you got to go to the bathroom, you got to run up in the woods. And a buddy of mine had his pliers in his back pocket, and he had run to the woods for emergency, and they forgot about the pliers, and they fell out and landed right dead in the middle.
Really?
You had to bring them out and clean them off.
Ooh. You got to have it.
A little interesting question here, and not from Doty, and so it's one reason I'm going with it. Spring training's around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Do y'all think hitters like Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio would be able to have success today? This is from Tyler. Thank you, Tyler.
You'd like
You
Babe
mean
Ruth to be
like
in better shape?
Yeah, you talking about against like today's pitchers?
Yes,
No,
if they-
I don't.
I
don't.
think-
I think they'd be successful, but not to the point that they were.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they would have. I mean, they have access to everything too.
That's
So,
what I'm saying.
yeah.
So we're looking at it. So they would also be updated.
Yes, they would be.
I think,
We wouldn't take
I
the
think
same.
Ted
paper.
Williams would still hit because he's known as one of the greatest hitters ever, and they say his eyesight was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And but that's an interesting question.
It is. It is.
Now I will say this in other sports, and we've discussed it. I believe that Bo Jackson or Herschel Walker in their prime could compete with anybody.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. How y'all feel about the players complaining about their pants, see-through pants?
Yeah, they're all, and the fans. Why do the fans care? But they seem to be complaining too about these new uniforms. Is it Nike that's made them, and they're supposed to be breathable, and they can see their underwear through them?
Oh,
or
yeah,
something?
yeah.
I saw that. It was a big headline yesterday. That's all that was up here on Sportsnet.
It leaves.
They didn't like the way they look.
You don't have to use your imagination.
They almost look cheap, but they kind of do.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten burnt? I know these are all over the place. Have you ever gotten burnt? By the way, saw a kid yesterday throw I guess it was yesterday, or maybe a couple days ago, saw a kid throw a ball from shortstop to first base at 101 miles an hour.
Ooh.
He was on the gun.
Wow.
And he just took a routine ground ball. I don't know how the first baseman, I mean, it was humming.
So he even saw it.
Nice.
Have you ever been burned with a cigarette?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
On purpose.
Where and
So a buddy of mine hit me right on the neck with it
where
one time.
on the body and where were you at?
A bar.
Yeah, and like I just lifted my arm up, you know, and accidentally.
I've done that, but
gotcha.
I had a buddy of
Okay.
mine thought it was funny and
Yeah.
Mm.
Now,
No.
there is a game out there, and this is sadistic, but you put your arms together like this, and you lay a lit cigarette between them and see who moves first. Not a very smart game.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Um,
Probably shouldn't have said it.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a usual at a restaurant? Like you walk in and you're going to order the
they know what I
exact
want.
same thing, and they know, hey, Greg, what are you going to have your usual today?
Yeah, when I used to go to Mug Shots, when I'd work late on Fridays.
Okay.
They pretty much knew I wanted that pasta that I liked.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you had a usual at one
Yeah,
point
I
at a
did.
place.
Sure did.
There was a Wendy's right beside the apartment complex in Trussville that I used to live at with Judd, and I would go through the drive-thru a lot, so they wouldn't know it's my usual because they can't see who's
Yeah.
at the drive-thru. But when I started talking, they would say, "Hey man, what's up?"
Oh, you want to?
And I would get baked potato with grilled chicken sandwich. I did. That's
Grilled
kinda what I
chicken
ordered.
sandwich and a baked potato.
Yes, I
That
did
was
plain
you.
baked potato. That's what I
Okay.
got all the time, and they knew it. Hey man, what's
Give him
up?
his regular.
Oh, you back?
It's that
Okay.
bald guy on steroids.
I wasn't on steroids. I guess that's my closest to
All
usual,
right.
because as soon as they heard my voice, they knew.
You just go give him a usual.
Have what is the one thing you've adopted since the pandemic that you're doing now that you weren't doing before the pandemic?
When I'm in line, I kind of do stay back from people now. I almost like give the maybe 4 to 6 feet. I don't get on top of anybody in line
I'm
anymore.
doing that. Wash my hands out of jail. I used to never do that.
That old jail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep your hands clean.
Keep one in my truck, and when I
did-
pump gas, I wash it off. I used to
You
never do
talking about
that.
hand sanitizer?
Yeah, hand sanitizer.
I did realize
I couldn't find it.
Prior to the pandemic, I didn't wash my hands enough.
I didn't either, but I never cared about, like I'm at the gas pump or something. But
Right.
now I do.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't help me at all, but I do it anyway.
What is something life-changing you can get for less than $500?
Life-changing? Something
That's
life-changing.
Let's ponder on that one the rest of the day, shall we?
Something life-changing.
Less than $500
Less than $500.
What do I need?
What do I need?
What's something? I don't know. I'm going to think about that.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Real quick, since the pandemic, I don't trust doctors or the news or politicians anymore.
Oh, is that a new thing you've done?
Yeah.
I hear you. And hand sanitizer.
Yeah, and I use hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, listen, call my agent. Set up through my agent, through the talent, and that's not Charles. Like, what do you need me to do? Anything.
I think he scared Pete last night. Hey, this is Charles Barkley.
Hey, let me tell you what I think scared Peter. I thought Chad Pruitt straight staring him down.
Yeah,
I thought Pruitt
yeah.
stared him down a couple times.
That was
and
good.
looked him upside one side, down the other, and I think that's what scared him.
Yeah, well, you said it right.
Chad did a great job, by the way.
He did. Anytime a family tries to go out into the world, and you're at the mercy of those who will edit and try to put together, as you said, Coach, the storyline that they want. And I think they're doing a good job. They can only build a story on the pieces that you give them. And and so they're doing a good job of keeping their narrative, as you mentioned, because you don't know what they're going to be pushing next week. But I think what hopefully will be clear, and it looks like it will be, is that the commitment this family has to intimacy and to marriage and to God's standard is portrayed now to be the weirdos. And it's those that say the fantasy suites and all this, and let's get together, and act like a bunch of animals before marriage. No, we're the normal people. It's this other family over here. They're the weirdos, and society has definitely flipped in that direction. But what a great time to be a weirdo.
There's no question, and you couldn't put it any better than that. It actually kind of makes me actually emotional listening to you. When Chad said to Maddie last night, when you were born, I put my hands on you and I prayed for you and I prayed for your husband. Yeah. That to me, was a heart stopper, because every father does that. We pray for our children's happiness and we pray for their well-being. And then, in a situation, I've got a daughter that's married. I've got a new grandchild. And I thank God every day that my daughter Leah married such a good man, and Stephon, and we're blessed for that, because when you bring somebody else into the family, let alone in the possibility of having it be in this circumstance, it's this is Chad and Tanya's greatest treasure. Their children.
And Coach, one other thing that I got out of it was that if you're a 5-star athlete, a basketball player, and you're looking for a place to play, if you come to Auburn, you might get your picture made with Maddie. I mean, that's what I got out of it, right?
What do you mean, Mike? What do you mean, Mike? Get your picture.
Let me tell you something. I was surprised how well she handled the basketball.
Yeah, she can dribble.
Well, she's won a few state championships.
She's a way better ball handler than she is a shooter. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Madison has worked my camp every year since I've been here, and she does all the ball handling, drills. And I don't know whether the guys are looking at the balls or looking at her, but either way, it works. I mean,
Well, I was trying to get a read on what you thought about that Bachelor guy. I couldn't get a read. I don't know. I don't know about him.
My only thing I'll say about him, and I told him this, and I don't even know if it was used. It tells me a little something about him if he has whittled it down to Maddie being one of his final four. It just does.
That's true.
Because he. And so from that standpoint, look, I'm always going to look at the positives. I'll give him credit for that, and I'm just glad that they were able to pray before their meal.
Yeah.
That they were able to do certain things there that made the tape, that didn't get cut out, and so from that standpoint, we're proud, and yeah, it's great visibility for Auburn. Madison wanted to show off her school. She could have chosen Lee Scott, or she could have chosen other places that she'd been in her life, but she chose it to be about Auburn and her family, and I'm proud of her for that.
Well, thanks a lot, Coach. I know you got a lot you got to get to. So
yeah, you got a few things going on this time of year.
Yeah. Right in the middle. I'm right in the middle of the season, and Rick and Bubba keep texting me. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Coach, thank you very much.
Thanks, Coach. All right, see you, buddy. We'll come back 16 minutes past the hour. Coach Bruce Pearl, who made a cameo last night on The Bachelor. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. No Bubba today, as we told you, but the rest of the gang all here today. As we unpack another one, somebody say, here's the national anthem. so 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show, a brand new hour starting. No Bubba today. He should be back with us tomorrow, Lord willing. So a lot to do on the program today. Most of it recaps from stories that we touched on yesterday. We may have at least some insight on why Cam Newton was attacked at his 707 football deal. We'll talk about that a little bit today. Who I really like the main explanation to be that hat, but still no explanation there. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helms gave you a kickoff hour. It is behind us. If you missed that, simply go to the archives today, either on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel. You'll find those. Eddie Van Adler now joins us to enhance that YouTube experience, both live and archive. Hello to the tubers. Thank you for being here with us. So however you get the program, whether it be America's Boldest Radio Stations, our TuneIn app, all those are live options, our YouTube channel, live option, or you get the archive options, which includes, but are not limited to, our YouTube channel, also our podcast channel. And then there's a best of hour that's available for Blaze TV subscribers. You can watch that, and there are terrestrial and cable TV stations that carry that best of hour as well, and it might be in your local market. So you can find all that by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. And our podcast archives also features kind of a thumbnail 1 hour edition of the Daily Show if you prefer. And I talked to some guys yesterday that say they do that on days that they're in a rush and they just kind of want to get a 30,000-foot view of the show they might have missed. So we got all that ready to go today. Some recaps. I would like to get a recap on Speedy's stress test today. I know y'all have not discussed that yet in the kickoff hour, so I want to know how that went, an update on that. And then I had the honor to go to, not trying to brag, not trying to bring any attention to myself. That's just what happened. But I was invited by highbrow, high-level education people to come on the campus of Samford University, Greg, and lecture. I had an opportunity to lecture yesterday. And I noticed something.
You got to be kidding me.
No, I noticed something. We get pulled into a lot of different circles.
Yeah.
And there's circles where you get one reaction. Have y'all ever noticed, and I know y'all have all been there, especially when we leave this world, and I will bet that Helms, you see it some because you work at a place of high learning. There's a different.
You also taught a class.
Yeah, there's a different feel.
You're not the only one lecturing, Rick.
I know. Listen, there's a different feel. Then you've seen it. I think you're going to get this.
This room's getting academic around here.
There's a different feel. Let's say that one of us rolls up, and we're going down to see Bones, and all the guys down at the machine shop. Okay, so he brings one of us. Bones ain't got anything to be embarrassed about. I mean, it's at the machine shop. Yeah. These guys are excited. They relate to us. They may be. But when someone has you as their guest on a college campus and they're like someone like a professor,
yeah, a little different.
And even though they're kind of into the show, you can tell they're a little bit cautious about bringing you there. Yeah.
I'm not sure it was a great idea to bring you there.
Well, let me tell you this: it was kind of interesting because this guy obviously is highly educated. He's a professor at a university, and Samford University, for those of you who don't know, it's not an easy school.
No,
it's a tough school.
Yes,
it's a tough one. And so
no wonder they brought you in.
When I get out of the truck, first of all, I park lift kit right in front of the very prestigious building.
Rick, that's first.
He
didn't help at all.
He goes, I knew which one was you, and I said, thank you, Ben. And this is how in the loop he was. He said, look, I've got everything laid out today. One thing I don't want to be is a bip. And
okay.
And as soon as a college professor said bip,
that helps.
I thought, okay, all right. So he's really in the loop. But then, as we inched ever closer to the institution, going inside the walls of higher education, you could see that his anxiety began to creep in a little bit. Oh my gosh, what have I done?
It's real now. As you come in, he's starting to notice the glaring.
Well, it's the whole world's glide.
That's right. I mean, because it's one thing.
It's like when family comes in here for us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like
our wives.
By the way, that might happen today. I don't know. It's funny, interesting conversation with my oldest son who's in town from New York. When I said, hey, you can pop by the show tomorrow. And also you could see his head go, yeah, but then I have to get up and get moving.
That would be cool, though.
But anyway.
Maybe 9 o'clock hour.
Right. I said, maybe you can come before it's over. But anyway, what you're saying, Helms, and you touched on it, and y'all were getting it too, is he was creeping in. He thought you could tell he was dealing with, it's one thing to like this show privately.
Yeah. Now my
It's one thing to
colleagues
invite
said-
one of these good uns to
Mhm.
come to my class, and in his mind, he probably pictured me just coming in, me talking to the students and
Right.
easing out, and now he realizes this is on full display.
Yeah.
And I guess what I'm going to have to see, and here's the biggie, my colleagues.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My colleagues.
When he's turned around looking,
Saw
and
something
expect
interesting
them-
happen.
Expect them to be as excited as he is.
It looked good on paper. Hey,
It
you want to
did.
come? And
It
now it's
did.
real.
Right. And then so I got pulled into, there's a lot of places, and I think we're pretty good. Y'all be surprised. We're a lot more well-rounded than y'all might think. No, probably not. But maybe, you probably don't think we're very, very well-rounded at all. So maybe more than you think is not still not a real high standard. But we there's places, like I said, I thought the analogy of Bones inviting us down to the machine shop.
Yeah.
It's a different feel.
Or a professor at a university. It's two completely
Different feel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
Talking about out of your element.
Yeah.
I spoke at a thing one time.
Ooh.
You know how I hate speaking.
Yeah.
And it was one of
Thanks,
those,
Greg.
I'm not going to go into details. It was one of those situations where, like I said, the person who brought me and wanted me to do it was the only one that cared.
Oh, no.
You know, and everybody else
really?
is
Oh,
not
yes.
as into it as he is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Those are very uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, and then of course there's always that thing, and I know y'all are not surprised in the least. God love y'all for tolerating me. I get there, and even though it's been on the calendar for probably a year, I started thinking to myself, now what is this class? And what is my role? Is this radio and TV? Is this what am I doing?
That's
in here?
biology.
Yeah, and of course
This is where you need Sherry.
yeah, you're right.
Because she
And-
would have known.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm not.
You didn't know. You
and,
didn't
then,
ask.
and then you start trying to kind of pick up without ever just saying, now run this by me again. Like you try to pick up what everybody's talking about.
Right.
You even watch his first presentation. You're like, okay, oh no, okay, not okay, not what I thought. All right, and so then I kind of.
Okay, what do they want from me?
Right, I kind of
change,
dialed in. So
Yeah.
we'll recap that. But I saw something that happened, and it's a friend of mine that he thinks I didn't see it, but I did.
Oh.
Thought we didn't see it, but we did. The only thing that makes a person you've met for the first time more uncomfortable is when someone doesn't expect to see you in their world that does know you. And they're sitting around with all the highbrows.
Oh, and all of a sudden,
Okay.
here, what are you doing here? One of those.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes
What's he
Loud
doing
Burgess.
here?
You completely caught him off guard.
Hope he ain't in that big truck.
And hey, he was sitting in high cotton too.
Oh, really?
Really smart people.
Yeah.
And here you are.
And you know us around really smart people, it really stands out.
It does.
Yeah.
Kind of embarrassed to even walk up.
Right. You got doctor in front of your name, like straight up, earned it. It's tough. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I would like to start a contest.
I think I
If we're not singing the lyrics, if YouTube could guess what we're dancing to.
Yeah, that's good. You know what? I got to be honest with you. I've heard us sing the lyrics. You probably could let them guess with that information
That's
as
a
well.
good point, Rick.
It'd still be quite the contest.
It's not as good a hint as you
Well,
think it would
I'm
be.
gonna
Where
tell
were they
you,
singing?
if you hear any of the even the big recording stars, if you hear their flat channel
Oh yeah.
without the reverb and you don't hear the music, it's a different thing
You'll separate the phenomenal singers from the good and the average
Yeah,
real
you will.
fast.
Yeah.
You know? Well, those people that can just do it under any circumstances.
Which is amazing.
Really something. I marvel at it. I really do.
It's incredible.
All right, so some things to do. Bubba, we never talked about this on the show, and it hit me just not that long ago that we never talked about it, and maybe I dreamed it. You know, look, if you've been following the show for a long time, it happens a lot. We'll come in and say to our fellow team members, "Look, I don't know whether this really happened or I dreamed it." Right?
right
And
yeah
so-
or I can't remember if we talked about it in the kitchen or on the air.
Right? Yeah. There are all kinds of scenarios. So let me ask you this: I think it happened over a weekend, maybe even this past weekend, that some of you guys sent out, or Speedy, somebody sent out, or Helms. I know it wasn't Greg.
Yeah.
I mean, just certain things not going to happen. Greg's not going to text anything about anything.
Probably not.
But that's fine. So
Every now and then I'll surprise you.
I like knowing that you may be hovering and looking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, it seems like somebody text in the Rick and Bubba group text that Donald Trump had addressed that Pete Rose should be put in the Hall of Fame.
I didn't see
Did I
that.
dream that?
No, somebody in
that was
here
me.
said that. Yeah.
No, that was me. I sent
It was a text, wasn't it?
He put out a tweet about it. I
Or you
believe.
sent us the
and
tweet,
I sent you the tweet.
Well, he let Blago out. What's the big
Yeah.
deal?
Right,
That makes
right.
about as much sense.
And I just started laughing. And I thought to myself, this is what Bubba's been waiting on. And then we never talked about it. So that did happen, right?
That did.
Yeah.
And
And then
Blago next, Pete Rose.
well, it led to a conversation because you sent it to me when I was hanging out with my wife, and I started laughing. She said, "What are you laughing at?" And I said, "Well, let me try to explain this to you." Of course, she didn't even know who Pete Rose, who it was, and I started trying to explain it.
Charlie Hustle.
Have you ever gotten into a conversation with your wife, and you're so far in, and you realize that there's just too much to cover for her to understand what just happened? I mean that there's times they do that to us because it's something we don't know anything about, and you made the effort and you jumped in, and all of a sudden you get about a quarter of the way in, and you're kind of like, gosh, I don't think I can finish this out.
I'm not gaining any ground.
I don't think I can get this to the point that Sherry's going to care about this right now and understand it.
Been there.
You know, I got right. I said, well, he gambled on baseball. What, gambled on baseball? What? Why? Who is he? Is he like a casino runner? And I'm like, oh no,
Charlie Hustle.
I see he played baseball. Well, why was he gambling? Well, I know, baby. We're going to get to that. He played. Who did he play for? Well, he played baseball for the Reds, and I said then he
Big
was
Red Machine.
I said then he was a
Phillies.
manager, and she goes, well, I thought you said he was a gambler, and I was like, okay, oh my gosh,
He was a manager who gambled on his own team.
Hey, how am I here?
Let-
You know,
let
and
me-
I'm like,
let me tell you back when-
and then it's my fault because I got lazy with it. I should have been all active and energetic. And said, I tell you what, I'm gonna give you a documentary on
You were
this.
done with it. You weren't that worried about it,
Right.
You know.
Can I
was
tell
trying
you
to include her in what we were doing.
when he played, which you may find this strange because I've brought this up several times
Right.
about Pete Rose. When he played, I really wasn't a fan of his because I wasn't a big Red Machine
I
fan.
was. That was my team.
And
I
he
loved it.
annoyed me when he was playing against my teams because he was so good.
I loved
And he never looked cool in what he did. He had a bowl haircut. And he ran funny and he slid goofy and
Just outworked
he batted strange. But when he came up to bat, if your team was playing him, you think, oh God, here comes Pete Rose.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
now?
Right.
He's going to do something to get on base.
No,
in a clutch situation,
Oh,
he's going to
yeah.
deliver.
You just hit on something, Bubba. Let me tell you, my strange experience with Pete Rose was that I actually liked the Big Red Machine, but I thought he ruined it. I thought he was the least coolest, hippest
No,
player.
you're right about that.
And I was like, I can't stand the way he looks. I
He
don't
was
like
no
his,
Johnny Bench.
I don't
He
like.
just-
I don't like his batting stance. I don't like any of this.
Yeah, and he hustled to the point of being ridiculous. Now there were other players on
He invented the head first
Cincinnati
line.
that I thought was cool. Johnny Bench was cool. Joe Morgan was cool.
Dave Concepcion.
George Foster.
Remember Dave Concepcion?
Yeah. Oh,
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. We are thankful that you are here. Bubba out, Lord willing, back tomorrow. So let me update you on some things that are going on. Hello, Starkville, Mississippi, 96.1, Laser 96.1, Thurlow and the gang. The Man Church team is rolling into Starkville next weekend. We'll be there. Speaking of college campuses, on the Mississippi State University campus, we'll be at Bettersworth Theater. The real Greg Burgess is going to be with us, and we'll all be headed that way, and the entire team for our next Man Church conference. It is almost sold out. I'm trying to get a ticket update. As a matter of fact, we get them on Tuesdays. Today, Granger Smith will be speaking. If you haven't heard his story, fascinating. Also, we'll have James Spann. A lot of you listen to James here on the program, and you listen to him in different parts of the country. He's going to tell his incredible story. We'll have Scott Dawson speaking there. That's just, and then I'll be speaking along with Andy Blanks as well. Chuck Hooten leading worship, and it's going to be really, really cool because this Bettersworth Theater is just 1,000 seats. So it's going to be the way that is set up, man. We're going to be in worship. I mean, I love what we did at Samford, but this year in the Wright Center we went a little bigger venue, so we could allow more men to be able to come. But this is kind of back to kind of how it was last year in Oxford. 1,000, 1,200 seat theater type setup, and it's an old theater, so should sound really good in there as well. So if you don't have your tickets, you can still grab them. I think there's still some available at themanchurch.com. And of course, we also announced when we kicked off our season this year in Birmingham at the first Man Church Conference, which was a few weeks ago, we had a new resource, Sin Always Matters. It's a brand new 31-day devotional that I just wrote, and it's the cost of sin and the power of grace, and it's taking on the topic that if we don't understand how God sees sin, we will always cheapen grace. And Sherry and I are actually going through it as husband and wife right now, because I know it won't shock you. I wrote some of this so long ago I didn't remember all of it, and going back through it has once again been very convicting. So if you want to get that, it's available at themanchurch.com, burgessministries.com, or Amazon. All right, so talking about yesterday, so we did do the Man Church Conference at Samford, not this past weekend, but the weekend before. So anyway, but I was invited back, and I was trying to fully comprehend what I was going to do. And it was a great honor that I was able to go, and there's a class there at Samford now, which I think is super important, and the class is called Christian Leadership, okay, and it's relatively new. They got about 80 students involved in that. These are students that are going to be going into Christian ministry, but many of them are wanting to do, which is why I guess I was invited, kind of what we do. They're not going into what you, let me put, like for instance, we don't do Christian radio. We're Christians who do radio. And there's nothing wrong with Christian radio. It serves a purpose and a very important purpose. But it really wasn't our call, because we wanted to continue. And it is a tough tightrope. And sometimes we get it right, sometimes we don't, where you live out your faith wherever God puts you in the secular world. And so I was coming in to kind of talk about, how we do that, and really went through the whole genesis of how that happened, how when I first started the show, I was not a follower of Christ, and then when you become a follower of Christ, the things throughout time where adjustments had to be made, saying, look, I just don't feel good about the 13 working days of horror, and we were kind of walking through what that's like to do that. And I will tell you, and I've seen this a lot. I don't know, because we all have kids that are different ages, and Helmsy and Adler still have younger kids, but Greg and Speedy and me, we all have adult kids. But there is a generation that's coming, I think, of now there's the good and the bad. I think that they're the ones who have rejected the faith. Cultural Christianity, which in the Bible Belt took a lot longer than other places, is starting to kind of be eradicated. Mm. And what you find, and I even see this as my kids come down from 34 down to 22, and my youngest always tells me I don't know his age. I think he'll be 23 in May, I think. Mm. But anyway, so you're right. He's an old soul, so I always think he's older than he is. But anyway, so that I can see even the difference in their ages where that line is, and they're either completely, this is the bad part, they either completely reject the faith, they don't play games with it. They don't pretend, or they don't do any cultural version of it, or they're all in. Like a commitment to sexual purity in young people that, frankly, I never saw. It's pretty new. At one time, no one even considered that. Of course, still claiming we were all Christians and all that. But they're either really, really dark, or they're really devoted to their faith. That middle ground's kind of going away, which can be comforting, but at times, of course, if you go on the other end, it can actually be. I do agree they see evil that we didn't see.
Sure.
But they also see devotion that we didn't see. Mm. And so it was really fascinating to talk to these students and their questions, because we love a Q&A. Yeah. Their questions were really, really good, and I got a lot out of it. So got a chance to do that, and I enjoyed being with those students. And so the professor that brought me in, I wonder if I should mention his name or not. Would he want to be associated? But it's Kevin Blackwell, and he's a big fan of the show.
Thanks, Kevin.
So he and a couple of other professors that were there, and I'll tell you, there's a show tie-in to one of them. But anyway, so they decided afterward. He said, "Look, we're not trying to be a bip," which connected me to him. He said, "But we actually go and eat lunch if you'd like to go eat lunch after." And of course, asking one of us to eat lunch, yeah. So
lunch.
Well, so I go into the lunch. Well, I realize pretty quick that where I'm going in, it's probably where the faculty eats.
Oh.
And
behind the curtain.
Conversation's going to drag.
Watch out. Here comes Oxford graduate. And so so I go in with my professor friends, and there's
your sociology degree.
Toting that sociology degree and toting it proudly. Not sure what it means, but toting it.
Yeah.
And so I go in, and I realize pretty quick that there's kind of another area that's a little more private. And I knew when I looked in there and I saw
got
one
the popular table and the unpopular
I
table.
saw one.
like high
I saw
school?
somebody in there eating with a gray beard, and I knew who he was. I recognized him, Dr. Robert Smith, which is one of the most intelligent men on the planet. And then I noticed sitting at the table with him is a friend of mine, and you know him too, by the way, Helms. And so I get excited. You know what I'm thinking? Hey, there's Brian.
And I'm going to be loud.
Yeah, and so I go ahead and I say, hey, like, and I saw the face.
Like, what are you doing here?
He looked at me like, oh no. It's almost like he wanted his relationship with me to be away from there.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of
get
like,
it.
I'm like, hey, look. And he can't believe that he sees me in this environment, because this is kind of a no Rick environment.
Yeah.
And now some people have brought me in. And of course, I'm ready to get loud in there. And I really,
Would you say it's probably the last person he would ever think would
yes,
be walking in?
100%.
Yeah.
I when he saw me, I thought for a minute he'd seen Bigfoot. I mean, it's like and I kind of think that he didn't know what to do. I could tell he was I watched him make a decision. Do I look at these guys like, I don't know why this guy's so excited? Or do I go ahead and acknowledge that I know
what's
this
his
guy?
reaction?
And I will tell you, it was a little awkward to begin with. I kept waiting for the, come on out, how you doing? And I saw him kind of look down and start eating again. I'm like, uh-oh. Of course, I didn't let that go.
Yeah, all those guys.
Ken
those guys.
Griffey Sr.?
Yeah, they were all excellent players. Joe Morgan pumping that bat up for him. And Pete Rose looked like a complete nerd out there, but he just was annoying at how hard he played, and he got great results.
Of course, now they have checked, and I think they were hitting a trash can.
Well, there was that.
Yeah, they let him know what pitch was coming.
Greg, that's funny.
Yeah.
But I mean, the big story was that Bubba's talked about this for years, and suddenly Trump has started talking about it. That was the story.
And a lot of people have Trump's, point of view on it too.
Well, I'll tell you one William Edward Bussey II does.
Yeah. Look, I understand he broke the rules. Put a black mark next to his name, but what he accomplished on the field was unbelievable.
I just wasn't ready for Trump to weigh in on it.
Well, he got through the impeachment, Rick.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll be back. 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we got a Bernie Sanders deal here. The Burnster is
feel the burn, Rick. Feel the burn.
Hey, look, you talking about? Hey, wait a minute. You talking about the leading candidate?
I'm the leader, Rick, proudly for the Democratic nomination.
I love that the hands go with it every time, because it has to. It has to. It certainly has to. Well, how about this?
And I'm beginning to look more like him, too. That's beautiful.
Hey, O'Hara's coming in.
He's 78 years old and has actually, Greg, suffered a heart attack.
Yeah.
Back in October during the campaign event. I
forgot about that.
Yeah, they did happen. I remember that. Yeah. But anyway, he's got some stents, and he's saying that he is not going to release his full medical records.
Well, Rick, why should I do that? Just so Trump can abuse it.
It's
so good.
You got that down, by the way. It's getting better. You've been working on it.
You see him all the time.
You're right.
Yeah.
He's just everywhere.
And he's mad. He's always mad.
He is mad.
Always mad.
And he's got.
I want to address the dairy farmers, or at least the protesters thereof.
Yeah. Hey, Sanders had a heart attack. So. But here's what is kind of weird. Of course, really having Bloomberg in the race is like a dream for, now remember, he's a professed socialist. He's not really a socialist.
No, Rick, he's a self-made billionaire.
Because what does he do now? All he does now is talk about him buying the election. I mean, that's all you have to do now.
Yeah.
Well, it's I don't know how to break it to Bern, but I mean, I can put all the ads out there in the world, but I mean, it's people vote for me normally because they think I
Rick, I hate it when a billionaire and a millionaire get into a tussle.
It's not very socialist, is it? Well, yes, it is. It's the ruling class.
Yeah.
But anyway, he says Bloomberg is an egomaniac billionaire.
Yeah.
But remember, Sanders has also said that that he felt like that people have a right to know about the health of a senator. And somebody who's running for the president of the United States, but he said
That
on
was
Tuesday,
till it was me, Rick.
right now. But on Tuesday, he backpedaled and said that they have released.
How about them dairy farmer complaints?
Can somebody get upset about that again, please?
Their heart appeared to be in good shape.
Right.
I offered to check a few.
Well, there you go. But anyway, he said that he's released enough documentation, and as much as any other candidate has. And he says that he has letters from the cardiologists and doctors said he's in good health. I think we've released a detailed medical report. I'm comfortable on what we've done. Well, yeah, you're comfortable with it because you've released what you want to.
Yeah. I released all the good stuff.
By the way, you know when I'm comfortable when people let me do what I want.
Yeah. Well, you know, Bloomberg.
Rick, did you give us everything you wanted to? I did. I'm comfortable with that.
Bloomberg.
I bet you are.
Will actually be in the debate. Is it tonight? That they're in. Was it Vegas? Where they at?
He's in.
Vegas.
Where's the traveling show at?
So
Vegas?
this is where Bloomberg starts his real run now.
Well,
right?
you will see all of the people on stage take a strange turn from attacking Trump to attacking Bloomberg, because he is going to look like the most normal person up there, really.
Oh,
Right.
yeah. He's trying to buy the election.
Yeah.
If you don't mind him buying the election, Bubba, you bumbling idiot.
I saw Bernie's campaign manager
I feel the bird.
said that Fox News is more fair and balanced than MSNBC.
Oh, they've already
when it
started
comes to
now.
their campaign. Yeah, which is crazy to say that MSNBC isn't treating Bernie fairly, but Fox News is.
Yeah,
I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah, that is funny. I want to apologize to
Well,
Adler.
they're pulling for me.
I want to apologize to Adler before I say this because I don't mean this to be anything derogatory.
Okay.
But there seems to be a lot of focus on Bloomberg's height. Is he tiny?
Yeah.
How tall?
He's 5'8".
Yeah.
Is he?
He's not that tiny, but he is
really,
5'8".
But did he really want a box
He
to stand
did.
down, or did Trump?
Yeah,
make
no.
it?
He did. He
I
wanted
thought-
He's 5'4" if he's a foot.
Right.
But
Here we go, guys. We're back. No Bubba today. I do want to point you to ReliefFactor.com. Take it every single day. Love the product. Many of you are loving it. 1 million of you have tried it. 70% of you said, I see results that are so impressive, I am still on it. All natural, 4 botanicals. If you've got, the aches and pains of life, and you're chasing after it with the over-the-counter pain meds, they're not designed to be used like that. Careful. And do we want to talk opioids? I don't think we do. Raise your hand if you know people that those have destroyed their lives. My hand is up. So how about something all natural, and hopefully that's the answer. And it has been for so many. I love the product. You can get it right now by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Go to Relief Factor. I'm sorry, I'm doing earbuds. Guys, y'all don't let me do that. And here's what's sad. No one said, Rick, you're talking about earbuds. The Relief Factor. I just did buyraycon.com.
did I slash it off? Did I mark it? I might be on me.
Wait a minute.
No. I totally did it on my own. It's 100% on me.
You had it right until the website, Rick. You were good all the way until the website.
I was rolling to the website.
Yeah, just the website.
Well, maybe they're
I
listening
wasn't
to
paying
this
attention. I love
ad
that.
on their Raycons.
No, let me tell you what's hilarious. I just told
It's
Greg.
a tie.
I just told Greg in the break, and this is one way to do it. Give the wrong website. I just told Greg. I said, these sponsors have been with us a long time. I'm always looking for new, fresh ways to talk about it. Well, here's one.
There you go.
By the way,
confuse it with another sponsor.
I do love those earbuds too. Especially, what if you're pain free and have great earbuds? Go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com.
Yeah.
I've been doing this so long.
You're working out because you're pain free listening
That's
to
right. Yeah, that's right. $19.95 get you 3 weeks.
I think you did it.
If you can call them, you can. 1-800-4RELIEF. 1-800-4RELIEF, or go to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button, and hopefully you'll be part of that 70% that it works for you.
Rick, I believe you freshened it up.
I freshened it up. There you go. Greg handled.
And done.
Done.
Success.
So anyway, I'm at a place of higher learning yesterday. Gave a lecture
Got some tea.
Lectured a little bit.
Had a little bit of tea for lunch.
Saw my dear friend Dr. Robert Smith, and so, but my buddy of mine, Brian, I could tell I was in his world,
calling him out,
well, yeah, he knows who he is, and I'm like, Brian, don't be embarrassed of me, but I could tell for a minute he was like, oh gosh,
what's he gonna do?
Here comes this. I didn't want people to know I knew him, and so I sat out there uncomfortably, kept waiting for Brian to come out because I didn't think I should enter into the sanctum,
right?
Where the highest of the high learners are in there. You're very prestigious, highly educated men with gray beards, and so eventually Brian, I would say sheepishly, walks out of there because he realizes he's corny. He has to acknowledge me. His face when I peeked around the corner, hey man, his face.
Rick, it would have been like if we were, say, at a meeting with Summit Media and David from Louisville showed up.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry,
David. Hey, Rick.
Greg.
Hey, Rick, how you doing? I got a song for you.
That is sadly accurate.
You know what I think it is? I don't think he was embarrassed of you.
Mm-hmm.
I know how valuable Dr. Smith's time is. Like, you don't just get those moments with him. Maybe you do, but I would just think, I know who you're talking about with him, and I would feel like if you had an opportunity to sit down with him, you wouldn't want to waste a second.
Right.
And he thought you were about to steal those seconds from him.
Well, now
See, I have a
it.
different role. I do think he was embarrassed because it's like
embarrassment would be the word. Uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even think that. I just think he was locked in a moment that he's probably been waiting for a very long time.
Yeah,
and you're about to take that time away from him.
Here comes Loud.
Yes.
Here comes Loud.
Look, nothing
now
against
that
you
I've got
personally.
the chance
Yeah.
with Dr. Smith,
Yeah.
Rick has walked in and about to steal all that time.
All right, now I'm going to turn.
That makes sense.
I'm going to turn Speedy to jelly in a minute concerning Dr. Smith.
Oh, Rick, don't do this.
You
Don't secondhand it.
You didn't walk up and be like, "What's up, Doc?" Nothing like that.
I said, professors are all up in the house.
Yeah.
Give me a doctor.
That's good.
And I did the joke, and I knew it embarrassed Brian. I'm an Oxford graduate.
Yeah, did you use that one?
I did.
That's okay.
Oxford High School. So anyway,
Studied at Oxford.
Yes, I
Really?
did.
Yep.
I shouldn't do this to you because I know you just had a stress test yesterday, but we need an update on.
He had everybody over there confused.
Greg, you don't even know. I don't
really
think you
did.
know the story. I think Helmsy knows it if he'll remember it. It's horrifying. It is a terrible, 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 uncomfortable story. Okay? So when we first started what is now themanchurch.com, I was just doing it at the local church, Shades Mountain. So I was in charge of getting speakers every quarter to speak at man churches. And then we were trying to figure out what is now the curriculum, but we didn't have it figured out yet. So, I don't even like reliving this, which makes yesterday even more uncomfortable for me. How about this? This is so bad, I don't even know if I want to tell it because it's horrible. It's horrible.
Oh, tell it.
Horrible.
Look over there.
All right, listen to what Helms just told you about Dr. Robert Smith, one of the most sought-after teachers. He is a preacher's preacher. He teaches preaching. He is phenomenal. He is highly educated, extremely talented, and to book him to speak is big.
Yes.
Keep that in mind. So about a year out, I booked him for a man church. Oh, I dread this.
Oh, no.
I dread Rick, you idiot. You stupid, stupid man. So anyway.
Beating yourself up.
Oh, Greg, just wait.
Oh, no.
He's locked and loaded. Okay.
Got it.
Y'all know me.
Coveted.
I should not be in this role that I was in. Y'all know that.
Yeah.
If y'all want a hype man, I'm your guy.
Yeah.
If you want the guy keeping up with the tales and getting people hotel information, all that, I'm not the guy.
It's not your gift, right?
It's not my gift. So anyway, it was a long time, but the only way you're going to get him is book him a year out. It's the only way. Look, Greg's face is starting to get
That's why Brian probably booked him 6 months out.
That's why you
to have lunch.
And then here comes Beard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loud Beard.
Here comes Calhoun County.
Yeah, he's some reason wandering around Samford.
What is he doing? Why is he even on the campus?
Right. Why is he in here?
Right. He's been here twice in 3 weeks. So anyway, so as time comes around, I am rolling along. I've got my whole year ready for the new year. I'm hunting at Wingo's. Don't miss that.
So you're not even
Don't miss it.
around.
I'm coming back for that man church will be that Sunday night. So I'm coming back on Saturday sometime to get back, but I'm going to be at church on
Doing a
Sunday.
little hunting.
But keep in mind where Wingo's place is. Rich Wingo's hunting land, I've never been there on the way that I didn't see a car burning on the side of the road.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. It's like once you go past a certain level, it's like,
where people go to hide.
Once you go in there, you're going to be there.
There's no law and order out there. And you don't know what creatures you may encounter. And there's no sale.
If Bigfoot's in Alabama, he's there.
He is.
Once again, this will involve Brian Gill, unfortunately, who was embarrassed of me yesterday. So, and maybe this is why. This is about to make the Dr. Robert Smith thing even more uncomfortable.
I know.
Do you remember this story?
Yeah, I do.
So I have James Merritt out of Atlanta booked to speak. So I'm coming on back. Man, sure, it's all handled. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I'll get back. Coming back tonight. Going to be church tomorrow. Man, church tomorrow night. Yeah. All of a sudden, I get a frantic call from Brian. Rick, I just got a call from Dr. Robert Smith's handlers. And they're wanting to know what time he's supposed to be there tomorrow night, and they're checking into the hotel. And I went, oh, my gosh.
What?
Oh, my gosh. I forgot I booked Dr. Robert Smith.
You double booked.
I double
booked?
I double booked.
Oh, no.
And they're both here?
And they're both here.
Do they have hotel rooms? No.
Well,
one of them gets to stay in it.
Yeah. So I call Dr. Robert Smith.
No. Was this little Rick? How could he even hear you?
From Tishuby. Bad sale. Hey! Dr. Smith, yes, Rick, just settling in.
Oh,
hey,
no. Come on, Rick. You got to be better than that.
We couldn't get here today because we came from Cincinnati. Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. When he said they came from Edward County.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Rick. I wish you'd never hear me. And so,
what are you gonna do?
I can't find Cincinnati on a map.
I mean, and so I say,
I'm so uncomfortable. This has already happened.
I'm so sorry.
You went there?
I'm so sorry.
4 so's?
So many sorries. And I said, but I'm going to talk to Dr. Merritt and cancel him. You speak. Now we haven't promoted that.
Rick,
everybody's coming
to the very classy Dr. Robert Smith immediately says, under no circumstances do I want you to cancel James. I will just not do it. I'll visit family while I'm here. I'm sorry we got crossed up, and just go ahead and leave him in the slot. And I'm sorry that this happened, and please don't worry about me. And all I am is worried about it.
Yeah.
And I think
and then he hangs up and looks at somebody and goes,
here's this
idiot
guy who I'll never be able to book again, never.
Oh no,
because Rick. I have turned this, and now I've embarrassed Brian, who is a colleague. I've embarrassed the church. I've embarrassed myself. I've embarrassed Dr. Smith. And James Merritt's just rolling over from Atlanta.
Rick, there's a lot of embarrassment.
There's a lot of embarrassment.
There's a
there.
lot.
Yeah. So
you had a great hunting weekend.
You're right.
Of course, you killed something.
Of course, my time with Wingo was awesome. but if you will look now put that in yesterday's encounter.
So you hadn't talked to
He's
him
thinking
since
there's
then?
that guy.
No, I have seen him since then, and he is nothing but classy about it. Nothing but classy about it. It just still is bad. No matter how well he handles it, it doesn't make it okay.
No.
And you think I didn't get keep in mind how respected he is in Baptist church circles.
Mm-hmm.
So then I've got to face the pastor. Did you double book Dr. Smith? I mean, I got in all kinds of stuff. I mean, I should have been.
Who had you in charge of that anyway?
I don't know.
Come on.
So now put that on my table.
Oh, man, I didn't know that.
And here I come all up
in
in the lunch yesterday. Hey, Dr.
So
Smith.
let me ask you a question.
Where's that guy that double booked me?
No, this is what I said.
Please
I said you may not remember me. Quote from Dr. Smith. Oh, no, I know you.
Oh, I got you there, buddy.
Just want to reintroduce myself. No need.
Your name's come up a lot in my conversation.
Hey, no need.
As I retell the story.
I know he said he had family. Please tell me he needed to be in Birmingham that weekend.
He did not.
No, Rick.
But he did have family. He did have family.
That's the only way you can look at it. No, it's not.
I know.
Which tells you.
Oh, man.
Family got a lot more Dr. Smith time.
Yeah. More than they bargained on. Cincinnati, Rick.
Oh, Rick.
Oh, my God.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This man, line second.
Will he have a box
Little
tonight?
tiny second. But anyway.
Mini Mike is 5'8".
Yeah.
Okay, that's not very tall.
It's not. It's not.
Well, if they put out 5'8",
For a
you
dude.
know he's not that tall.
For a dude.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, a woman 5'8", sure, but I mean a dude. That's yeah.
Just in like for future, when you're referencing like any short person in general, you can just leave me out of it.
Okay. Okay.
Where did that voice come from? Who is that?
Well, Adler, you know what? I'm going to say.
Am I hearing things?
Let's make a truce as
Give
well.
me that record again.
Adler, anytime you're talking about people that are overweight, you don't have to include me and Bubba.
And anytime y'all are talking about somebody that's cheap, that you don't have to refer to
Okay,
me.
are we going to start this where now any area?
I don't want to do all that.
Yeah,
No, that's too much.
To me, the
Carry
joy
on with whatever you had with me.
Yeah, the joy is including all of us in it. I think.
Yeah,
but you're right, Adler. I will. Thanks you, buddy. That's a good note.
But yeah, I guess he wanted to be the same height as everybody standing there, and not little man behind the podium.
Well, I don't
think anyway he's
tall?
5'8". I don't think he's 5'8".
Well, that's what Wikipedia says he is. I looked it up because I was wondering the same thing.
But he can type in he's 5'8" in Wikipedia.
What's wrong with like taking it and running with it on the slogan? You know, Bloomberg, little man, big plans.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
little man, big ideas.
Yeah,
little man, big heart.
How about that? Little man, big bank account.
Look, that's what I was finna say. You want to make fun of him? He go, I tell you what, look how big my bank account is.
Well,
I may be 5'8", Trump, but my bank account's a lot bigger than yours.
You know, the fact that he is a little bit tiny, you think he won't go to the bank account in a second?
Well, yeah, he's using that a lot.
Yeah,
that's
little
his,
man syndrome.
That's his sports. That's his sports card.
Well, he's gonna drain a little of that bank account doing all this.
He's
buying the election.
Yes.
He
seems to not care.
It's good for the economy.
I don't think he does. He said he's going to spend
good
whatever
for
it takes.
good for the advertising business.
No, it's very good. Matter of fact, if y'all want to laugh,
our stations are taking the money just as fast as they can.
Listen
go.
to this. If you want to laugh your head off, I went to watch the Rick and Bubba University podcast from this past weekend with Reese Davis.
What's a podcast?
On YouTube. Do you want to know what ad? You know what ad ran before I could watch it?
That'd be Bloomberg.
Bloomberg.
He's throwing it out there.
Yeah, he is.
Is that similar to the moving pictures?
When we come back, it is
Marconi was a good friend of mine. I love that man.
He lived 2 houses down.
He was 2 houses down. I used to hear his radio broadcast.
When we come back, we'll do the.
Rick, the president is headed to visit India on the 24th of this month, and Indians there have voiced fears that Donald Trump could be attacked by monkeys when he visits the Taj Mahal next week.
Do y'all hear this? Do y'all realize Bubba has a story in his hand right now, and they're trying to figure out what's going to happen if monkeys attack Donald Trump's entourage as he visits the Taj Mahal?
Monkeys harassing and attacking tourists have become a major problem at India's most famous landmark, with guards employing catapults and slingshots to try to fend them off. Trump will have the elite protection, of course, of the Secret Service when he visits, but locals fear that a large swarm of monkeys could be impossible to control.
Mm-hmm.
If such a large troop of monkeys attack Trump's entourage, it will be a disaster, one resident told the newspaper. One member of the Central Industrial Security Force said that the catapults used by the guards would be completely ineffective against a large gang of monkeys.
Now, the reason why they don't gun them down is because of their beliefs these could be relatives, correct?
Yeah, I don't really know what the deal is.
No, I think that's it. I think they just tried to.
They tried to sterilize them. They had a $200,000 sterilization program, I guess, where they darted them and did little monkey vasectomies on them or whatever.
Oh, boy. All right.
And the measure has failed.
Didn't think I'd hear that today.
Monkeys overcame it.
Yeah, the terror of the monkeys is so persuasive that women and children are scared of going up on their roof at their own home, which has been taken over almost completely by monkeys in the city.
But and I may be wrong, but I know that there's a reincarnation aspect
right.
of the,
I'm sure that's
of the Hindu faith, and I think some of these monkeys are held in high regard, like they are ancestors, and so my deal would be, I'll tell you how you can get the number of monkeys down is you got to wipe out a certain amount of them, and so what they're saying is, could we possibly be setting ourselves up on the world stage that there be a dilemma that over here are people's, spiritual, religious convictions about monkeys, but the danger to a United States president and the Secret Service saying no one attacks the president, even monkeys. We're back. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. So anyway, as embarrassing as I'm sure that was for some people yesterday, I am honored that got a chance to come speak to those students. So Professor Blackwell, thank you for being a fan of the show and let me be part of that yesterday, and thank you for a delicious lunch. All right, so and we can move on. I'd like to move on because reliving that one hurt just a little bit. We do have an update on a story that we brought you yesterday because we did not understand. We didn't understand why Cam Newton had a witch hat on or a pilgrim hat of some kind, and we didn't understand why people attacked him at the 7-on-7 tournament. So, but it looks like we have a little update on this one. Update. It's Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. So coaches involved. So these were coaches.
Yes. One of the 7-on-7 teams.
Yeah, and Cam Newton fight reveal what caused the viral brawl with the former NFL QB. And the bottom line is this: nobody's going to let you go around disrespecting.
That's right.
All right, so that's the bottom line. So if you want to know why the fight broke out, because ain't nobody going to let you go around disrespecting. Can we unpack that a little more? It looks like two of the men involved in the brawl with Cam Newton, we saw it yesterday. We know it's all over social media. They have now broke their silence on the fight, claiming the former NFL quarterback triggered it by trash talking them. This word trigger is becoming very, very popular.
Yeah, it is.
You're triggering me. That triggers me. Trigger this, trigger that.
Doesn't that just fall over and made me mad? Don't it just kind of fall
I hope it does because
we just use a new word for it.
I know we're using the word trigger to bring more severity to it, but can I caution everyone? If you're triggered by something, that's abnormal. If you're bothered by something, that's not.
Yeah.
But this word trigger is
what
used.
What you said made me mad. I didn't like it.
Yeah, that trigger word is used inside mental health.
Yeah, trigger means that you went crazy and lost total control.
Correct.
And, you know.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we used to say, you don't have to be so butthurt about it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right. I don't know where butthurt and triggered.
Yeah, right.
Well, triggered.
They're about the same.
Triggered is a word that we used at one time, as y'all all just said, inside mental health.
Oh, like someone had a collapse and just went, you know, did something.
And he was triggered.
Now we're just throwing around triggered if it's just like, I don't like that color.
Yeah.
That triggers me.
Yeah.
I think it triggers you. If it does, you need help.
Somebody talking trash to you makes you mad, but I don't.
It doesn't trigger you.
No, it doesn't.
But anyway, they're saying that that Cam apparently Cam Newton has a 7-on-7 team that plays at these as well.
Yes,
and that he was up on the hill trash talking their team.
Yes,
is that correct?
According to those two coaches.
According to these coaches, and
they went and confronted him, and that led to an altercation.
Okay.
Because somebody got triggered.
Right. Well, let's just say triggered. Let's say butt hurt, like Adam said earlier. or let's, triggered, I'd like to see if we can move off this overuse of trigger. I sure
it's
would
very
appreciate
overused because it's almost like
you're
you get a
me.
pass because you were triggered.
That triggers me. Well, then you got problems.
Yeah.
Does it does it annoy you? Well, that's pretty normal.
Yeah.
Okay, you can be annoyed by it. Don't use the word trigger.
They use trigger to excuse bad behavior after
exactly.
that.
Yeah,
you triggered
I was
me.
triggered. I was not in
fault.
control.
Yes.
Maybe you just don't have control of your emotions.
Correct.
Maybe you have a temper.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I was triggered a lot as a kid.
Boy, you were. You were. So they said that he was sitting up on top with all his kids around him under a tent, yelling down at us. Hey, I know that play. That's my stuff. I taught y'all everything you know. I'm y'all daddy. I make y'all. I made y'all.
Well, hey, Rick, you got me there.
That's what it says.
I love how they write the story actually how it was told.
I'm the reason for everything y'all got going on. And he just keeps yelling this stuff. And he said that if you're walking up a flight of stairs and you see a 6'6" guy grab your little brother trying to throw him down some stairs, you're going in. You're going to intervene. So I guess that was the first kid that tried to say, hey, man, quit trash talking us. And he said Cam threw him down.
Yeah, and so his brother sees him and says, hey, I'm in. I guess the two coaches are brothers. Or as he just referred to him.
Well, I know the one guy that came in
Maybe
late, it was like out of nowhere. I think he came up late coming up the steps and saw there was just a fight going on, and he realized, hey, that's my crew. What's going on? And so he tried to
they're
jump
fighting
in.
a big, tall pilgrim. Then he realized,
right. At one time, I looked up and a giant pilgrim threw my brother down.
I don't know what was going on.
He was slinging them around, man. Good
But
gracious.
it looks like they're coming aggressively. Oh, okay. So it does pick up with him a hold of the guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had already started, and then these guys react to it. And then Cam's event, well, like I say, I think we're wrong. This isn't his sponsored tournament. He just happened to have a team.
Oh, it's just his team.
I don't know.
there.
I know
Okay.
that his foundation puts on these
Okay.
7-on-7
Well, maybe it is.
tournaments,
And he has a team.
he also has a team.
Got it.
You know, the way that hat is and how his hair is coming out of the top of it, it's almost like somebody could make a comment, you got snakes in your head. And,
Oh,
they're,
yeah.
and they're coming out the top of your head.
Medusa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, they say that Cam was trash talking and they weren't going to have it.
He confronted him, and then one thing.
And
led
one
to
guy
another.
confronted him, and he grabbed my brother, and he says, "If a 6'6" pilgrim has your brother, you have to intervene."
You got to, really. I hope if 6'6"
course,
pilgrim gets me, you help me out.
Of course, he's added trying to throw him down the stairs. Not sure that was happening, but
Maybe.
but
Kind of exaggerated
right.
that. but-
So anyway, so now we know this was a response to alleged trash talking, which included the following phrases: "Hey, I know that play. That's my stuff. I taught y'all everything y'all know. I'm y'all daddy. I made y'all."
I don't know if that's worth fighting over.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably
I
not.
don't know, Greg. Easy to say.
I'm y'all daddy is funny. I'm y'all daddy is funny.
Right, but
I'd have said my daddy wouldn't wear a hat like that.
That's a
what
good
I would've
one.
Said about
Oh,
it.
really?
You like my mother more.
Right.
Ooh.
You
that'd
like
been
that?
good.
I would say you keep.
Would you have screamed it from the field back
Yes.
up?
You know what I would have screamed?
Everybody had to hear it.
You know what I would have screamed? Keep wearing those hats. You ain't never gonna be anybody's daddy.
That's
Yeah.
that's a fact.
I'd be like, I'm gonna beat you up and your little dog too.
That's good.
Because he looks like
That's
the
no. That's
witch.
no. I had it. I was with you. I drafted
you
with
need
you
to
the whole
water
way.
that plant on top of your head.
Shouldn't your legs be sticking out of a house somewhere?
Where's the laptop?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You went all the way back to laptop.
I did. I don't know why.
Shouldn't you be eating turkey with the Indians?
Okay, that's good.
Oh,
That's
it's
good.
not
Pilgrim
bad.
look?
Yeah,
No,
that's not
Native
bad.
Americans, Greg, but besides that, it was good.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's true.
Don't trigger me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I'm so butthurt.
Oh, just not scream that.
Top of the hour.
Yeah.
866 We Be Big is our number. When we come back, Speedy took a stress test yesterday. How did it go? Might get in the 30th anniversary edition of the Giant Game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge today, too. We'll see. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Could there be a mowing down of monkeys that are held in very high regard by the Hindu people?
Rick, there could be a terrible international incident here because they will open fire on any threat to the president, monkey or not. They really don't care about what
Right.
the local belief is.
Monkey down.
They say the local forestry department has also been called in to help keep the monkeys at bay during his visit. They said that their best count, there is 500 to 700 monkeys living in and around the monument.
Don't let that number get away from you till you land on it a minute. You realize how many monkeys that is in one area? Now, if you want to say there's 700 monkeys in a region,
Yeah.
no, we're talking about 500 to 700 where he's going.
Yeah.
No,
you
Rick,
realize the numbers of monkeys that really is?
And they say the reason is
I wouldn't want there to
because
be enough
they-
to fill this room.
No.
Yeah, they
But this room can hold what, maybe 70 people?
Yeah.
maybe.
Mm-hmm. 70. How many monkeys you think we can hold in?
They say the monkeys
109.
forage for food, but they also have been fed by tourists, and they also now know of the Great Trash Can.
Mm-hmm.
So they come when visitors are throwing things away and try to see if there's anything to eat in it. So, I mean, this could be a terrible disaster, Rick.
I know.
mean,
Look, I told you I had an incident. Of course, it was baboons in Africa, but they'll come up to you and
the sheer numbers can get you.
I mean, but let's say that if you let's say they said between 500 and 700. So let's land that there's 610.
Right.
All right. So monkeys. What if 150 of them said, let's go, let's charge, let's go get food from these people, and somebody says, well, there's one that's got really funny looking hair. And I say, who cares? They don't know who the president is.
They could see his hair or something and get think,
could.
hey, we need to get. We all remember the great David Letterman game he used to play, Trump or Monkey.
What if they saw him walk up and said, oh, look, it's the Monkey King, and they go to worship him?
I know. You never know.
But back to our original point, if beloved monkeys charge a sitting president, they will be gunned down by Secret Service, don't you think?
And you have Melania will be with him too. So, that's and his entourage. No telling how many people. There'll be a lot of cars, a lot of pomp and circumstance with this.
And Rick, to answer your question, about 80% of India's population is Hindu, and they believe the monkeys symbolize
ancestors,
the
right?
god of power or something of that.
I know the
effect.
monkeys
So
are held in
they-
very high regard,
right.
because they let these monkeys run roughshod, and people bring they've set out. You know how they set out food for the gods.
Oh yeah.
Of course, you have to wonder sometimes when they come back and it's still there. But the monkeys can go eat that,
right?
And they do.
I mean, we think raccoons are a problem.
I
How
would
about a
much
monkey?
I would much rather be dealing with possums and raccoons than monkeys.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That opposable thumb is
Oh,
a
yeah.
game changer.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and we've been following something, and Speedy has done it again. I mean, Speedy.
I knew this
Look,
was just for me.
Let me tell you what
Yeah.
Speedy and I know I want to think that he cares.
I didn't even get on you yesterday when everybody's piling on you. Too.
Yeah,
That's what I was saying.
I want to.
This wasn't for you. It wasn't directed at you.
I think it's helping me though.
Bubba, here's
it's
the
all
thing.
for all of us.
I think this
it's
is
news.
Rick, this. No, look, Bubba.
It's newsworthy, Bubba.
No, just cookie crumbs.
That's on the front.
Rolling around in them.
And your lips from the cookie color, whatever you ate.
Bad time.
Icing.
Let's.
Did you call it a cookie color?
I don't know. I just got lost.
Whatever that.
I know. That's fine. That wasn't directed to you, though.
Bubba, I will tell you this. I think that Speedy also, because he'll subtly say things around us, I think he realizes we're his meal ticket. And he wants us to live as long as we possibly can.
I do.
Rick, I think if we
Rick-
take a vote in the room, we're all going to be in on that.
Rick, look
Yeah,
at
right,
me.
right,
Look
yeah,
at me.
yeah,
I
right.
do care about your health.
Hey,
I know.
I said yesterday, I want y'all on the Aussie mentality.
I know.
I want you doing shows until you're in your 70s.
I know.
Oh,
I know.
yeah.
And you look,
Sharon.
By the way, did we talk about Ozzy's DNA being tested yesterday?
I saw that article.
What?
He is a mutant. They say his DNA is mutant DNA.
What do you mean?
It means it's given him the ability to abuse his body with drugs and alcohol that normal people could not do.
So Keith Richards says the same thing.
Must be.
I guess so.
Must be.
The only thing it affects with Ozzy is his speech, evidently.
I know.
Sharon.
Sarah. So we start this hour, and Bubba and I are 55. Bubba will be 56. What, end of March? Is that right?
Yeah, next month.
Yeah. So
That's March.
Speedy has just conveniently laid out in our stack of stories today. There's a story, I guess, from these personal trainers.
Yeah, it's milestones that you should be at in every decade of your life.
Based on each decade, you should be able to do these physical requirements.
It's one of the top stories of the day.
I like this. It lets me know where I'm at.
Yeah.
I'm struggling here.
All right, let's jump
What
in.
I would like to
Let's
do
jump in.
is put a giant My Pillow in Speedy's lap and see how many sit-ups he can do.
Try it with the body
great,
pillow.
Bubba.
That or a beach ball.
Okay, so let's.
funny.
You know how hard it
This
is
is
to deal
not-
with a beach ball?
That's hard.
Yeah. All right. So Rick, we got an Australian whatever. No, not that. Okay, we got a fitness professional, personal trainers. They revealed the benchmarks you should hit at every age of your life, like Bubba just said, and it goes through every decade here.
Start with the 20s. Run through them, Speedy.
Oh well, okay. Let's see here where we.
And then
at?
we'll get to them.
There's
40s.
nobody here's in their 20s.
We had currently done
Yeah,
that.
I'd like to just stay with the 30s. But
Well,
in your
that's
20s,
people
you should be
listed.
able to run 5 kilometers. That's about 3 miles, or a little about 3.11 in less than 30 minutes. Deadlift half your body weight. Perform squats with ease and do 20 push-ups without stopping, either on your toes or your knees.
Okay.
All right. 30s. Now this is Adler. I want to see if Adler can do everything but
as
the
you
running.
read them off.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio in Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the world. Speedy, Greg, Helms, Adler, all here. No Bubba today as we roll into another one. So we're recapping a lot of yesterday. So we had Speedy worked into quite a frenzy.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for everybody that we sent him to that had to deal with him yesterday. Speedy had a stress test scheduled. We had you,
my goodness,
terrified.
Yeah.
We had you worked into a frenzy.
Of course, as good friends would do.
Had him convinced that it wasn't him that was scheduled. It was probably somebody else.
Right.
So did you get to the point where you got over there and you didn't even really understand what was going on at all?
Yeah, pretty much. And this
think
goes
he
back
didn't
to
ask
my
questions?
wife telling me I half listen to everything.
Sure, we all do.
I get in trouble all the time.
Yeah, me too.
If I know where the conversation's going, I want to go ahead and get to the end. I don't want to listen to the whole story.
No, me either.
And so through my doctor visits and physicals over the last few years, I've been told why this is scheduled. I just never really paid attention.
Right. Well, you don't want to think about it.
No, I don't. And so I was told, walk in. This is multiple floor complex, and walk in the bottom floor, which is not where I normally go. Sign in there, and then do you remember I had that ultrasound on the neck too a month or two ago?
They're doing all
think.
kinds of things to you.
What was that about?
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing.
Symptoms?
It's the same thing as they want to monitor blood flow through your neck as well.
Because you've been having problems?
No.
They're just doing a bunch of stuff.
So these two things were
It's
scheduled
like-
at the same time because, well, I'll get to that. But anyway, so I went to the wrong place that time. And they was like, no, you're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to be upstairs. Because I half listened to that too.
Well, I knew there was something wrong when you seemed to be suggesting, because at this building they have a gym that the public uses.
Yeah.
And you were almost suggesting they were going to do your stress test in a public gym. And I was like, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah. Oh, I had myself out there on a treadmill in my mind. So I
With
go
other
and-
people?
Yeah, well, I didn't know. I thought maybe
they're
they had a
supposed
little
to be
section,
monitoring.
that because they have a physical therapy section in there, and I thought, well, maybe around the corner I just can't see. That's where it's going to happen. That in my mind, that's what.
So you think you're going to be shirtless,
Right, yeah.
with the hair where they need to put these
Pretty much.
sensors
in there,
Pretty much.
all shaved, and you're in your boxer shorts, and you think you're just going to be in there in the middle
Right,
of the gym?
yeah, that kind of in my mind.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
looking
si-
back on it, that probably didn't make a lot of sense.
No, it didn't. So and I've got y'all talking to me as I'm signing in. Okay?
We're not convinced to me
I want to
you're
thank
supposed to
y'all
do
for that.
Sure. Well, that's our job. That's our job. Just here to help.
So I sign up, and then they okay, sit down, and we'll holler at you. We'll call you. I'm like, okay. And they said be there 15 minutes ahead of time. I was about 12, and I was hoping, man, I hope I'm not behind. So I sit down.
We're
I'm
about
looking.
3 minutes.
Hey, I'm sitting down. I'm looking behind me through the window, going, yeah, I wonder if I'll be on that treadmill. And I'm looking
There's
around.
people all in.
Oh, just so many people working out and stuff. And
All of
and-
them clothed.
Yeah,
Mostly.
and now I've got friends texting me that heard us talking about it. Hey, everything okay, man?
Oh, of course.
Gonna make it?
Hey, I did mine. You'll be fine. All that encouragement. So I'm sitting there and
Unlike here.
yeah, John Wilburn. So I'm
How
like,
they say
okay,
it?
yeah. And so
Why'd
I-
they say John Wilburn?
That's my first name, and that's what I'm
What?
in the system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I don't even know you.
I go by.
I just met
I
him.
go by my middle name, which kind of
I do
has
too.
something to do with this. So
I do
pay
too, and
attention.
It confuses
Yeah.
everybody.
So I go, and she said, "Okay, we've got you for this. Can I see your wrist?" And and she puts me like one of these things, like I'm getting admitted into the
well,
hospital.
just in
That's
case.
what?
And I'm
Just
like-
in
and so now
case.
I'm like, why do I need this if I'm being in the
In
gym?
case they got to get you
know?
over there.
In case they need to get you in.
She says, "Okay, well, so and so has ordered this," and I go, "Who? I've never heard of that name."
Right.
And I'm thinking-
they got him wondering.
I'm thinking, am I even supposed to be here?
How did you get there?
So I'm like, well, that's weird. And I said, well, no, ma'am, and I gave her my doctor's name. I said, he needs to, he's the one that ordered this, Well, yeah, it's the same, but so-and-so ordered it. And I'm like, well, so I said, just give me a second. So I stepped back and I called the doctor.
Rick.
The Speedy,
As if he had,
can you
if
not
the
let
doctor
this
had
go?
nothing going on.
Can't you
And-
just let this go?
Well,
Called him.
Hey, I'm down here. There's some confusion. Of course, now I know I'm the one that's confused. There's no confusion on the other end.
No, yeah.
Well, no, you're good. That's that's her first name. She goes by her middle name.
So everybody's going by their middle
So
name.
there is some confusion
Two
that
middle
comes up
namers.
from time to time. But no, you're good. It all comes through me.
So when a middle name user calls for a stress test for another middle name user,
Yeah.
it can really cause a problem.
it can.
Well, it
It
locks
can.
it down.
It can.
What it does, right?
Right. So
We're in neutral at this point.
So the lady says, she says,
Bye.
okay, well, the lady says, okay, well, if you just want to go around the corner, then they'll call you. I'm thinking around the corner, so I'm looking back in the gym, going, now,
Still thinks he's
Why
going
do
to
you
where am I
think they're
going
going
to
to do
the
a
gym?
stress test in
I
a
don't know.
public
Everybody else
gym?
is in there in
I
their
don't-
workout clothes.
Right. And I did change into some sweats and a t-shirt, and they told me to bring a jacket. And I'm thinking,
jacket?
And Terry said the reason why is because you're going to. Sometimes people get cold back there, and they might have you shirtless or whatever. I had in my mind that I was going to be half naked because of y'all.
Of
All right?
course.
So I didn't know.
Just doing our job.
So I go back
Look,
there.
look.
So I go back there.
Oh, I'm so
and-
glad you found that.
And I sit down, and I don't get called John much, except when I was in trouble
I
when I
may
was
start
little.
calling you John.
I think I will too.
And Terry will say John Calvin if I'm like she really needs something. And so
none of our business.
Well, and all of a sudden I hear John. And
why are
so
they talking like Kermit the Frog?
I don't know.
So Kermit the Frog's called you back?
Yeah. And so at first I don't answer, and then they go, Wilborn, and I'm like, that's me. Gotcha.
Special.
And so we get up and we go into some section that I've never
Not
been
the
to
public
before.
gym.
And I'm
You know
thinking,
why? 'Cause you've never
I
had a
almost
stress
wanted to
test
stop the lady and go, hey, you're confused. We need to be out there.
I'm back
You know,
there
but
on
I'm
the
like, well,
treadmill.
Can I raise my hand? Is it possible that maybe the people that do it every day know what's going on?
I'm starting to
versus
realize.
you who just
Don't
showed up?
forget, don't forget, he stopped everything so he could call the doctor like he had nothing going.
Well, I didn't know
breakfast.
who-
Breakfast is going to come. Don't
I
panic.
didn't. Well, Greg
It's already
keeps
there.
playing with me. He
It's
keeps
there.
looking over my shoulder.
It's there.
And that's what it looked like a little bit.
Greg, there he is. There's John Calvin.
And so I go down this long hall, and she's like, if you just want to sit right here, do you need to use the restroom or whatever?
Need
No,
to
I'm
lay
good.
one.
I'm good. And so I sit there, and for about 5 minutes, and I'm kind of, shifting around in my
You're
seat.
anxious. God love you.
And finally, the lady walks around. She says, "Hey, Mr. Wilburn."
I don't know
hey,
why you'd be
whatever."
anxious about this.
And I said, "Hey," she said, "You ready to exercise?" And I'm like, "Yes, ma'am."
Yeah.
I'm a
Did
little
you have
boy.
quiver voice?
A
She
little
said-
bit.
She said, "Now, John, calm down."
Yeah, John, come on over here.
Yes, I am.
I guess so. I'm confused.
So she brings me in, and then she starts talking, and then it all starts making sense. Because let's
Well,
go
you were
back.
doubting
Let's go
everything.
back to the original. I don't listen to anything.
No.
Half listen, whatever. The doctor's talking to me.
And your friends here are always so helpful.
Right, my last physical, and explaining everything to me, but I don't listen.
Right.
And she says, "Okay, so here's how it's going to work." And then she told me, "All right, I'm gonna hook you up. I need to," and she said, "I need you to pull your shirt up."
Oh.
And so I pulled my shirt up. And she went, "Oh my!"
You had 3 nipples.
Yeah. And she
Orangutan.
said, "She said, oh, we're gonna have to do some shaving."
Mhm.
And I was like, "Oh, yes, ma'am." And so she shaved some crop circles.
All right,
so
yeah.
everything, so
That
the
looks great.
EKG
How
things
did
will
they?
stick.
How did they address the third nipple? Did they ever bring any attention
She
to
did.
it?
And she
She
did.
clipped one of them clips on it.
She says, "How's that feeling?" No, I'm kidding.
Trying it from
Do you have?
itself.
Greg, do you even have feeling in this one?
Yeah, does that work?
Right. And how's that? No. And so she goes ahead and she shaves me up, and literally when she's in her hand it looks like I have shaved my Australian Shepherd.
Oh, no.
Wow.
There's so
If
much
he was
hair.
orange.
You tell her why you had to go ahead and shave my back.
All right, looks like Donald Trump just had a haircut.
Yeah. Greg, I did ask her. I said, "Could you hit my back real quick? Can I turn around?"
All right,
So when's the bypass?
when we come back, Greg.
Well, and I told him, I said, I have no real friends.
No.
Let me tell you what they've told me. And
No.
she just started laughing.
No, I remember that realization. I thought that everybody's friends were like mine. I realized, oh, wait a minute, I don't really have real friends.
No.
There's people who have really kind friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so they got you wired and ready to go?
Yeah. After she swept up my hair and put it in the garbage can, she said, "All right, here we go."
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When was the last to do them?
Yes. In your 30s, you should be able to run
Do the
5
exercise.
kilometers. Again, that's around 3 miles in roughly 30 minutes. Perform 20 burpees. So I want him to come in here
I
and do
don't like
20
burpees.
and push-ups back to back. Okay.
I don't like
Deadlift
burpees.
half your body weight and hold a plank for 1 minute.
Where do you see all that?
That's in your 30s. That's in the bold print
I
at the
see.
bottom of each age.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
I thought Speedy was making up
I
a
did
little
too.
routine for
I thought you were
Adler.
adding stuff.
Yeah. In your 40s,
This is
and
me.
this would be Helmsy.
Ooh, me too.
You should be able.
Greg.
you should be able to still be running between 3 and 5 kilometers. Okay, that's
I can't
two
do
to
5. I can do 3 to 4.
That's 2 to 3 miles
need some-
in
I don't
30
even like to
minutes.
drive 5 miles.
Deadlift half your body
I
weight.
get sleepy.
I don't know what that looks like.
Climb multiple flights of stairs without much difficulty.
Oh, I did that yesterday
All right,
on the
so-
stepper.
Now, what do you count as difficulty?
I know.
Is
Does that
gasping
mean,
for
like
air
probably
difficult?
without
Does
having,
that
to,
count?
without having to stop and bend over.
I
and-
don't know the body weight deadlift in question. I'll have to figure that
All
out.
right. In
Don't
your
do a lot of
Everything else I can do, but I don't know about the deadlifting half your body weight.
Okay.
in your 50s. Now this is the rest of the staff.
Meet me
here.
at 3 today. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
In your 50s, men should be able to do 15 to 19 push-ups and 20 to 24 sit-ups, while women should be able to do between 7 and 10 push-ups and 15 and 19
Equal,
sit-ups.
but
Is that all they're asking from us in our 50s? That's it.
What about the
That's
running?
it.
You ain't got to run?
And they do have a little
Thank
breakdown.
goodness.
They have a breakdown of what you should be doing,
I
like
can do
once a
that.
week, like compound exercises, multiple muscle groups at the same time, a couple of days a
Stretching.
week, and all. But I'm just giving you the
bottom line.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, I hate stretching. I always have.
Yeah.
And,
I know
and
it.
it shows now.
I don't
but
like
never
stretching.
Now,
have.
60s and 70s, and Bubba, listen to this because I know off air you mentioned you wanted to be able to play tennis in your 70s.
Well, at one time.
Yeah.
Now I just want to walk.
From your 60s onward, men should be able to perform 10 to 14 push-ups and 15 to 19 sit-ups, while women should be able to do between 5 and 10 push-ups and 10 and 14 sit-ups. And it stops there. It doesn't go into the 80s. So that's where we are on each decade of your life. It's a story from Daily Mail.
I feel okay.
All right, I'm going to go.
I got some work, but I feel okay.
I'm going to go back to this. I just realized that my doctor sees me in the 60s to 70s category. It's almost like he's given up on where I should be.
Oh, really?
Because I just remember I see this in this, and maybe it says this in the 50s as well. I remember the day of age that hit me the hardest. And, any of us who struggle with our weight, we know how a doctor's visit's going to go.
Yeah.
We're always going to be overweight, and they always need to do something, whatever. And I remember the day that I thought, so I'm in that category now. Hey, here's what I'd like from you. You obviously need to lose a little weight, but if you could just move around, with some intensity, 2 days a week for about a half hour. That's really at this point all you need to do. And then he said anything else you do after that is just some personal goal you set.
Right.
But as far as your health, could you just do that?
Yeah, I was told 20 minutes two times a week.
And I thought to myself, so I've just been kicked down to the lowest league there is.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm in the.
Well, Rick, I feel like I can do more, but every time I try to do more, something falls apart.
Well, I will tell you, your situation is exactly like mine was. I had to lose weight before I could really do any kind of exercising that mattered.
Oh, I know.
Because I could not physically do the things I needed to do until I lost weight.
Mm-hmm.
So then after I lost weight, then I started. This spring will be 3 years ago that I started doing something on a regular basis. I'm certainly not getting ready for any triathlons or anything like that, but it has helped me tremendously.
All right, this is funny because in your 50s, all right, I love the breakdown on some of the stuff. It says strength training and regular cardio are essential to fight off stiffness and joint problems like arthritis. This is the decade where aches and pains start to crop up. You think?
No. But here's the thing.
How many times do we come here and go, man, I don't know what's wrong.
I think I waited.
I don't know what happened.
I think I waited too late because it's exercise that makes mine hurt so bad.
Yeah.
That's true, Rick. I felt fine.
I feel better when I don't exercise, really. I never found the endorphin rush I needed.
Well, it's almost
the
like,
runner's high.
Yeah.
It's
Mine's
almost.
tied to cake.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, here's two questions people ask me that I think are. If I could just do a carte blanche answer for all of you that may be considering it. Two things there's no need to ask us, and certainly no need to ask me. So I guess, so did you ever get used to getting up that early? And so have you gotten to the point you kind of enjoy working out? No. To both of them.
Neither.
No. That's a no to both. I don't enjoy getting up when I get up, and I don't enjoy working out. No. I like the job I do. 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us today. We're recapping Speedy's stress test yesterday. When we went to the break, they've shaven the orangutan, and now they have the sensors on him. Are you now getting on the treadmill?
Yeah, they've, well, again, in my mind, y'all had me shirtless and half naked doing this.
That's what happened.
Yeah. And so when she said lift your shirt, I thought she was about to say take your shirt off.
Yeah, here we go.
But she said lift your shirt, and that's when she shaved some crop circles so that the little EKG stuff would stick.
Show us on camera.
It's hey, wow. She said I get a lot of blowback here from patients during the summer, like if they're about to go to the beach and I'm shaving their chest and they got just
But the only people that care about that are people that are nobody's dad.
Yes, their dads don't care about crop circles.
No, once you're somebody's dad, you're going to go out there on that beach in Sunday socks and crop circles.
Yeah. And it was only twice that the little trimmer bogged down like your lawnmower does. You know.
Oh yeah.
So she finally does that and cleans it up, swept almost like she was in a barbershop after you get a haircut.
Sure.
And
yeah.
it's just
You're a
hair
hairy
everywhere.
fella.
And so she goes ahead and connects everything, and then she explains, and I have told myself, you got to listen to what she's saying, because again, I don't listen. You know
why? Because you're asking questions.
Yeah.
Right, and all you can think about is how your heart feels.
Yeah. Well, y'all have
palpitating.
talked me in. I had no symptoms at all prior to the stress test. Y'all have talked me into everything. Right. You know.
Well, we were just concerned.
Was your blood pressure a little high?
Well, she hadn't connected that yet.
Okay.
So she goes through and she's done all that. Now she's connected everything, and then she gets something and wraps it around my chest so that it stays in place, and then she connects the blood pressure strap to my arm, and she says, now, don't be alarmed, but we're going to be, monitoring your blood pressure throughout this entire thing.
All that does is alarm you,
and it's gonna go up. Straight up. She says it's going to go up, but we're wanting all of this to go up. That's the point.
But that white coat syndrome.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
I know
it's real.
And I said, well, I work with a radio TV show around the corner.
You might have heard of me.
And I said, a lot of times we'll have appointments right after the show, and there's a joke about checking our blood pressure because it's always high.
Always high.
And then we sit here for a few minutes and it starts to go down.
You know me as John Calvin, but the public knows me as Speedy.
Well, I didn't say that.
And if your mom would have been with you, she would have let everybody know, but she wasn't.
She wasn't, and I didn't need to get on an elevator or anything. So she starts to check it, and the first time she checked it, it was a little high.
Sure, it was
out of my normal range. And she said, "Don't worry about that. I just shaved your chest."
That's why
she said. I mean, it's going to be up. I'm kind of getting you all strapped in and all that.
Excited.
And so your so-called friends, their voices are all in your head.
Yeah, she said, but what I'm looking for is that after you exercise, your blood pressure always goes down. And so she said, we're monitoring all of this. And she said, so what's going to happen is, and she starts talking about, so all these results will be sent to a cardiologist, and that's where, Greg, I had it wrong yesterday. I didn't know because I didn't listen.
I told you that.
And and they work back through your doctor, and it's all organized.
Your doctor's not a cardiologist.
And so she said, so that's kind of what we're doing. And she said, we're going to start at a slight incline, and it's in 3-minute intervals, and we're going to continue to go up. Intervals, excuse me.
Intervals. No, the intervals, now you need to be at the gastrointestinal.
Right.
Excellent.
Intervals. And she said, and we're going to turn the speed up, and the incline's going up.
Oh, I told you about that now.
Yeah, and she said, now the first one, she said, for you have longer strides. And she said, I mean, I'm not bragging. That's just the way it is.
That's just what happened.
Rick, they're a little thin.
Right.
Now, you sure these legs can hold up?
Right. And she turned the monitor. That
For some
was
reason,
me.
I'm craving pretzels.
Adler.
It's a
Adler,
guilty.
do you see the two middle ones in the middle of the chest? You ought to see those two crop circles on my chest right now.
Well, we could see them.
And so she said the first one might be a little more difficult. It's going to be easier for your very masculine wide stride to keep up with that level. So she said we're trying to get you to the 90% mark on your
That's gonna be in a few
heart rate.
Right. So stay in there, Mr. Salty. Here we go.
Right. And she said, now you don't have to take your shirt off. I would like no. And so we start going, and sure enough, I'm trying to. She said she turned the monitor to where I can see everything.
Oh no!
So now you're trying to control your breathing because you're like, and you're telling your heart, stay down, stay down, down. Now she said, hang on to these rails up here.
And of course, I know what you did.
And in my mind, I'm thinking.
I ain't getting on
I'm
the rails.
not doing that. And she said, most people want to swing their arms, but we require you to hang on. And I'm thinking, well, why is she telling me that?
Right.
I can do this, but I'm thinking also safety. You don't want somebody slung off the back. No. But I quickly
start popping the wheelie.
I quickly realized why she said that because every time in the intervals that we went up, it was harder and harder to stay at the front of the treadmill.
Oh yeah.
And so now I realize, okay,
you need that rail.
So we get to about 16%, and it's like I'm walking straight up a hill.
You're walking straight up a hill.
And she finally said, "Okay, and we're here. Can you keep it going? Because the longer you go, the more the cardiologist has to read."
And there wasn't
that's
any
what we
way on
want.
this planet you were going to say, "No, I don't think I can go on."
No, I took
Bring it on.
No, because again, I've got y'all beside me, raising on me in my mind.
You know, these pictures Adler keeps throwing up there, a lot older looking guys.
Yeah, they
than
really
you.
are.
Yeah,
They really are. Either that or I feel like I look
earlier.
younger.
Right, had to be a simple.
Yeah. So we finally get to the end, and I quickly want to know how I did.
Of course you do. I mean, you want the information right now.
Yeah. I'm like,
because they know, they see it. Like, see anything in there?
Anything I need to be
Well,
concerned
I
do that every time.
My
You see
first,
anything?
my first thing was, so how long you been doing this? You know, and
So I'm the
it's,
opposite. I won't ask.
Quite a long time.
You don't ask?
No.
And I said, so I mean, do you kind of notice when things aren't looking right, ma'am? And she says, oh yeah, I can kind of, yeah.
Sure.
She's not saying anything. I said, okay. And so I'm thinking, man, she didn't say anything. How can I try this again? I'm like, so what do y'all do? I mean, if something looks bad, you
think he didn't ask questions?
Rick,
you think he didn't worry about it?
She said, if we notice something, we don't let you leave. I mean, if we notice something, then
you won't leave.
You won't leave.
Next
I mean,
thing you
someone
know, they
else
had to
will
get
come in
and
and
on
talk
that
to
note,
you.
sir, have you got a ride?
Yeah, right.
Yes. Are you here by yourself?
She said, so we're trying to
Just
see
step out here and call your wife.
how quickly your heart rate goes down and your blood pressure goes down.
Mm-hmm.
So part of the test is the after cool down where you go over here and sit down. We want to see, because you're supposed to go down at a certain rate.
Mm-hmm.
And so she started checking the blood pressure again, and sure enough, it was coming down.
That a way to go.
Everything was coming down.
Hey,
Heart
that a
rate
way,
was
John.
coming down. And she didn't like carry me out on her shoulders, but I felt like if she could have lifted me up, she
Right.
would have.
Yeah.
And she patted me on the butt and said, "You did a great job."
What?
No, she didn't. But
Right, yeah.
in my mind, I'm thinking, you
Right.
know, that's what she wanted
At
to
a
do.
kid?
Yeah.
You
yeah.
thought you
At
were
a
getting-
boy.
You thought you were getting at a kid
Yeah.
from her?
Yeah. So we finish up, and I said, okay, so how's everything look? How did everything? How did
How's
you
my
see
heart?
anything?
Yeah. How's my heart?
And she said, "Oh no, you did great. No, you did good." And I'm thinking, did I really? You know, because they have to have a poker face. Sometimes they see things.
You realize you're asking her questions she's not supposed to
I
share.
know. Sometimes they see things and they can't come out and tell you.
If they let you go home, it's good.
Yeah. And so I did. I left and felt good about it. I felt like I got through the physical side. I felt like really easy, but I just wanted to know what the readings,
Did you get
what
tired
that
at
looked
all?
like. Towards the end, when you're running up 16% incline, and she said, now on this one, some people don't know if they should walk or run because it's going so fast. And so I kind of did both, and it's almost like you were walking so fast you needed to jog.
Yeah.
You know?
I couldn't get my gate right.
Yeah. I had a good wide gate.
Rick and Bubba.
It's worth getting up, and I like the positive results of working out, but I don't enjoy them.
Not at all.
No.
Running's miserable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the worst thing.
But anybody who I love to run, anybody says that, I worry about them.
I do too.
No,
They're lying.
I used to like to do it when I was younger.
Yeah, I didn't even like
No.
it.
I love to just run fast and
You Forrest Gump?
feel the wind going by and think, man, I am covering some ground.
I can think about
I
when
didn't
I'm
mind running sprints, but distance running.
No.
Yeah, we would get in the backyard and race each other.
Yeah.
The only reason I ran distance was to get rid of soreness when I had to.
Yeah.
So I could turn it
remember-
around and get back to what I was doing.
I remember going into the backyard on that day where the weather got to that point where it was warm enough to not have any shoes on, but right as it was getting dark, the grass would get cold, and get out there with bare feet and just run as hard as you can run. I mean, I remember thinking
We thought we were faster barefooted. For
Oh yeah,
some
I
reason.
remember thinking if somebody timed me right now, I've set some sort of record.
Yeah, especially if a dog was chasing me.
Oh yeah,
Man, I can really dig.
yeah.
All right, Adler just messaged me. He wants to do 20 burpees in the break.
Okay,
You can, baby.
Adler, if you want to.
I'm
buddy.
gonna be honest. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the burpee.
No,
Boo to the burpee.
Speedy, that's not true. I did not message Speedy.
The burpee doesn't work with arthritis either.
That burpee stuff.
Boo to burpees.
My hand, I was just telling them a minute ago, my right hand is hurt with this rain and all.
Oh sure.
Golly.
What's wrong with your hand?
Arthritis.
Oh, anytime a front moves in, my back's destroyed.
Can I tell you right
You just
now?
have to get through it.
Right now, if this is all they're asking of me in my 50s, I'm really okay.
I feel good about it. Right. I can do that.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna back off. I'm doing more than that.
Me too. I think I've overdo it.
I can deadlift.
You can't.
I can deadlift 40 pounds, so I can do half my weight. So,
There's that.
so that's good.
There's that.
So I'm technically healthy, guys.
I feel pretty good. I can curl half of Adler's body weight.
There you go. Bubba, can you deadlift 300 pounds?
No.
Oh. Guess Bubba's not healthy.
I don't even like carrying a backpack right now.
Bubba, the list is out. America's top 10 highest-paying jobs, and guess what? They're all in the same field.
What field do you think they're in?
I would say it would be over in the high-tech world, over in technology, techs, somewhere over there.
Kinda. It's medical.
Medical?
Yes,
No, that's
how about
not what I
that?
would have thought.
No.
Well, you know what? As soon as the government gets a hold of healthcare, we'll solve that problem.
Well, here's the list, Rick, and their average starting salary. Number 10, dentist, $175K a year. Number 9, pediatrician, $183K a year. Number 8
what is
here. 8 here, I got to have a little help.
What
with
does 8
anybody?
do?
Okay.
Is that a type of oral surgeon?
Careful.
I have no idea.
What's it called?
Yeah, because I see the word
prosthodontist.
Yeah, I see something odontist in there, so maybe that's got to do with
$191K a year.
What'd you call it?
It's PROSTH and then odontist. Prosthodontist.
Prosthodontist.
Is that where you make?
Sounds like a dinosaur.
Is that where you make prosthetics?
I have no idea.
I don't know. That's a good
I
question.
literally do not know. Here it is.
Somebody have to look it up.
Yeah, they build.
So it does.
They build veneers.
Yeah.
They're the lab people.
Imagine if that's your. Wow. Okay, I didn't realize they screwed in like that.
Some of them do.
Some
I guess.
do, yeah.
Interesting.
Greg, you don't know. What are you chiming in?
Number 7.
Some cap, some.
Yeah. Number 7, physician, $196K a year. All of these jobs require a doctorate degree.
So
by the
it's
way.
physician just mean I'm a general doctor?
I guess
I
so.
do a little bit of all of it?
You got that, Bubba.
Number
Doctor.
6, psychiatrist, average salary, $220K a year. Orthodontist, $225K a year. Number 4, obstetrician.
Watch out over there. I know to get hurt on.
I love that.
You just spit cookie all over your laptop.
It's the only reason I like this article.
Why don't you just do OBGYN?
Well, I saw that out there, and it spooked me just a little bit.
I'm sorry, Bubba.
Never seen.
Suck at that.
Keep going. I love it.
$238K a year.
Who was that again? 238.
OBGYN. Dang it. Number 3, oral surgeons. And I don't know what that other job is. Is that like plastic surgery?
I don't know. I have no idea.
$242K a year. General surgeon, I guess, $255K a year. And how about this? The old anesthesiologist, $267K a year.
Oh yeah.
I really thought the surgeons made more than those guys did.
Well, I'm sure it's individuals, but they're giving the averages.
Yeah.
So because it's pretty close.
Well, that's an important job. Make sure you wake up.
Yeah. Ask Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. All right. I'm sorry. Had to be said.
There it is.
It's the most obvious example.
It really is.
35 minutes now past the hour. First phone troll of the day. The real Greg Burgess goes to phones, and you can call us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's chat with you, America, right now. Here we go. Eric, 212. So let's go to zapmydebt.com. New sponsor. A lot of you have responded. I know why. I mean, some of us, I've been there, you get pulled into this high interest stuff and these credit cards and some of these loans, and it's really designed for you never to be able to get out of debt. You toss and you turn at night going, I can't get out of this debt. I can't get away from it. And the system is designed with these insanely high interest credit cards and loans to make it nearly impossible. So we now have, help is on the way. Here comes the cavalry. zapmydebt.com. This isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string it out over many years. We're talking about aggressive strategies that are new that can end your debt for forever and faster too. So why don't you go right now? Let's eliminate some of these programs. They found these strategies eliminate the interest. They find programs that are write off some of the balance, so you owe less. So stop those threatening phone calls. We love those. And we're talking about doing this without ever having to declare bankruptcy or take out another loan. So there's every solution possible to end your debt permanently. So now some of you, when you go to zapmydebt.com, that's just us getting you as a listener or a viewer of this show to the right place. You're going to see that it's called Pivotal. I forget there's a company name there. Don't let that throw you. It's called Pivotal
Debt
Solutions.
Mm-hmm.
But zapmydebt.com, you need to use that so that it lets them know you came from us, okay? So zapmydebt.com, don't let that throw you when you see that. Or go to rickandbubba.com, and you can talk to them right now for free, okay? No obligation. You can talk to them for free and find out how fast they can get you out of that debt. All right, so we're going phones right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We're going to go 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer hits it. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, just questions. Okay, so here are our comments. Let's go to Luke out of Birmingham. Luke, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds and go.
What's up, guys?
You, buddy.
Hey, y'all remember on in Rocky IV where he's fighting the Russian and they keep it's during the training montage and they keep cranking that treadmill up higher and higher on the Russian?
Oh, yeah.
I wish we could have a video where we could make Speedy's face be on that and just as he's digging, they keep cranking it up and he's sitting there hurting. That would be hilarious.
Well, yeah, if we could have sent Adler, and so I have a feeling now, though, the medical people say, y'all can't come back here and film somebody doing a stress test. But we would try it.
Yeah.
No, I think what he's wanting you to do is take the actual Rocky footage and put Speedy's picture on it.
Now, Adler can do that.
He can do that.
That's a good call, Helmsy. Yeah. Thank you.
I think that's what he was.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah, okay. I you know us. We've busted up in people's skin with the dermatologists and stuff like that.
We've done that. There's hospitals that have policies.
Yeah. Brookwood is one of them.
Yep. Oh, I remember that. Yep. Let's go to Josh in Alabama. Josh, 30 seconds. Go.
What's going on, fellas?
We're good, buddy.
Enjoy listening to the show.
Thank
Hate
you.
to see it's come to an end, but I just wonder about old Adler. Is he going to still continue getting back rubs from Speedy's wife after the show ends, or what?
That's never happened.
Josh, that's never happened.
That's never happened.
Josh.
Hey,
my gosh, Josh.
By the way, I do regret doing that joke back when in my 20s. You know.
It was a funny joke.
You talking about when you were inappropriate about the sanctity of marriage?
Well, it wasn't. It was a joke. You know,
you regret it?
I joked about having a crush on Terry, and
right.
and it's awkward now. Like even a decade later, I've ruined my friendship with Terry. I apologize about that.
Unlike some people, I took it as a joke, a compliment actually.
Okay,
yeah,
that's good.
She is beautiful. Inside and out.
Let's go to JR in Alabama. JR, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, let's hear a segment of Speedy taking Beth Mowens and dipping Dan out to lunch on the last week of the show, and it gets time to pay, and Speedy forgets his wallet.
Oh.
I'll tell you one thing. If we're getting him to pay, he's going to call a timeout. Yeah, that's good. We'll get Bubba in here to do Dip and Dan, too. Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Jason and Phil Campbell. Jason, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys. God bless.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, I had a question. For Speedy.
Yeah.
Did they say anything about his horseshoes being related to his Bell's palsy?
Did they say anything about your heart issues being related to when you had Bell's palsy, which unfortunately was one of my favorite few days on the show? And I don't feel good about it, but you with Bell's palsy slayed me.
Yeah.
No, they didn't tie that
together. Technically, I had that, but there had symptoms related to that, but I actually hit.
Did they tie this to that at all?
No, they didn't even mention it.
Okay.
I like the way he said Bell's palsy.
I do too. Casey in Alabama, go ahead.
Mac. Had to get one of those ins before y'all boys went off the air. But hey, Speedy.
Yeah.
When that nurse asked you to lift your shirt up, did you ask her if she was at least going to buy you dinner first?
All right.
Well, it's like the shot in the the butt cheek when you go to the doc in the box and you have a cold or something. They give you a steroid shot. You're not really sure how far to pull them down, and you're trying to be hip about it. No pun intended. And then all of a sudden they just drop to the floor, and you're very uncomfortable.
I actually got a whoa one time.
Yeah,
I didn't know how.
Yeah.
I didn't know how much butt they needed. And also I got a whoa. Hey, buddy, you got love handles. We'll just shoot one in there.
Yeah. Well, right. Well, when I pulled my shirt up, I only pulled it up just above my stomach.
Well, your
She said,
mom's.
I'm gonna need a little bit more than that.
Okay.
Yeah, and then she handed you a beaded necklace. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
And so then I gave her what she needed as far as what the chest.
Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Oh wow.
Happy Not a Monday, gentlemen. And the response to Cam Newton, I'm your daddy. I probably would have said, with that hat, not my daddy, maybe my mother-in-law.
Oh, yeah, that's good. So many good lines. Hey! Dusty, Greenwood, Alabama. Dusty, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, well, I'm calling from Troy, Alabama.
All right, go ahead, Troy.
But either way, hey, potato. Anyways, so I was going to tell you, I appreciate your How to Be a Man curriculum. My daughter's getting married, and when her fiance came to me, the young man she was dating at the time came to me and asked me, what, if he could have her hand in marriage. I said, well, part of the stipulation is that one of the things is I said you need to go through a discipleship program with me. And so I'm using the How to Be a Man, Pursuit of Christ-Centered Masculinity.
Nice.
And he and I are going through that now.
That's
and
great.
I just wanted to thank you, and I appreciate that. And it's working great so far. And
good idea.
We just started week 2 last night. So it's pretty awesome to be able to do a Bible study on the tailgate of your truck, and just kind of,
nice.
Kind of dig into his faith. And even really not only that, it reveals a lot to me in my own faith. So I just appreciate that and appreciate you and all that you do in the Man Church. God is working through you in a mighty way, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, Dustin. What a great idea as a future father-in-law. That's a great idea, and I'm glad because of all the hard work of the team that there's resources that are readily available now at themanchurch.com. You're kind to say that. We're very excited about what we're seeing God do, and we got a great team, we really do. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Brad out of Alabama. Brad, go ahead. 30 seconds.
What's going on, fellas?
You, buddy.
Hey, yeah, man. Hey, I tell you what, if you haven't heard the song called American Flags by Tom McDonald, it will change your life. I think I found my new favorite song.
All right, I have to ask you this.
There's one word. There's one word in it, but Greg's used it before, so it's okay.
Okay, here's what's hilarious. Greg's screening phone calls right now. Do you know what it says under your name?
Yep.
New song by Atomic Dog. New song by Atomic Dog. You said Tom McDonald?
Tom McDonald, yes.
new song from Atomic Dog.
Hey, the claw was in there typing. Watch out.
Landon in Alabama. Landon, 30 seconds. Go.
I don't remember who it was, but last week one of y'all said something about Nikki Haley being Donald Trump's VP. I don't know if you took too many ibuprofen that morning, but I wouldn't want a low-key Democrat in office with Trump.
Okay, I'm really more intrigued how you tie loss of mind and reasoning to ibuprofen. But you know what? I hear your point, and that would not be an exciting team to me either. But so I have to agree.
Whatever team's out there, you best get together on it, or we're going to be taking a big L.
Whatever it is, you bet. Hey, look,
there better be some unity. I don't care who's on the ticket.
Well, how about this? You better vote against the current administration. Period. I gotta have change.
By the way, do y'all have any ibuprofen?
I do.
I may need
You need some?
Okay.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Milk.
Yeah.
That's what he called it. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, just hearing you say it.
That's it. I thought we'd shifted over to Bernie Sanders.
I did too.
But the
what do you mean, Rick?
So anyway, so the medical field still now. Look, remember when the government takes over health care, whether that's done by a Republican or a Democrat, you will not see this top 10 highest paying jobs anymore.
No.
Yeah, that won't happen.
No, they'll do away with that.
That'll be the end of that.
And I know a lot of people are thinking those salaries are pretty impressive. Is that the reason our health care is so high? Fair question. I don't know.
The reason our health care is so high is because we don't have a true free market.
Right.
That's what would help substantially.
If you had to shop for health care the way that you shop for products at Walmart, it would bring the price down.
Right. And but I don't have any problem.
Remember who it was?
I don't have any problem. These people who are in these fields, does anybody want just anybody doing these things for you and to your body? I want somebody that says, you know what, I'm gonna put in the work
because if I put in the work, there's a payoff coming.
No, I don't want a doctor death. I know that.
Let me tell you something.
Think about this too. All of these positions require a doctorate degree, and think about the costs that they had getting to this point.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Let me tell you something.
That's a lot of money to make up, even if you are making $250 a year.
If they're about to take my chest and they're going to get out a saw, I hope when they're trying to go find the guy that's going to fix my heart, they don't know which one of his houses to call.
Amen.
Okay, I want him to be a house.
Yep.
I mean,
know what house to call.
That's right. I don't know where he could be at the villa. He may be down at the lake. He may be in the mountain chalet. Find him because I need my heart fixed.
Yep.
Amen.
Yeah. I don't want some idiot. I don't go bargain shopping when it comes to my heart. Anybody else with me?
Yeah, and that's one of the things. Like all these socialists / communists, like Bernie, they always talk about Cuban and the Cuban medical thing and all that.
Sanders.
Yeah, but see, they don't do things like this. I mean, they push vitamin C on everybody.
Thank
Tell them
you.
to eat oranges. That's what they do.
Look, it goes back to what the biggest life truth.
Nobody goes to Cuba to get major heart surgery. Nobody does that.
Bubba, you're all over it, and it goes back to the life truth of if you ever want to know what the truth is what actually happens. Hey, Bernie, I know you can barely breathe. It looks like you're going to need some more stents.
Where did he get his heart surgery at?
Right. Hey, Bernie, do you want us to call? You want us to call Cuba? Or do you want us to call your doctor if we can find which house he's in?
Where did he have his procedure done when he had his heart?
It was not Cuba, and it was not Canada.
It was somewhere up in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
I guess. I don't know. But
somewhere in the Northeast.
He
didn't go to Cuba. He didn't go to Venezuela. Didn't go to China.
He didn't even go to Canada.
He didn't go to Canada. He didn't go to Eastern Europe. He went to where the very best people could do that, and that is in the good old U.S. of A.
You know why? Because he's about to crack. They're about to run something up through his groin and clear his heart out.
That's right. That's right. Been there, done that twice. I want the best that you can get.
I don't want to. I tell you one thing. I don't want to be laying down and they're about to stick something up through my groin into my heart, and I look up and it's open air on each side of me, and there's a fan spinning.
Yeah. Don't want that.
You know what I mean? No. Well, that really drove it home.
Yeah, it did.
And I don't want somebody to have to shoo a dog out of here.
Yeah, and I don't want to hear music playing down the street from the local band.
Yeah. Amen.
It's on the street corner.
Nice ad. I'm there now. So it's just ridiculous. If Bernie really believes that socialized medicine is the way to go, when he had his heart issue, he'd have gone to a place where it was, so it would have been better.
But he didn't. Just like the guy in Canada when he had cancer, he came to the U.S. He didn't stay in Canada where we're supposed to have this great medical system. Because you know why? He'd been dead before he got his PET scan. He needed to see where the damage was.
You know when somebody says, hey, that my kid went to medical school, worked their tail off, cost a lot of money in investment, and it looks like that they're back on their feet and they're doing pretty good. You know, I say, good.
Yeah.
Good.
I think he had it in Las Vegas. Bubba.
Well, I don't know where he got it from.
He didn't go to some socialized.
I think
the U.S. of A. for sure.
I think he was actually having complications or whatever. And
yeah,
from what I'm reading an old article here, and I'm just scanning through it real fast. It says cameras filmed him leaving the hospital, waving to onlookers, pumping his fist, then driving off in his sports utility vehicle. He remained in Las Vegas before returning home.
Sports utility vehicle.
What? Sports utility vehicle.
And if you remember, I remember the scene at the airport. Remember, he's getting out waving, getting out of an SUV, getting on a private jet.
Going to
while
see,
telling the rest of us we've got to quit all fossil fuel production.
And then he's going to use evil American medical care.
Yeah, right.
Jim's in Kansas. Jimmy, welcome.
Jim.
Hey, how are you guys?
Great.
Good morning.
Great. How are you, sir?
Real well.
Here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. No Bubba today. Lord willing, back tomorrow. All right, so looking over email, and I don't know if you, let me see who else on this email. I don't know if y'all have seen this one. Yeah, it looks like it's me, Bubba, and Adler. So for some reason, I guess they thought there was no hope for Greg, Speedy, or Helms to reply to this. And I know why Greg's not on it, because it involves puppets.
Oh.
And as we know, Greg does not like puppet-to-human interaction. I didn't see this coming. It's from a listener. I'll read it to you guys. Hey, guys, hope this email finds you well. First of all, I'd like to say I've loved listening to the show and enjoying the celebration of the final year. My dad had me hooked on it since since I was a little kid.
Ooh, a little fella.
Second of all, I have a question, and here's where it kind of goes odd.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't say where. Every year at my church, I'll say that, we participate in this event called Lads to Leaders.
Lads to Leaders.
Okay.
Teaching young men and women to
Lads.
go out and use their talents to spread the gospel. Are you ready?
Leaders.
Everything right now, you think we're all doing great. And then comes the line. One of the events is a puppet show.
All right.
Where we entertain the audience while teaching a certain topic. And here comes the ask. This year, we'd like to do a Rick and Bubba themed puppet show.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
And we'd like to have some sound effects to go with it. Would y'all be able to help us out with this?
I'd like to see it.
Send us some files. We would like the Rick and Bubba theme song, the Will of Meat song, and apparently appearing in this puppet show will be one Dickie Nadmeyer.
I'm sorry, I'm curious.
We'd like the Alabama fight song. Now, that one they can probably find on their own, but still.
I don't know.
And they're asking if we could send them the files. If not, they understand, but they think it would add to the puppet show.
Interesting.
So apparently,
Now, where does this take place at?
North Alabama, it appears.
Huh.
At a church.
That's interesting.
At a church.
Okay.
A Rick and Bubba themed puppet show.
So it's puppet to puppet.
Right. Is that okay?
Yes.
Now,
Rick, if you remember growing up, and I know everybody's going to laugh, I actually had a few puppets when I was a
Greg,
kid.
I'll take it a step further. One of my considerations in the entertainment business, since I was a little boy, I've always been drawn to the entertainment business. And at one time, I was considering a puppeteer.
Yeah.
We had some.
Do you remember the puppet shows?
We had Grover from Sesame Street.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Ernie.
Did we have Ernie?
Yep. We didn't have Bert. We had Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster. He actually came with cookies he ate. Now, we were real little. Please don't picture us in high school doing this.
I did do some pretty good puppet shows. And as a matter of fact, as a dad, a very, very sleepy dad, I did many puppet shows. I forgot who did Sherry get it, or was it a gift? I can't remember, but it was one of these little cardboard put together puppet theaters for the kids. And I would get behind there and do puppet shows, and I would be so tired. I'd be home from the show, and so many times, like the puppet's head was down, hanging over the front, and I was asleep inside the puppet theater, and I'd hear the kids going, "Dad, what's going to happen with Froofy the dog or whatever it was?" And so anyway,
I outgrew puppet shows. I outgrew them early.
You still play with them.
At one time, I'm serious. I thought I might go into the puppet field.
You know what we thought was sharp? You remember they showed behind the scenes of the
Muppet Show?
Muppet guy?
Absolutely.
And the
Jim
way it
Henson?
all worked. Yeah. Jim Henson. Now, I
was obsessed with Jim Henson.
Yeah.
I thought I wanted to be a Jim Henson at one point.
So this is why you guys made fun of me for going to the Museum of Puppetry Arts as an adult.
Correct.
Y'all were jealous. Y'all wanted to go.
Right.
Didn't know there was one of those.
I'll openly admit that I had a large part of my childhood where I was very interested in puppets.
Okay. And
there it is. I said
let me
it.
tell you this.
Wow.
I will say this, Rick, because we also noticed as kids, I didn't like half done puppets.
No.
Like on Mr. Rogers, their mouse didn't move.
No.
I hated that.
Got a mouse.
Mr. Rogers had the worst puppets ever.
Loved Mr. Rogers the person, but what a lazy puppets he had.
Yeah, and that
creepy.
ugly woman one that he had.
Very
Creepy.
creepy. Very creepy.
So what's the emailer's name?
What is Sawyer?
Sawyer. If you'll go to rickandbubba.com, click on goodies, and then
Should I be texting this back to? Should I be emailing it back?
I don't know. And then from
I'm sending it to you.
Then from goodies, just hit Rick and Bubba intros and themes.
Oh, it's all there.
Both of those theme songs that you were looking for are there for download or to play or whatever. So you can grab all that.
Do you think it's wise if it's going to be a church presentation that somebody would say, then we're going to include Dickie Nadmeyer in this?
Rick.
What about Mr. Nadmeyer?
Yeah, but
Sure.
will it upset like other fans or something?
I don't know. Well, throw dipping in there then.
Has it hit y'all yet that there's somebody's considering a Rick and Bubba puppet show?
I love it.
Well, Speedy's committed to be there.
Yes,
but they do need the video. Either you do it or somebody there needs to send it.
I wonder
back
if
for the
who's going to
rest
play
of
your voice, Greg.
I don't know. Maybe they won't
Tell
take me
you
in.
what we
some
doing in here?
cantankerous
I think it'll
old
just be
man.
the two main
Yeah.
guys.
What
Yeah.
What we doing in here? Why are we in here? I don't like this. What the hell?
Hey, Speedy. Speedy, they're not going to say that.
That's in church. That's right.
Stay out of hell. Say
Sorry
that.
about that.
Yeah.
Where's the coffee? Who made coffee today?
That's really good.
Thank you very much.
I think they're probably going to be Rick and Bubba puppets.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
think.
now,
Yeah, that's a
Greg,
lot of
Greg,
puppets.
if you're reaching out to characters, it could be anybody.
Yeah.
That's a lot of puppets.
I love Mr. Buddy. He walks with me. I like chicken.
Yeah, now you're both getting into it.
I like chicken and coffee. Give me some good coffee and some chicken.
Kids,
I tell you, I love chicken. All kinds of chicken. I like barbecue chicken. I like buffalo chicken. I like all kinds of chicken.
Wow.
Kids, this character, all he thinks is everything is stupid. Right. We call this one Mr. Greg.
Oh, that's stupid.
Come on, bring it on.
Right again. Look at the ears on that one. I tell you what, you can't sneak up on him. His ears are below his eye line.
Okay.
That's what you look for. Those ears.
Y'all playing off each other over there having fun? Probably not.
Oh, gosh.
That's
gracious
good,
alive.
y'all. That's, okay, y'all having
that's
fun.
good
That's
stuff.
funny.
Anybody need a puppy?
Please. I'm like traumatized.
Kids,
from
now
that
we're going
whole
to talk about Mr. Greg's puppy farm.
Stupid puppy. That stray come on in. I tell you what, you should have got her fixed. I'm going to talk to the kids about spay and neutering.
I didn't think it was going to survive it.
Greg, I don't know how you got through that, too.
How'd you get through that?
I don't know how.
Horrible.
Here's another email. Does anyone remember or know where we could find the best of bit where Speedy has a misspeak when trying to say the
saw
word
that one.
cockpit?
Oh, we got that. I think we do have it.
I think that's out there on the
it's
best
on
of
one- it's
CD.
on one
isn't
of-
it?
I think it's on one of these guys here. I don't know which
Is
one.
it?
If you go
Is
to
it?
Apple, wherever, Google, all these different places where they
Is it?
have all the best of bits, I think Speedy misspeak. I just didn't want.
There is a misspeak bit on here. I just don't know which one it is.
Which one?
I've had so many. I don't know which one it is.
What's the name of that CD?
I don't know because now they're saying it
was
might
on
not
the-
be on.
I don't think.
Really, just a best
I don't
of
think
show.
that made a CD.
I think it's on the laptop.
We just play it a ton.
No,
Okay.
yeah, the one that's on
The
here
best
is
of.
the tick scare.
Oh, okay.
That's what's on the best of.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Not the
That's a good
cockpit.
one.
Yeah, I remember that one.
You've had so many.
And we want to stay on the
With
air.
that
so,
particular area of the body.
Yeah,
I know.
I
Isn't that
know.
weird?
Don't know why.
Or it says a lot.
well, if you want the worst one,
I know.
the jewelry store. But
I know.
that didn't.
Well,
that-
again, my
right.
point.
Right. Yes. He loves that lower track, doesn't he? Hey, he likes that lower track. Doesn't he?
I'd like to see him get above the waist.
I like seeing him get above the waist.
So there's all day. There's Greg's puppet. Greg's puppet's going to ride with us the rest of the way.
Some stupid idiot left water in the coffee pot. I just spilled all over the place, you stupid idiot. I know why the power's off.
All right, so top of the hour. If you're wrapping up your time together with us, thanks for being with us. If not, hang on. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, as a parent of a physician, I know what it took to get a kid through medical school. This kid of mine, pretty fortunate. She got out of school mostly debt-free. But the thing that she found out is that, you know, that all the hospitals want to buy the medical practices. They put these physicians under the gun of quotas and seeing patients, and it loses its focus.
Yep.
And so after several years, we found out the best thing to do is get away from that and go back to the old-fashioned way of practicing medicine. And, you know, we're seeing that now, and this kid of mine is doing concierge practice. It's membership-based.
Like it.
And if you have patients that are really frustrated with what it costs to go to the doctor, tell them to look at a membership-based practice. Not only do they walk out of that doctor's office with spending quality time with the doctor, many times they'll walk out with the medicines they need, and they won't even pay close to what any discount pharmacy would offer. It's just, you know, it's a great opportunity, and for someone that can't afford insurance, tell them to look at membership-based practice.
Well, I'm telling you,
Jim, you're right. And see, I think that is part of the capitalistic free market system that could fix this if it was allowed to flourish and the government was not in there interfering with it. And honestly, a lot of their interference is based on people paying them to be in that who don't want these hospital union things, don't want it broke up.
Let me tell you, Kansas is a bastion of us looking on how to do our health care going forward. You know, Wichita is also where the I forget what the guy's name is putting together a medical system that is a shared deal as well. That's similar. It's and also, with house calls.
I think you're going to see house calls come back around, just like how Amazon has changed our shopping. It goes in cycles.
Yeah, that's going on. Oh yeah, like he said, his daughter's already. It's out there. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Congressman Gary Palmer, friend of the show, just kind of walking around the old plaza, probably trying to get his picture made with Big Boy out here. And we found out that you were near, and anytime you're near, do stop in. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Well, we're great. There's not a thing going on, is there?
Say that again?
I said there's not a thing going on, nothing to do.
Well, as far as any meaningful legislation with the Democrats in charge of Congress, there's nothing worthwhile doing, but there's a lot that needs to be done.
How did you feel about the group that you're in, the body that you represent, impeaching the president?
I thought it will go down in history as one of the more shameful things that we've been a part of. It was a railroad job from the get-go. They denied the president due process. They denied us our rights as members of Congress to call witnesses, to see documents. Honestly, in my entire life, I never thought I'd see anything like that, where everything that you think is right and proper is pretty much just dismissed. And they rammed this thing through. And I think the American people, here's the thing, guys, that I think that they really believe. They really believe that the average American is stupid. They really do.
I do get that. I do get that sense, honestly.
Yeah. And
I get that feeling every time I see Nancy Pelosi talk.
Well, and they just thought they could do this, and that everybody would think that that this was an impeachable offense, and it wasn't. And it's blown up on them.
Gary, does it seem? I mean, to me, you had people that went to Congress running on the platform of we're going to impeach the president before they ever even had an offense to go on, and they just seemed like they. It was going to be the Mueller report. It's going to be the Russia this. And, I mean, it looks like they're just looking for anything they can cause a disruption with.
When Nancy Pelosi tore up the State of the Union address.
That was precious.
How'd you like that?
She committed in my opinion, she committed a felony. She committed an offense in front of 30-something million people that if she were prosecuted, she would be removed from office.
So how so? Explain that to us.
Well,
was that the legal document, or is that delivered at another time, and that's just a copy he flips or something?
The Constitution requires that the president, from time to time, deliver an address on the State of the Union.
And it used to be written, right?
Well, from 1801 till Woodrow Wilson, it was always delivered in writing. So you deliver one to the president of the Senate, that's the vice president, and you deliver one to the Speaker of the House. They're the official officers for the House and Senate. And from Thomas Jefferson never gave us an oral State of the Union. He always did it in writing, and they did it, like I said, until Woodrow Wilson, and he started doing it in writing and orally. Then President Hoover only delivered it in writing, and then Franklin Delano Roosevelt picked that practice back up. If you guys were to go up to the archives and you wanted to see the State of the Union addresses, you would be able to see that. Mm-hmm. This is an historical document. And the fact that she ripped it in half made that even more of an historical document. That's never been done before. Mm. And as far as I know, she still has it, which if any lawyers are listening, you want to look up Federal Statute 18, subsection 2071B. It's pretty plain.
Well, let me ask you this: why can't you bring that charge? You're a member in standing of the House of Representatives. Why can't you charge her with it?
Well, a member of Congress can't charge anybody. We could have hearings, and being in the minority, that ain't happening.
Right.
But as a member of Congress, we don't have that authority.
Yeah, a brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio, Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Here we go. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Things that are coming up. Looking forward to Friday night. Honored to be with the Shelby Baptist Association, the pastors and the wives. Sherry and I will be there for that banquet. I'll get a chance to speak and encourage those wonderful people that are out advancing the kingdom of God. If you are going to be there, we'll see you there. If not, we have a link there that you can contact them to see if you're registered and ready to go. Now, next weekend, it is the Man Church Conference, Starkville, Mississippi. We'll be at the Bettersworth Theater on the campus of Mississippi State University. Granger Smith, James Spann, Scott Dawson, Indy Blanks, and I will be speaking. Chuck Hooten leading worship. If you don't have your tickets yet, guys, I should get a ticket report today. The last one I had, remember, it was like 45 tickets. That's going to be less than that now. But go ahead and grab those, and we'll see you there. On March the 10th, I'll be headed to Rainsville, Alabama, be speaking at a men's event at Nazareth Baptist Church on the 10th of March. So find all that either at themanchurch.com or burgessministries.com or rickandbubba.com, and looking forward to being part of all of that. Okay, so as we start this hour, I want to talk about a couple of things that are going on. So we got an active week, Greg, inside our family, because you got our sister turning 50 this weekend, and we've been talking about trying to get that gathering ready. Everybody trying to work together, always trying to get the family to one place. That's easy. And then we have one of my kids, my oldest son, Blake Burgess, Boomer. He'll be 33 on March 8th. Okay, so he lives in Washington Heights there in New York City. So he has this vehicle that he's paid off, and did a good job paying it off. He's had it about 10 years, and he literally, as an actor, has driven all over the country in it. I mean, I talked to him. He said it's got 195,000 miles on it. So, and he's realizing living in the city now that he really doesn't need it. So there's been this ongoing... Of course, let's just call it. Anybody think that Boomer? Anybody think that Boomer has the title? Anybody?
Rick, no.
You have to order that one.
Anybody think that?
That's long gone.
Yeah. Anybody think that? So anyway, so there's the ongoing pursuit of that, and then, when your kids become adults, they don't include you in everything. Things just hit you out of nowhere. And I'm like, he said, yeah, I'll be coming to Alabama. Really? What? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna drive it down. Drive the car. And then I'm gonna probably sell it while I'm there and whatever, and then fly back. Okay. You driving all the way to Alabama just to sell your car? No, sir. Okay. This is where you should tell me. Well, I'm coming down to being, Brody's thing. Huh? So, we have young Broderick, who has his own company, has a media company, and they do a lot of stuff for a lot of people, but he also is an aspiring, director and writes screenplays and does short films, and one day hopes to do a feature film. And I think what's happened is younger brother, well, I know what's happened because I found out last night. Younger brother has hired older brother, so you have younger brother, the film creator, has hired older brother, the actor, to come and be in something they're shooting this week. And so I was like, So I was like, okay. So I said, well, good. And I was talking to Sherry, and I said, well, then let's go ahead and do your birthday while you're here, because I'm not going to see you on the 8th. You're in New York and all that. And okay, all right. So I was like, well, when can you have dinner? And he says, well, I guess you'll have to ask Brody. I said, well, so I need to check with Brody about when you can have dinner. And he's like, well, I'm working for Brody. Well, I don't know when we'll be done shooting and all this kind of stuff. So now I'm talking to like my youngest son, who is this week the boss of the oldest son, and I'm trying to get in. And then I find out something else. I talked to Sherry. Yeah, well, I got to go shoot with Brody a couple of days. I'm sorry, what? What are you doing? What? She goes, oh, I'm actually in the movie. And I said, you're in the movie. Blake's in the movie. Am I not in the movie?
Wait a minute.
And she just looked at me. I don't think you're in it. So now I'm like,
well, Rick, I don't know if he's seen Tangled Web.
I think you're not in the
did play Carjack Victim.
You did, and I said, and then I'm
saying if he needs somebody with experience.
Well, and this is part of it.
You're not bragging.
That's just what it was.
Growing up, he literally was doing movies when he was. You remember Greg?
Oh yeah.
When he was like 7. Okay, like out there trying to get. We bought him this little bitty those. Remember those old flip camera? Yeah, flip. And he would. He's always doing movies and stuff. And so, I have been in a lot of his productions. Now, one thing I've noticed, and I asked him last night. I said, I want you and I to work out any issue we got between each other. And he said, what do you mean, Dad? I said, all right, every movie you've ever had me in, you kill me. Okay,
well, you die good.
And then I look at the dialogue for this movie, and it seems like that the dad doesn't fare well in this either. I said, "Is this some kind of what? Are you crying out for help?
Is he working out some issues?
Who's playing the dad?
Yeah, who? And I find out I don't think the dad's going to have to be played by anybody because I don't think he makes it.
Oh,
and I'm like, hey, whoa! I said, what is all this? No, Dad, it's just a storyline, and Mom's perfect for this part, and of course Blake is perfect for this. I said, I don't get cast. And he's like, Dad, you're busy.
There gets way too much Burgess in there.
Yeah, and so.
So they ask you to read lines or anything?
And this has been happening to me a lot.
I'll send him my clip.
I mean, could I get a chance? Could I audition? But anyway, so I've been noticing this, and you've heard me mention on the show at least 3 times in the last week. These people that keep wanting me to be at something at 7:30 on a weeknight. Yeah. So all of a sudden I hear, so let's have Blake's birthday dinner. We had it last night. You can see the picture of it here. I sent to Adler. So let's have Blake's birthday dinner. And I said, let's do it at. I'll give y'all a break. Let's do 6:30. Okay. So I get the director sends me a text, Dad, I think 7:30. Can you do 7:30? I said, no. It's the first time I just said it. I said, these 7:30s are killing me on weeknights. I'm not doing 7:30.
6:30 is the cutoff.
And then you find yourself wanting to pull out the everybody has to do what I say card, but they all pay their own bills. Do they have to do what I say?
Not in this case. Not in this case.
And I'm like,
you're trying to book your family for dinner and nobody's responding.
Let me tell you this. I'm drawing a line, and I will not do 7:30. Won't do it. And I need y'all.
7:30. There you say.
I need y'all to be done shooting, and at this restaurant at 6:30.
Yeah.
And that's so. Let it be said. So let it be written. King has spoken. And so then there comes a conversation.
So it got moved to 8:30.
With the kids begin to talk to Mom like Dad's talking about him being a king a lot lately. And your mom, and of course Sherry just rolls her eyes. She goes, "He's doing this king.
He's pretending. Is what
he thinks he's a king now." And I'm like, and so we walk up and look, and I'm sitting there. I'm so sleepy, and I get home from work and I'm so sleepy. And I look, I said, "Babe, what time is it?" She said, "Same thing again, like it's been happening." She goes, "It's 4." I said, "Oh, King sleepy, sleepy King
Richard is sleepy."
Hey, King Richard the Lionhearted, sleepy little king.
Sleepy little.
And so then what we've been having to do, like, do you make the call? Do I drink a cup of coffee? To make the dinner?
Rick, I'm gonna tell you what you do. Get you a 20-minute nap.
Okay, so
that game changer.
So at 6:30, I give Blake credit. Blake rolls in right at 6:30 at the restaurant.
Okay,
and then I start getting text from Brody's wife and him. I promise we're coming. We'll be there shortly.
Just a little late.
The man is coming.
Right, and
tell you what to do.
So I got everybody there mostly at the right time, but we celebrated his birthday. But this was an interesting dynamic to get to talk to these two brothers. It's kind of like we are with our sister. There's Blake will be 33, Brody will be 23. There's 10 years between them. So this is kind of a cool way with both of them kind of in the same field but in different roles that they're you can see them really kind of bonding and getting to spend more time together as adults like this.
Yeah,
I feel a little shut out.
Well, yeah, you didn't get
shut out, just a little shut out. But and I don't know why my youngest son keeps killing all the dads in the movies. and I would like to know about that. If there's something I don't recall anything, I remember being very sacrificial about your aspiring desire to be a movie producer. I remember many times at the farm, riding you around in the back of the side-by-side as you were shooting panoramic shots. I remember being in movie. Oh, wait a minute. Even when I was in your movies, you kept killing me. So I said, I don't want a counselor to have to work this out. If there's something here, and he said, Dad, don't tie anything to this. This is just.
It's the we know you're busy line.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we know you're busy.
Well, Rick, they like to work past 6:30.
Yeah, well, that's
They
true.
want to get you involved.
How about this? I said, maybe you didn't see my nope in Ruston. Some people call it the turning point, the climax of the movie. And
I think this project I'm not in, but I may send him my clip from Tangled Web in case he needs me later.
If they need,
Just in
if they
case.
need carjack victim, you're ready.
Maybe you walk out the courthouse and somebody's stealing your car.
Yes. And I'm going to say.
And they did say, too, Rick, they had night scenes they had to shoot. So.
Right, yeah, so you're out. No, look, Bubba and I got stuck on that movie set that time just for Bubba's lines, which, of course, were fabulous. And my nope, we were on the set for 2 days.
2 days for that.
2 days for that.
What took 2 days to make
just
it
my
better?
nope?
Yep, this is
Oh
your
my
nope.
gosh,
Stop
here's the
everything.
nope. What took 2
Brody,
days?
We've
heard
watching.
Bubba's monologue, but have we had my
Will you
nope?
take me home tonight? Red, will you take me home tonight?
Nope.
Golly. Wow. What an
That's
actor.
good. The way you reach down and grab
shut
that.
out? How am I shut out?
I mean,
you know what it is? I don't want to be in it, but I wanted to be asked.
that's it. You turned it down, but
Was that Anthony Hopkins? Oh, no, that was Rick.
Pardon the Gun Show, by the way.
Yeah, really.
Pardon the Gun Show.
My goodness.
Which kind of brings up another topic we'll hit coming up. So anyway, happy birthday, Boomer, even though it's not official to the 8th, but happy birthday anyway, buddy. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back tax,
Does it come down to this? Red, will you take me home tonight? Nope. Yep. You're all that's left. Yeah. Don't take this the wrong way, but whenever I go home with you, I need a shot in the morning. I hate needles.
Look, if you two are going to sit here and exchange jabs and go home together 30 minutes later like you usually do, do us a favor. Go home now. We'd like to get out of here. Okay.
That'll make you happy, Red.
Bring charges against anyone.
Even someone who breaks your own rules?
You could file a complaint with the ethics committee. Keep in mind, we're in the minority.
Right, it's all Democrats.
Yeah,
They're going to gavel that baby right out of there.
It's actually even. It's the ethics committee is even numbers, but you'd have to have have one Democrat vote with you to bring an ethics complaint. She also violated the House rules. Their majority leader, Steny Hoyer, went to the floor the next day and argued that what she did was she was utilizing her First Amendment rights. That speech, he didn't say this, but it's kind of like burning the flag. And he said that she had a First Amendment right to do that. And I went to the floor right after him, and I said, in regard to Majority Leader Hoyer's comments that this is protected by the First Amendment, I would just like to remind the Majority Leader that not all speech that's protected by the First Amendment is allowable by the rules of the House on the floor. And that would include destruction of the official House copy of the State of the Union address. They make it up as they go, guys. They don't have rules.
Yeah, and I guess
it appears that way to most of us.
But this is, and I know that you have felt this way for a long time, and you are very astute when it comes to the Constitution and the founding of our country. I think now more than ever, we, the American people, have got to be educated on this, because you just made the point. If you're sitting there, you have someone get up who's a Republican, and they say, what is happening right now is not constitutional. Like, not even Republican, Alan Dershowitz can get up and say, what's going on here does not meet the demand of the Constitution. And then the Democrats will get up and go, what's going on here is 100% constitutional, and the Republicans want to tear up the Constitution. And then the Republicans say, the Democrats are tearing up the Constitution. Well, if you're an American citizen, how do you know who's telling the truth if you don't know what the Constitution actually says?
One of the most respected legal scholars in Washington, D.C. is a guy named Jonathan Turley. And I've met Professor Turley. He's a brilliant guy. He's a Democrat. And Jonathan Turley testified in the hearing and told in the hearing, said this is not constitutional. There is no impeachable offense here. So I think most Americans have a better understanding of the Constitution than, again, the Democrats give them credit for.
Right. Now, that may be the key.
They've done a heck of a job of infiltrating our schools over the last 50, 60, 70 years to keep to bring out generation after generation of people who haven't been taught history or about the Constitution. But it's almost like it's inbred in us. There's a certain veneration for the Constitution and a certain sense of what it means that I think a majority of Americans still have and they still hold on to. And I think you're seeing it in some of these Trump rallies. When he went to New Hampshire, I think it was last week or week before last, they had a 12,000-seat auditorium. 58,000 people tried to get tickets. And among those, 24% of those were registered Democrats. And I think 17% were people who either have never voted or haven't voted in years. I really believe that the American people are beginning to wake up to the threat that we're under from people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Pelosi and
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders.
The Democrats are overplaying to the left, and it's waking people up, saying this is even too far for me. Fill in the blank. I'm talking about people.
And then you have this Senator Chris Murphy going over to Iran and kissing up to the Ayatollah.
Making his own deal.
Yeah, making his own deal.
I thought that was illegal to do that.
It is. It's a violation of the Logan Act.
Well, then how come he's not being handcuffed and escorted out today?
I don't know if anything's being done, but if I were over on the Senate side, I'd be asking McConnell about it.
Yeah, to give them a smile. It's good to get high and never come down. It's good to be king of your own little town. All right, so working our way back, we look into the world of baseball today. And this is this ongoing thing. We've talked about it a lot on the program, whether we think that we're overdoing. I don't know what it is with human beings and rules, and it's like once we start rules, we got to have more rules. It's like if you really want to see how this works, just deal with your homeowners association if your neighborhood has one. We don't, thank God. But what happens? It starts out, let's all protect, our property value. Let's put so-and-so in charge, to be sure we all follow some basic things that don't affect property value. And then before you know it, this person has added about 11 other things. Human beings, we love to tell people what to do. And we just can't help it. Well, I think this is entered into sport. It's like we're trying to police every little thing. And I can't wait to be the person that gets to police it. So we have a college baseball game. I didn't realize college baseball, is as far along as it is. It's not even March yet.
Oh, Rick, we get cranked up in February.
Yeah, I know.
Come on.
But Speedy, I've seen you at some of the cold baseball games with your son. Here's Nebraska versus Grand Canyon. So we're going to have somebody that is going to hit a game-tying grand slam, but then gets ejected because of a bat flip. And so let's see. Let's take a look at this and see if we find this to be flagrant or unnecessary.
We're a long ways from that. High and deep to right. See ya.
He carried it a little bit down the baseline.
So, is Nebraska in the
red?
Are they on the right side? Okay, yes.
Nebraska red. Grand Canyon.
He carried it about 3/4 the way down the line. He flipped. He didn't flip it towards the dugout.
There's blue. So
Nebraska's on the side.
They're still celebrating. They don't realize.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tied the game. So when he gets ejected, everything stands though, right? He just gets ejected from the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he
carries it.
Tyler Wilson ties the game with a grand slam.
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Well, but if it is a rule, he probably broke it.
My point is not.
Now the fact there is a rule.
There you
that's
go.
the argument.
That's where I'm landing. Why do we care about this? You know,
don't say safety because nobody was in danger.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking. I can understand if you made a rule that said you can't take your bat and throw it into the other's dugout. But I mean,
I know the Tennessee Vols had a situation last year where somebody had done that and actually bounced into their dugout. That's a little different. He kind of flipped it up, and he did carry it on down the line a little bit.
But if it is a rule, then he did break the rule.
No, I understand. I just don't like the rule.
I'm sure that's a judgment call by the home plate umpire.
Well, don't
he
you
felt
though,
like that was excessive, I guess.
Well, but here's the thing: it did not go into the dugout. It was a grand slam to tie the game up. Can't you, as an umpire, go, you know what? This has no impact on the game.
Warning.
Yeah, maybe a warning. I'll just let the thing keep going. But you know one way you can keep that bat from being flipped, don't you?
Yeah.
Don't throw up a yickety.
No. Well,
right.
Well, that or just lay the bat down. Lay the bat down and run.
Yeah. Can he carry it with him the whole way around?
I don't think so.
You know
For a
what?
second, I thought
it.
he was.
I wouldn't mind it.
I don't know. The ball's going over the fence. Does it matter? Like, is there a rule that says he has? I mean, I've been around baseball my life. Nobody's ever
been brought
Could
up.
he have just? Could he have
Nobody's
just
probably ever tried it.
Could he have just carried it with him the rest of the way?
I don't think they're going to allow that.
Since we're concentrating on the flip, nobody even thought about it. What if they don't even get it?
Bat boy doesn't even have to do his job. I'll just keep it the whole way around.
Is there a rule against carrying the bat?
What about if he just handed it to the first base coach? Here you go.
Yeah.
And just kept running.
I'll tell you what I would do, though, if I'm this guy. The next time I hit a home run and the guy is behind the plate, I hand him the bat. That umpire.
Oh, wow.
That's what I do.
Then you get thrown out again.
And I may get thrown out again, but it would be well worth it because that's exactly what I do.
Yeah. There's no explicit rule that requires the batter to drop the bat. But if that bat causes any interference,
which I think it would probably,
unless it's a home run.
If it's a yickety. If it's a home run, no,
Yickety, 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 yak.
What if you carried it like a little baby all the way around?
That'd be good.
Why not? I wish somebody would do it and just see what happens.
The runner will be called out if the bat causes any interference.
Well, if it's over the fence, it ain't going to matter. It's not going to interfere with anything.
Yickety, 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 yak.
That's right.
That was a no doubt.
That'll be one of those the ump will try to call it and go, I really don't know if it's real or not, but this can't be right. You know?
I just don't understand why you can't look and go, I ain't calling that right now. I mean, it didn't do anything. I mean, you can look. We can all get out there and say, as a man from a certain era or just any era, I don't like hot dogs. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. But do we have to get the umps involved in things that try to make people do things the way we want them done if it doesn't have any impact on the game?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, now look, they're disrespectful to the ump. Sure, throw them out.
That guy was disrespectful to no one.
To no one, yeah.
Not one person.
Somebody commenting on the video said this is a carryover from some antics during the game the night before.
And that could have been.
Could have been.
That might be that.
Yickety, yickety, yak.
But I will say this.
Don't talk back.
I'll say this, Jack. If that's going back to the previous night with antics or whatever you want to call it, I got to say it was pretty professional bat flip.
It was.
He didn't it wasn't aggressive.
It was controlled.
It was controlled.
He didn't look in their dugout.
I would almost even go, wow, okay. So even after what we did yesterday, that was a pretty professional response out of you.
Yeah.
Yep.
It
went up and straight down.
But we can't make those. We can't ration that out, evidently.
What did it do, Greg?
That's my point, Hams. Why can't we just think?
Didn't go towards anybody.
No.
Phone calls are next on any topic you want to talk about. All 10 lines are available. And we'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, but surely someone at the Justice Department's looking into it. And it's not the fact that he's a U.S. Senator doing it.
Right.
None of us could do it. The Logan Act prohibits any American from going over and entering into negotiations with a foreign power that's in opposition to the United States.
Period.
Yeah, I wonder if
towing the company line, right?
I wonder if there was a few $1 billion that didn't get sent over by Obama that he took over or to try to soothe their feelings over the president taking out Soleimani.
We'll come back. Congressman Gary Palmer, can you stay?
Yeah.
We'll come back. We got other things to discuss. And glad you let us know you were around. So Gary Palmer is with us. We'll talk more about some of the bigger stories going on involving our country. Our website's Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All the information about the show is there. You can find that easily. All the different ways to consume all the Rick and Bubba content on a daily basis. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
typical hospital. This is built for a specific purpose, and it's built to contain the spread of this virus and to treat the people that have it. So you're basically just putting together shoebox rooms and putting a bed in it.
Do we have, and we've had stories that from the U.S. side, we have plans, if this does get at a bad level, that we have these containment centers around the country?
Well,
maybe some used military, but if you can comment on that.
Well, I don't know any of those details. I do know that the people that have come into the United States that we suspect might have the coronavirus there's a place in Nebraska where people are being sent, and there are a couple of other places. But again, I think the administration has really been on top of this.
What about its origin? I know we were talking in the break a little bit. Some people think it may be some biochemical getaway by the Chinese government, or it could be as simple as the culture in this part of the world is ripe to spawn this kind of thing.
Yeah, they eat crazy things and don't have the cleanliness maybe that we would think science would demand.
Yeah, I have seen the same reports that most of y'all have seen about the possibility of this being chemical or bio weapon that got out of hand. I don't see anything that legitimizes that theory. I think it's probably more in line with what we've seen in the past with the SARS virus, with avian flu and some of these things, is that they have some really odd ideas about what you ingest, and I think that's probably, I think most likely the origin of this.
Well, I've cut back on my snake intake. I'll tell you that.
But here's the thing about
freshwater eel. I hadn't had chicken feet, and I don't know when.
Well, coronavirus is not a new virus, but what happens is these viruses mutate, and that's what causes the big problem. Is that you're able to treat things like SARS, then it takes a different form, and when you're in an environment like's in that province and people not having the same view of what you eat and sanitation and things like that, you can have some pretty bad stuff come out.
Democrats debate tonight. Bloomberg's in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
So,
the guy's worth over $60 billion. $60 billion. He could spend a tenth of his net worth and spend $6 billion to buy the presidency. And one of the things that really concerns me, guys, is that we may be on the verge of having a mega wealthy ruling class, an elite ruling class. And I'm at a point where I'm thinking that we might ought to put a limit on what individuals can spend in a political campaign. And I'm not taking sides on the Democrat, but I do think a lot of what they're saying is correct in that. And you take President Trump, and people say, well, he's a multi-billionaire, but I don't think President Trump put his own money in. He spent a fraction of what Hillary Clinton spent. What he did was he went out and to the people with these rallies, and he got on Twitter, and he bypassed everything that everyone has ever understood about a traditional campaign. He reinvented grassroots campaign.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I think it's a problem that you can have a guy that has that kind of money, and I just think that we do not want to lose our ability to choose the people who govern us, even though we've made some pretty bad choices.
Well, yeah, you're already right. Yeah, no doubt.
We're back. Phone calls coming in next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We have one line available if you want to try to get in there. All right, now listen to me. This is crucial. Crucial. Love this new sponsor, preparewithbubba.com. This is my Patriot Supply. Our URL is preparewithbubba.com. And look, let me tell you something. These meals, 25 years, they're still good in storage. 2,000 calories a meal. A lot of variety, so you don't have meal boredom. And you're ready for anything. Now, they're also wonderful for just camping, backpacking, hunting, fishing. They're good for that too. But when you think about the biggies, a tornado, God forbid, that's why Bubba's not here today. I mean, he's working on trying to get his house back after a tornado destroyed it. Hurricanes, I mean, you can be without food and water for a while. The collapse of the economy. Now, we hope that doesn't happen, but
oh boy.
But hey, so why don't you move right now and get these 4-week emergency food kits, because they've got 16 food and drink varieties, the delicious food. I've ordered some, and mine should be here any day. Ultra durable packaging. They last up to 25 years in storage, as I said. So if bad weather, the economy, whatever, you're going to be okay. So go right now to preparewithbubba.com. As a listener of our show, we're going to save you $60 off a 4-week food kit. Plus, you get free shipping. So protect yourself, your family, your coworkers. Don't get stuck saying, I wish I'd listened to Rick on this one. Yeah, don't do that. Just get prepared. The 5 Ps, prior planning prevents poor performance. Preparewithbubba.com, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And a lot of you have responded to this. Just got a report on that yesterday. All right, so let's go to Robert in Alabama. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good afternoon. How's everybody?
I'm sorry, Coach. I want you to know that while you're calling, sir, just at the live show, you're actually calling in the morning. It's not afternoon. You may think it is, but it's not.
Oh, okay. Just get all excited every time I talk to y'all. A long-time listener, been since Friday Night Lights back in the day. When you had guest cookers, I actually used to come on and cook for y'all one night. But the biggest thing, other than getting to the bat, that I'll ever remember y'all about was the fact that y'all did a parody song one time of Hootie and the Bluefish, I Only Want to Be With You.
Yes.
Y'all did I only want to eat some stew. And I swear, every time I hear that song, that's all I hear.
Can you sing it?
Bubba singing, I want to eat some stew.
Right. It's only want to eat some stew.
Yeah. A ham sandwich won't do. And that's how I know that song.
You're right.
And every time I hear that, I laugh. But anyway,
you're right. Yeah.
Hootie and the Bluefish.
Yes, Greg.
Right. But the bat part, if you remember in Major League, there was a big,
if I remember what?
big guy who...
If I remember what?
Major League.
Okay, Major League. I thought you said allegedly.
The movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Major League.
Right, yes, I remember that.
There was a big guy that actually, he had cursed his bat, and he finally hit a home run, and he toted his bat around everyone.
Yep, Serrano.
Yeah. Serrano.
Yeah. Also,
Jabu. Remember
also
Jabu?
Plays, he's the All-State guy.
Yeah.
Yes, he is, by the way.
Nobody stopped him.
Well,
when they threw that
anyway,
curveball,
I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Robert.
Good talking to y'all.
Thank you, buddy.
I'm gonna miss you.
Get some sleep.
Only want to get some stew.
Get some sleep, Robert.
Coffee and Advil the rest of the day.
Calm down, Robert.
We continue.
Well, you know that song about Hootie and the Bluefish.
Yes, I do, Greg. I do. I know it very well. Let's go to Cameron out of Pell City. Cameron, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
It's odd that Adler was once an enemy of Greg, and now it's his role. That Greg is his role model now.
I know. I know.
It takes a minute.
You can tell. I mean, he's so immersed in Gregdom.
Yeah, if you live long enough being the hero, one day you turn into the villain, you know? I messed up that quote from Batman. Dang it.
Doggone it. I told Adler to cut his time with Greg in half. Y'all heard that. We continue. Let's go to Marshall in the great state of Mississippi. Marshall, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
Yeah, congratulations on 30 years. I found a musician friend of mine come up with this. He wanted to share this with me. Headline, band vocalist, after reportedly, why is it wrote like that? Guys, I'm sorry. Anyway, dude gets fired for giving his bandmate estrogen to steal his fiance.
He was just giving him estrogen? How's that going to help him into a woman?
In the article it says that he was like dosing him. I guess he's putting it in his drinks or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Trying to make him more feminine so his fiance won't want to be with him?
Trying to steal his fiance. I thought that would ensue or incite a conversation from Greg. And,
is that what we're trying to do? Incite Greg? Are you proud of that, Marshall?
I feel like you've left a big part of the story out somewhere.
I'd like to know what he was getting on. What would just happen that you got on to about the rope? Why is that roped off? Is he still on?
No, he said why did it rope? What did he say?
Why is the road like that or something?
I thought he said, why is it roped off like that?
No, I think he said, why is the headline written like that? But he said wrote. Why is it wrote like that?
He was trying to read it and he got turned around because he left a major part
I
out.
thought he was like in a drive-through or something, like
He's
trying to
talking
do this
out
and
loud.
talking out loud. I didn't know what was going
Whatever drink that he's giving his bandmate that is full of estrogen and a man's drinking it, it looks like our entire society's drinking.
Yeah, I think that's like something. There's more people drinking that than Coke Classic. Let's be honest.
Chad.
And I love Coke Classic.
Out of Alabama. Chad, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to commend the guy that called in earlier to where he made the requirement to marry his daughter. The young man had to go through the discipleship program.
Yeah.
I just think that's a great idea. This fallen world, we need a lot more men like that. And that daughter, I tell you, she's blessed because her father has the wisdom.
Yeah.
And the love for her to require that to marry his daughter.
Yeah, it's why we adopted the slogan, disciple men, change everything. And you talk about a daddy that loves his daughter. There's no greater gift you can give to your daughter than to make sure she's going to marry a godly man. We continue. Let's go to Luke in Dadeville. Luke, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just had a question about the tangled web. Greg actually just emailed me, but since I was on the line, I figured I'd just ask, see if you might know, Rick. But he said that it was on a little known streaming service that may be out of business now.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was
So I didn't know if you might know.
I have no idea. I'm sorry,
It was
Luke.
on something. I can't remember what it was
And Greg
called.
doesn't know either.
I don't remember.
You might want to search it. It might show up now, like on YouTube or
Now,
something.
there's other movies with the same title.
Oh, is there? I
Yeah.
think so. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
But
I don't know.
Yeah, if it looks like it has a high budget, you're watching the wrong movie.
Okay.
No, he still.
Okay.
What was the name? Jeremy Ivy. Google him.
Yes.
Jeremy Ivy. There you go.
I bet he.
Here's the trailer right
There
here.
it is. I only want to eat some stew. Martha, Fort Payne, Alabama. Martha, go ahead.
Hi, guys. I was just wanting to know what you might think about the Saban leaving and how Fort Payne or Alabama would be doing for the next couple of years. Do you think they'll be doing as good, or if we're going to fall behind?
The new coach I noticed had the players doing ballet, and I didn't think that was a good sign.
I believe they're done. I'll just be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen the tide air is about to take a turn.
I think they're going to do better.
No, it's
Saban was washed up.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, I think that Alabama's got a lot of players, but so does everybody else
I was
now.
trying to rile her up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think
Y'all hold E, man.
I'd probably go to that statue and I'd put a few more flowers down. By the way, I do want to tell some of the Bama fans, Nick Saban's not dead.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
You do
and-
memorial services for people who have passed.
I know, right. The flowers, that's not for people that retire.
No.
But anyway.
Granted, he's not on the sidelines, but.
I don't know. I just looking at history. Now, that doesn't mean this is what's going to happen, but looking at history, usually following a legend, that next person struggles. I know there's been some exceptions. I can't think of any right now, but so that's going to be a difficult thing. The transfer portal makes these kind of things. They have more impact because players can leave if they want to.
Yeah, true.
So I don't know, but Alabama's
He's still got a lot of talent. down
yeah,
there.
he's built quite a program there, and this is a good coach they've got coming in. So I'm sure they'll be fine. I'm sure they'll be fine. And Saban's
You got
still
12
around.
spots getting playoffs. You're good.
Yeah, well, that's true. This new playoff format is going to help tremendously. We continue. Let's go to Chris out of Laurel, Mississippi. Chris, go ahead.
Mac. Hey, boys, I was going to let y'all know that several years back I won an Apple Watch off y'all's 12 Days of Christmas.
Congratulations.
And I went, well, thank you. I went to hooting and hollering and having a good time, and my preacher a couple of days later said, hey, I heard you on the Rick and Bubba show. I said, yes, sir. He said, you want to watch? I said, I did. He said, you got really excited. I said, yes, sir, I did. He said, I've never heard you that excited in church.
Zing.
You know what you should have said? Y'all start giving away Apple Watches and I will.
Be honest. I tell you what.
You walked right into that one, Chris. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get more phone calls before the day is done. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All the different ways to get the show. Check that goodies button. Speedy explained that today. Shop the Rick and Bubba store for swag.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, thank you. It's always fun when you stop by. And anytime you're in the neighborhood, holler at us. I'm telling you, the beard has added some edge to you.
Yeah. Well, the beard belongs to my wife. She likes the beard. I'm not crazy about it. But
Well, look, if she likes it, then that's all you had to say. You know, that's right.
well, she told me I look scholarly. I was hoping for something else, but I'll go with scholarly.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That right there, that's a snappy number.
That is.
That's a snappy number.
Yep.
So that's one of those. All right, so we'll try to work through it. I didn't even know what to do. This is exactly how it went at our house last night. So Sherry and I, empty nesters now. It's always like, hey man, what do you want to do? And so she's speaking at a women's conference this weekend, and I'm speaking at a men's conference this weekend, and as she constantly reminds me, she says, some of us actually, spend time preparing. I said, well, I do too. It's just a different way. I mean, I know we all have to do it the way we do it, and my format is I'm kind of like I'm like a band that's been around a while, and I've got a lot of hits,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? And I've done a lot of messages, and I've taught a lot of classes, and then I literally will stand there and go, based on the event, and like the night before, whatever, and I'll go, all right, let's put that here, and then let's shift this over here and pull that in. Sherry sits down and starts like a brand new, from the word go, everything completely new, and then works through it and writes down every single word that she is going to say, because she's a writer who happens to speak, and I'm a speaker who has no ability to write. No. But anyway, but dabbles in it here and there. So anyway, so I was telling her to take a break. I said, look, you've been working on this all day, and you still got a day and a half. Let's just. But what do you want to do? And you know what we said? I said, how about, she goes, you know what might be funny? Seriously. You know what might be funny? Let's watch the Democratic debate.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, you know what, that will be funny. Yeah. Because we both made the decision we didn't want to commit to a movie or commit to a show. We just said, let's put something on that's mindless, and let's just sit here.
Full of characters.
And then if we fall asleep, we fall asleep because we don't care. You know what I mean? And guys, you know how you think you said, well, it'll never be worse than what I've already seen. Mm-hmm. It's just I can't get anywhere.
Au contraire, Pierre.
I don't know who doing this debate. It was on NBC. I don't know who at NBC decided to tell them to raise their hands when they wanted to talk. But when people seem to have a worldview that is maybe the level of a 5-year-old, mm-hmm. and then you tell these adults that act like 5-year-olds to raise their hands when they want to talk, I don't know who came up with that idea, but that looked absolutely ridiculous.
I'm looking at
How about this? It made it look, Bubba, please look. It made it look like a bunch of children. Me. Hey, pick me. Oh.
Like Horseshack.
Miss Anderson, pick me. Oh, I know. Oh, one time I wanted to save the planet, and one time I said that we don't need to do fossil fuels, and one time I didn't know what to do this, and one time I think we don't need to do this, and I don't think people should have money. And I'm just like, who are these people?
It's crazy.
Guys.
Absolutely
So
crazy.
we come back. Speedy said he's found it. First of all, and Bubba and I have talked about this today, and he saw the headlines. They absolutely were all told, kill Mike Bloomberg.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Everybody on Mike. Everybody on Mike.
Everybody on Mike. Everybody on Mike. They went after Mike Bloomberg like you have never seen. I mean,
They beat him up and kicked his box off stage.
Yeah.
Right. They went after him like there was blood in the water.
Yep.
A couple times Joe Biden even got excited, but he was rambling around. Good God love Joe Biden. It's to the point now I don't think I'm going to be meting to Joe anymore.
Yeah, I feel like we're abusing the elderly.
It is. It's like I'm mistreating a man who's in the final time, and I need to show respect for him and just escort him home.
Yeah.
I mean, it's to that point now. Seriously.
Yeah.
And some of the things. All right, when we come back, you can almost sum up the whole Democratic Party in its current state with this one thing. And Elizabeth Warren, she'd seen her numbers. She had panicked, so she just became a screaming, crazy.
She raised her hand the whole night.
She wanted to.
Pass the gravy, please.
It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. You may get another opportunity to get into phones coming up before our day is over together. Bubba out today, should be back tomorrow. So we'll have the full lineup on the field tomorrow. So we've been talking a lot about our lives as we do and what's going on inside. We updated on stress test yesterday with Speedy. We got that story earlier. If you missed that, don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives every day. You can get those on our podcast channel, or you can watch them on our YouTube channel. So I'm going to ask you guys a question. I know that we're all aging. Okay, so Bubba is in the number 1 slot. He'll be 60 at the end of March, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, then I'll be 60 in October.
Mm-hmm.
So, Greg, you're next, right? How old are you?
I'm 57 currently.
57 currently. You'll be 58 in July, right?
Yep.
Speedy?
I'm 55.
55. You just turned 55, right?
In December.
I
did.
Helms?
I've told everybody all year I'm 54.
See, that's what's amazing why you have all them health problems.
That's true.
I don't.
46.
46. When is your birthday? It was recent, too. December, too.
February 5th.
What am I doing in December? And Adel, you're 30.
I'm 38.
38.
Yeah,
Okay.
38.
Luke's
last
24.
All right, so we're from 60 down to 38 and everything in between. Is 38 maybe possible there? Are we all too old to wear a tank top?
Yes.
I definitely am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am for sure.
I want that
tank
picture,
tops
Rick?
all
Do you
the
want
time.
that picture?
Not yet.
I used to wear tank tops constantly. And then I went to just the sleeveless like Gary.
So, I'm trying to do a little bit better. I've tried to do a little bit better. And so the trainer that I work with that helps me do a little better, Sean Thompson, we've talked about, and Thompson Fitness. And so one day he came to me, and they have their shirts, and I had a T-shirt. He said, "Think you're ready for the tank?"
What?
And I said, I don't know that Sherry will let me wear a tank top.
Is this the tank that comes together real close in the
No,
back?
no.
You know what I'm talking about? The one I'm talking about?
No, I do
It's
know
got
that
the
one.
string.
It's not that one.
And it just
Not
goes
that
like,
one. No.
it's almost like it got a thong for your shoulder blade.
That's a softball player, Greg.
I don't like that.
So he gave me a tank, and
Is it
a
one
couple
of
of times I've worn it around the house, and Sherry was like, and she just would say things like no, and I said, well,
Just out loud, just say no.
It's just for working out. I said no, and so as y'all know, where we live, it has been warm. And Alabama will do that to you.
It will.
We're going to get in the 80s today, I
Yeah,
think.
I think 80 today.
Yeah. Woof.
So Sherry and I went walking this past weekend, and it was pleasant. It was very pleasant. And I came walking out, and I said, walking in the tank today. And she said, no. I said,
is it that bad?
King wants to wear a tank. And so I
you wore a tank in public?
I wore a tank in public.
What?
And I told her, I said, do you think I should not wear I don't want to be a stumbling block for anybody. And she just, for some reason, rolled her eyes. I said, I know that I'm doing this for you today, little eye candy.
Mm-hmm.
And,
sure
for
she
you,
really
for you to
appreciated
be
it.
proud of you, man. And she goes, are you honestly going to wear that tank top? Wearing the tank. And so I don't have a picture that shows me fully in the tank because she wouldn't let me do it. But when she went inside she had to run inside somewhere where I sat in the car,
and I took a quick selfie of me kind of in the tank. Mm-hmm. And I've got the.
That's a lot of skin.
That's a good hat, though. Yeah, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's a new hat from
I like that
from the Man Church, and I was trying to show the guys on Team Man Church, look at me rocking a new hat, but I also did that to capture some tank. And
that's what you went with.
Wait, hold on. You sent dudes that?
Well, I sent them for the hat, and I told them I didn't mean to.
Sorry, I wasn't ready for that.
And all I got back, I want everybody to comment on the hat, and all I got back was, "You have a tank top on?"
Yeah. Well, that's all you can see, Rick.
So I'm 59. I'll be 60 in October. I shouldn't have that on.
No.
Right.
Definitely not after October.
Should I not have that on? Can I still wear it at 59? No, because you said none of y'all could.
You wear it around
Can
the
Adler
house.
wear it at 38?
Yes.
If I'm mowing the grass, I have to be mowing the grass or working
Yeah,
out.
so if you're around the house, I think even you can go with it.
Around the house you can wear whatever.
Now I went out into public and walked in a park with that on.
Greg.
Hey, hold on, mate. It wasn't tucked in, was it?
Oh no.
Okay.
True.
Then we'd really have.
What are you gonna start carrying a yo-yo, Rick? What are you doing?
So tank top is only for the workout.
Yes.
At home.
Yes.
Not a public workout.
No.
I can't wear the tank top.
No.
I finally got to where I think I can rock a tank. That's an extra large too. I didn't even
wear it
double.
here.
I didn't even a double.
Please wear it.
Who dares me to wear a tank top to work?
You can wear it
please.
here.
Please.
I'm done.
Nowhere else.
I'm doing it.
Please.
I may have to wait till the harder summer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
Rick.
yeah. By the way, notice this too.
Are your glasses cracked?
Well, that's what I was going to show you. Notice this too.
Yeah, they are. Bad.
Greg, you remember I'm teaching John?
Oh, you see, making yourself struggle through them.
This right here?
Yeah.
Now I'm worried, and I think I brought this up
What
once
in the
another.
world?
I'm worried it may damage my eyesight. But I'm so mad at my stupid self for dropping my glasses, and those are nice sunglasses,
It's like
by the way.
Freddy
Those are Costa Del Mars,
Watch
and
out.
I dropped them and cracked them, and I refuse to buy myself new sunglasses because I'm punishing myself, and I make myself wear these cracked sunglasses. And every time I'm looking through these cracked, I get mad at myself, and I say, well, I tell you one thing: if you get to where you can handle some sunglasses, you can have some more. But until you can prove you can stop dropping things, old man, then you're going to wear that with the crack in it, and it's going to teach you a lesson every time you put them on. But is that damaging my eyes? Should I
That's
not do that?
exactly why I don't get.
Do you
nice
stop seeing the
glasses.
cracks after a while?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think
That's
it's
why I
hurting your
won't
eyes.
have.
No.
I don't have. Nice
I'm teaching Rick.
I gotta go back to the tank top.
Okay.
Were you getting looks?
Not trying to brag, but that's not
Any double takes?
not
or-
trying to bring attention to myself. That's just what happened. And that was my only concern. I told Sherry, I said, I'm doing this so you can look over here and remind yourself what you got.
Yeah.
I said, but what I don't want to do is come out here and be a stumbling block for anybody. And I
Thank
didn't.
goodness you have a wedding ring on still, Rick.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
goodness. I mean, it'd get
Yeah.
dangerous.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
And-
but
Busted
she did.
glasses
She
in that
did
tank.
walk with you, right? She didn't say go ahead and I'll walk behind you.
She kept saying, I think I'll run. And I'm like,
She knew you weren't going to do
and once you keep walking, I may run a little bit. So you're saying no. Publicly, no way.
No.
To each his
think
own,
so.
Rick. If
I
you want
know.
to wear the tank top, wear the tank top.
I'm saying
it's just
no.
not me. It's just style issue with me.
Can I
That's
move
it.
into-
It's not really an age issue. It's a style issue.
Same thing with Adler's hair.
Right,
You know,
yeah, you're right.
Good example.
It's,
Rick.
it's
like
both.
it? Go
It's
with it.
both.
Yeah.
with me.
Speaking of the age thing, though, is it possible to get so old it really doesn't matter?
Now you could
Yeah,
just
there
do
is
that.
that.
You're not
yeah.
there yet.
All right,
I'm
so
not
what
there
would
yet.
what would your boys say if they saw that?
Oh, I tell you one thing that most of them would say: this is the greatest day of our lives. Can they be snapping pictures immediately?
I miss tank top days.
Yeah,
That was a good day.
Sun's out, guns out.
I mean,
yeah.
I
And
never
look,
had them like.
Sadly,
I was explaining
you can
earlier.
tell
I'm
it's
like,
winter. I'm a little lily white, but it
Yeah.
won't take long for that skin to get tan.
Maybe I just hear
Mine won't
my
tan
sons because they wouldn't allow me to go out. for
My
that.
sons would hate it, but they would love hating it.
Yeah,
Does
yeah.
that
a
make
little bit
sense?
of that, yeah.
Dad,
Totally
please
would.
walk outside with that and let's watch Mom's reaction.
I
Right.
think my daughter would be worse on me than anybody.
Oh yeah.
You know how she likes to hack on me.
Who dares me to wear it to work?
Please.
What if we do a tank
I'm
top
gonna
show?
I'm going to do a tank top show, and I'm bringing tanks for everybody.
Yeah, Tank Top Tuesday.
A tank top Tuesday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, dare we say she was on the warpath?
Yes, she was.
Oh, yeah.
She was.
She was. You know, her
was.
picture.
I wish you'd have seen when I looked over at Sherry. I said, "You realize that woman tried to convince everybody she was part of some Indian tribe." And Sherry said, "What?"
Yeah, she's wilder than me.
Look, guys, this right?
Yeah, I will say
you
this.
don't know
Bloomberg
it.
got one good one in on Bernie.
Yes.
He put one down the chimney on him, but boy, the group, they were just waiting on it. I didn't see it, Rick, but I've been seeing clips this morning. It is hilarious.
Look, I have to say
hate I missed it.
There was a couple times when Petey he made a comment one time that was, and I'm sure it made his husband proud, but it was. I will say, I will give him props. One time he did say, look, this party has lost its way. I'm the only Democrat. I'm actually trying to be a Democrat. I mean, and he was talking about how they come up with all the – he's the one that kept telling Bernie, your numbers do not work. He's the one that I give him credit for this, that would say to Bernie, I notice you bring up countries that have 30 million people. We got 300 million people. Yeah. And Bernie, I've looked at your numbers. You got a gap in here of just – trillion.
You mean multimillionaire Bernie?
So anyway, but there's this one moment last night that really kind of sums up this fantasy view of the world.
Rick and Bubba.
Everybody on mic. Everybody on mic.
Did you see why Bloomberg didn't want to get into this any sooner? And do you see why Hillary is avoiding it at all costs? Yes. There's nothing good comes out of these debates other than you come out black and blue.
All right.
Because even if you have a point or you're doing good, that just means everybody turns on you. And when you're getting attacked from all sides, it's impossible to make a point.
Everybody on mic?
Yeah, the crowd senses blood in the water. And, the crowd will turn on whoever.
Yeah, everybody if you can get the mob pointing in any direction, they'll go.
Yeah. Right. I mean, this is nothing short of the Roman Coliseum. You know what I mean? Right. It really is.
Now, this is important right now, okay? Because I want everybody to pay attention, because if you're not paying attention, you miss little things like this. Everybody pay attention. Keep in mind, the modern-day version of the Democratic Party has gone so far left. Now, you're going to first of all hear Elizabeth Warren, and I knew when they came back and said we're going to talk about climate change.
Oh, boy.
There was something in me, an instinct that said run. Don't put yourself through this, okay?
Yeah, why do it?
Now, first of all, you're going to hear Elizabeth Warren make a smart aleck comment about that she has the audacity to believe in science. Now, she's conveniently leaving out that they pick and choose which science and scientists that they're allowed to quote. They will not just throw it out to the arena of science and say, send us all the information. They handpick what they want. And once the environment became political, once science becomes political, then it kind of
it's not science anymore by definition.
But the good news is, as we've often said, you don't if you'll just pay attention, you can hear the truth. You're about to hear Elizabeth Warren give us this speech about science. And then eventually she's going to say, kind of like a small child, that in order for us to get off fossil fuels and to stop our carbon emissions, Bubba, we need to invent something.
Yeah, I heard this clip. Just play it. I can't believe a sitting senator running for president is this much of an ignoramus.
Right. Now, keep in mind, this something she's talking about does not exist. No, not only does she say we have to do it, she's going to find a way to do it, whatever this is that we need that doesn't exist. But she said, good news, when we invent this thing that doesn't exist, I'm going to make sure it's invented here, and we're going to force it. We're going to force the world for this fantasy thing to be made here.
That hadn't been invented.
And then she throws out another thing, which will create 1 million jobs.
Yeah.
What? I mean,
so much like they should have stopped and said, no, what'd you say?
That's what it sounds like. Hey, what are you doing over there, Elizabeth? I was thinking that maybe we could invent something. What are you talking about, Elizabeth? Something that could power the whole world and keep it from destroying itself. It doesn't exist, Dad, but I wanted to do it. And can we make it here so maybe some people can have jobs?
Hey, tell her Doc Ock was working on that.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
Courtesy of NBC.
Listen to this.
Really controversial in Washington, but I think I'm safe to say this here in Nevada. I believe in science, and I believe that the way
the science she wants to
deal with this problem is that we are going to increase by tenfold our investment in science. There's an upcoming $27 trillion market worldwide for green, and much of what is needed has not yet been invented. My proposal is let's invent it here in the United States and then say, we invented in the U.S., you've got to build it in the U.S. That's a million new manufacturing
We're going to stick to this.
That's 1 million new manufacturing jobs. Bubba, first of all, she claims. Now, remember when
it is clear to me today how she thought she was an Indian.
That's right.
Yeah.
You realize
she isn't living in a fantasy world, only one notch down from Bernie Sanders.
Look, out there, some of you may just be, you may have thought the Obama deal was the greatest thing that ever happened.
Yeah.
But let me tell you this: we have to be truthful, the good and the bad. Barack Obama had this same mentality that we would just force this green market. We just force it.
Solandra, do y'all remember that company?
Your tax dollars were grabbed and they were taken and clutched by the Obama administration in their hand. And when they took this investment and this fantasy, the government's going to create a market that does not exist. Yeah. Okay, because the things that they won't do, as Elizabeth Warren just admitted to you, cannot do what we need them to do. And we're going to take your hard-earned tax dollars and we're going to run with it in our hand and we're going to shove it up a hog's butt. Mm-hmm.
It is 6 minutes past. It is a brand new hour coming to you from the Big Boy Studio, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world on all sorts of platforms, live and or archived. Find them all at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Bubba out, should be here tomorrow. We start the hour. It's the 30th anniversary of the giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge. The giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge. 2 Rick and Bubba listeners, hopefully veterans, do battle to see who has the most Rick and Bubba knowledge. Again, 30th anniversary edition. Helmsy's taking your calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Up for grabs for the winner today that has the most Rick and Bubba knowledge. We go back a decade. We go 10 years ago to the We Ain't Never Been Nowhere tour on Blu-ray and DVD. You can get that from the Rick and Bubba store. If you missed that tour, you can see it all as you and the family sit around and watch it yourselves in the Rick and Bubba Giant Game of Knowledge. 30th anniversary edition. All right, so here we go. And again, I'm trying to remember again how to do the phones. Rick, I gotta learn this. I gotta learn how you put 2 on there again. All right, so I think I know. All right, so here we go. I'm doing that, and then I'm going to do this. Kyle in Columbus, Mississippi. How are you?
Doing good, boys.
Good. All right, so Kyle, you'll be doing battle. It looks like with Chris. Out of Florence, Alabama on WLAY. Kyle and Chris, welcome to the giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge. How are you?
Good, Biggins.
Okay.
And Greg. Doing good.
And Greg. Hey, buddy. Kyle, how many years you been listening?
About 15.
What about you, Chris?
About the same, 15, 16.
Okay, all right. So you guys know how to play. We start with a lightning round. A lightning round means that either one of you can answer. You just simply shout your name. Speedy, I need you keeping score for Kyle and Chris.
Gotcha.
Best out of 5 wins. If we tie, I've got bonus questions to try to break the tie. The We Ain't Never Been Nowhere tour DVD Blu-ray is up for grabs. Here are the categories, gentlemen. Rick and Bubba Dictionary. These will be Rick and Bubba phrases you'll need to know the definition to. Gary the Bulldozer Man. Bubba Rama. Real facts about the real Greg Burgess. What the Helms? Those are our 5 categories, and then we have 2 bonus questions. So we will start with the first question, which is a lightning round. If you know the question, say your name. If you get it right, then you'll get a point, and you will control the board. If you get it wrong, then the other person can steal. If they get it right, they get the point. If both get it wrong, then we throw it out. Okay. All right, so here we go. I'll pick the first one since it is a lightning round. So your first category will come from Gary the Bulldozer Man. Gary the Bulldozer Man, shout your name if you think you know the answer. Yours truly, Rick Burgess, will not take Gary back to Louisiana for any man church event.
Chris.
Chris, why can Gary not go back?
Because he nearly punched out a pastor.
That is correct. All right, so that's good.
That one, Chris.
That one, Chris.
Kid. Give it up, kid.
All right, Chris, you now control the board. Kyle, stand by for an opportunity to steal, and you lead 1-0. Here's your categories: Rick and Bubba Dictionary, Bubba Rama, Real Facts About the Real Greg Burgess, or What the Helms?
Real facts about Greg.
Here we go, Chris. Kyle, stand by to steal. When Greg discusses somebody tearing up that sugar, what does he mean? A, eating lots of sweets. B, to be insincerely kind to someone. C, to have diabetes. And D, to passionately kiss someone.
Kyle. D, passionately kiss someone.
That is correct. All right, it's not a lightning round, Kyle.
Kyle jumped in. No, he knew it.
Got you.
Yeah.
Well, he's torn that sugar up.
2-0. Now, Chris, you win. You get this one, and you win the game. Wow. Kyle, stand by.
Get out your broom.
Your categories are Rick and Bubba Dictionary, Bubba Rama, or What the Helms?
What the Helms?
Here we go. When Greg interrupted Helms during an emotional speech with the now famous "Good night, look at that," what was Helms talking about? A.
Talking about.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You got a multiple choice, but if you know it, you can say it. Was he A?
Talking about his emotional baseball story.
That is correct.
Oh,
wow.
My goodness.
This son of a gun. I mean, can't nobody beat him.
Wow.
Can't nobody beat him.
Wow.
Can't nobody beat him. I mean, he goes 3-0.
Kyle never stood a chance.
All right, so, Kyle, if you want to hang around just for you guys to have fun, let's go ahead and ask the rest of the questions. First of all, Chris, you've won the We Ain't Never Been Nowhere live concert on DVD Blu-ray, and you and your family can enjoy that from the Rick and Bubba store. I'll put you on hold. Helms will get the information. So let me ask you this, Kyle. Let's just even see if you know anything. Kyle, how about this? The Bubba Rama, this celebrity did an entire interview thinking he was talking to Rick, not Bubba. A, Donald Trump. B, Dennis DeYoung. C, William Shatner. D, Darius Rucker.
That would be William Shatner.
Okay, see, these guys, I mean, they don't miss one. All right, here's the last one. What the Helms? No, I'm sorry. Bubba Rama. No, got that. Rick and Bubba Dictionary. All right, either one of you shout this one. We're now just playing an exhibition game. Rick and Bubba Dictionary. If you're guilty of keeping around, what are you doing? A, being very productive. B, talking about someone behind their back. C, not getting the job done, wasting time. Or D, working in the yard.
Not getting the job done.
Not getting the job done is right. These guys,
Man.
I'll tell you what, they got it.
You know how sometimes you have to look to people for guidance and for inspiration?
Yeah.
If I'm a contestant, I'm like, these are the two I want to be like.
Oh, I'm telling you. I am telling you. All right.
Loaded.
All right. Well, Chris, here, I'm going. Chris, I'm going to put you on hold. Okay, there's Chris, and he's on hold, I think. No, he's not.
Hey, boy, you knew the answers, but my goodness, your phone's terrible.
Chris is on hold. Helms, you want to pick up? Kyle, I'm gonna say goodbye to. Kyle, thanks for playing, buddy. I appreciate you listening very much. Okay, buddy.
Thanks, boys.
I see you, man. And how about this? You're right. If you want to emulate two listeners, there was even some bonus questions. I found myself wanting to ask the bonus question, but I may save them.
Well, they're showing off
for another one. Yeah.
Maybe you want to tell them. That's just the way it went.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm going to hang on to these two. Will you put these in? I'll make sure those go in my office. Yeah. Because I may use those again. So there you go. We'll blot that up. Chris got Did y'all know all those answers?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Every one of them.
Every one of them.
Yes. Straight up.
Yes.
You know, it's you know, the thing that we've often said about the Rick and Bubba Dictionary about the wonderful word keeb is that you can be a keeb. You can be, as that question said, keebing around, or something can be keeby.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's got all kinds of uses.
And then I said,
another word in the dictionary, bip. JC called the other day, and he goes, "Man, I don't want to be a bip."
Isn't that a proud moment?
He used it well.
Son,
Isn't that a proud moment?
You probably stand a chance of it being yes, because you're about to ask a question.
Yeah. Isn't that a proud moment?
Yeah. Dad, I don't want to be a bip.
So. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. Congratulations, Chris. The giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge, another one's put up. And you learn a lot on this 30th anniversary edition. We'll be back. We got more stories to cover today. We'll try to get to more of your phone calls before this hour is done as the Rick and Bubba show continues with no Bubba today right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
okay? Because that's where it went.
Yeah.
These businesses collapsed because there's no market for it. And now Elizabeth says, you're right, what we need has not been invented. What's this green market that she threw some number out, the trillions of dollars?
Yeah.
We're going to go tenfold. You think we invested in it before. You let me be president, we'll invest in this fantasy market tenfold. Now, what we need has not been invented. So what are we investing in, Elizabeth? I don't know. But it's going to be invented one day, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do because I love America. I'm going to make sure this fantasy thing, I don't know how you tell the whole world where it's going to be invented. We're going to invent it in America. I'm going to make sure that this thing, whatever it is. And we're going to invent it in America, and then I'm going to demand that all the jobs tied to it have to be in America. We're going to manufacture whatever this is. And whatever this manufacturing stuff we are, whatever it is, I'm thinking right now, I'll tell you what it's going to create, 1 million new manufacturer jobs. Guys, this is just a...
And they're just cheering.
Okay, let me look.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
There's 1 million new jobs coming. I'm voting for her.
I mean, what are we talking about here? This is a child. This sounds like a small child.
Yeah. And Rick, we've already tried this approach. Obama had a program, and he spent $2.2 billion of U.S. tax dollars on the green industry. Almost every dime of it defaulted.
Correct.
The largest one was Solandra, the solar panel folks.
Right. I don't even like cilantro the spice.
Yeah. Or however you say it.
Whatever it is.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. But you know what Elizabeth Warren just said? I'm going tenfold on that loser idea.
That's right.
Because something we need, the reason why Obama didn't work, there was this thing we need hadn't been invented yet. And not only is it going to be invented, I'm going to make sure it's invented here, and every job tied to it's going to be here.
Million.
What does that mean, Elizabeth? 1 million new jobs if you put me in as president. What will we be doing? We don't know yet.
That hasn't been invented.
It hasn't been invented, but it will.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The best-known socialist in the country happens to be a millionaire with 3 houses. What did I miss here?
Well, you'll miss that I work in Washington, house 1.
That's the first problem.
Live in Burlington, house 2.
That's good.
And like thousands of other Vermonters, I do have a summer camp. Forgive me for that. Where is your home? Which tax haven do you have your home?
New York City, thank you very much, and I pay all my taxes.
Oh, a little dust up. Everybody
It's
on mine?
Mean Bernie.
Mean Bernie. How about this, Bubba?
I have 3 houses.
I
work in one. Who am I?
I got bad news for Bernie. Socialist countries are not big on people having a summer camp in Vermont.
No.
What are you talking about? What about everybody in Vermont has a summer camp? What's the term summer camp? So anyway, we'll get more into it.
I think people like Bernie Sanders, to me, are probably the most evil of all because they got in the treehouse and now they want to pull the ladder up so nobody else can.
No doubt.
As opposed to saying, this is how I did it. We have a great opportunity here in this country where you can rise to incredible levels and encourage people to build their own treehouse.
There you go.
He's trying to destroy the very system that allowed him to build his treehouse. That is evil, my friend.
Yeah, it is.
And I have no problem calling that.
Preach.
It is. It's pure evil.
Well, you know why? Because
this is not freedom. This is not individual freedom to rise to the top of whatever you want to be. It's a really bizarre form of self-preservation and evil in my book. He wants to be in charge of something, and the only way he can get there is to market this plan to, sadly, people who don't understand the whole deal. I mean, he's really pandering to a group that doesn't understand what they're signing up for.
Right.
And he doesn't even believe it.
No, well, obviously not. But you go back to this again. Don't miss this part, too. And you really have to pay attention for these intricate things that you look for, and everything you said is 100% right. But keep in mind, what you just said also means that Bernie made a ton of money, good for him, has all this stuff, and as you said correctly, but then wants to deny others access to the same thing. But then he'll turn around, stay with me, and say, look at corporate America. there shouldn't be people that make all that money and then don't allow others to do the same. Well, what? That's exactly what you're doing. What do you mean by that? They don't need all that money. They shouldn't even be billionaires.
Kim Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us today. Our number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. By the way, thank you, Rick and Bubba family. Tons and tons and tons of emails that say, Rick, you don't have to keep punishing yourself but because you broke your sunglasses. You can just buy replacement lenses. I didn't know that. So thank you very much for that information. I'll try to follow up with that. Maybe that's a better option. So thank you for that information. Always good. You guys always come through for us with stuff we don't know. All right, and I am also thinking, I am getting, the people saying, Rick, remember if you wear a tank top on the show, people will think you're Pat McAfee.
Yep.
I didn't think about that either. Yep. But anyway, all right, so a couple of...
you still have to do it one day.
Got audio video here today. Joe Biden, so we haven't done our Biden stuff today, and it would be remiss not to do any, so here we go. Biden stuff.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement.
Does anybody know?
Basement Joe.
Okay, everybody say. I said Basement Joe. All right, so we have been talking about, and we've got an example today of how our media and even the entertainment industry, they coddle Joe Biden. If any Republican were behaving and look what they did to Reagan when he started to get Alzheimer's, and the way he was parodied and made fun of, and like Bubba's mentioned many times, when you had what's his name, the vice president didn't spell
Dan
potato
Quayle.
right. Dan Quayle didn't spell potato right, and then they turned him into the dumbest human being that ever lived.
Sure.
And now they're coddling Joe Biden, but the rest of the world isn't. We've played you some of those clips. We have a comedy team. Is this in Italy? Is this
yes,
Italian?
Yeah.
And they are doing a parody of our president. Now, this is how they're seeing our president, United States of America. We won't show a lot of it because we don't want to get a copyright infringement. But this is them parodying our president. He's falling all the time.
Presidente Biden.
Yeah, and so they're showing him fall. They show him wandering around.
There's just they killed it. I mean, as far as just the parody of it all,
right? And so Saturday Night Live wouldn't do anything like this, and so we have another example of this, and that is Seth Meyer had President Biden on. You're going to see a lot of softball questions and coddling, but for some reason he's keeping his aviator glasses on during it, right? And what is that?
He broke them out. He broke them out. This is a piece here of some softball questions and confusion. Just watch Biden. Just don't lose track of his face and all.
Right, okay, here we go.
Go. Adler needs you, Rick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
And so this clip is going viral because Biden is going to be asked about his 2024 plan, and you're going to hear his response. And the short clip is going viral. I found the longer clip, and you're going to see it wasn't an unfair edit on that short clip. He's not here, folks. He's lost.
And what would you want to do? What's your 2024 agenda? Because I feel like we live in such crazy times that is one of the things I feel we hear less about.
Look, the 2020 agenda is to finish the job. For example, we're now in a position where we have the strongest economy of any major nation in the world, number one. We got a way to go yet.
Yeah.
2020.
2020.
So
does he mean that's the agenda that he announced in 2020, and he wants to finish it? He doesn't think it's 2020.
Correct. Yeah.
No, the rest of the clip he never addresses that. He doesn't. He doesn't throw back to that.
Yeah,
so that's what I was saying. The long clip, he's lost.
Okay.
Second,
well, I know he's lost, but in that particular statement, I just want to be sure I was being fair.
Absolutely. Here he is. He for some reason now has his aviators on.
Oh my!
This is just a cringe fest.
Okay.
And Seth Meyers is once again going to ask him another cutting question.
Okay.
Can you confirm or deny that there is an active conspiracy between you and Ms. Swift?
Where are you getting this information? It's classified.
It's classified information?
That's classified
You won't share it with us?
I'm not gonna, but I will tell you, she did endorse me in 2020.
She did.
So?
I bet you might be wondering. You think it might come around again?
I told you it's classified.
Well, why we got sunglasses on? Just hipping it up a little bit, or
And
Tough
why
to
do they
watch.
have Amy Poehler out there babysitting her? But she's babysitting our president on this late night show.
Yeah. So what is the one about him eating ice cream here?
Oh yeah.
Well, we know what ice cream does for people that are struggling.
Yeah, it does.
Rick, I'm
Mentally.
sorry, you have to see
It livens him up.
elderly man eating ice cream. I'm
oh,
so sorry.
boy.
Okay.
For some reason, they thought it was a good time for him to address Israel.
Okay.
I've been planning to go Thursday. What I didn't know is my good friend apparently is going.
Excuse me, this is about the border. This is about the border, not okay. But
I've been planning to go Thursday. What I didn't know is my good friend apparently is going.
And will you meet with migrants while you're there, Mr. President?
Well, I'm not going to announce ahead of time. Secret Service doesn't like me announcing exactly what I'm doing.
talking through an ice cream cone. Talking through an ice cream
Seth
cone.
Meyer doesn't know what to do.
No, and he's got a cold tongue, which makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Now you really can't talk.
Yeah, so he's thinking, am I the only one that kind of would like to have some of that ice cream? But anyway, so he said he didn't know Donald Trump was going to the border.
That's been announced for days,
Right.
And so I'm sure they do know that. But
Right.
yeah, he announced he's going down Thursday.
And he was also asked about the Israel-Hamas conflict, and he said, I'm hoping for a ceasefire next weekend or over the weekend, all while talking through an ice cream cone.
Like it's a microphone.
Okay. All right. Well, good for him. All right. So let's go to 3. So this was a big story yesterday, and if we don't do it, people are going to say, "Why are y'all not doing this?" Dr. Phil, I mean, you gotta love his bravery. He actually goes on The View and says something that is going to freak out The View. Back to our COVID stuff, the things that we now know were not necessary. He's going to say the COVID lockdowns were pointless for children, and they cause more damage for the kids. It's so much, it's worse than COVID itself.
Yep.
And now he said this on The View. This is Dr. Phil, not some staunch right-wing conspiracist. This is Dr. Phil, who's usually welcomed with open arms by the left, but he's not popular now. Here we go.
And the same agencies that knew that are the agencies that shut down the schools for 2 years. Who does that? Who takes away the support system for these children? Who takes them away and shuts it down? And by the way, when they shut it down, they stopped the mandated reporters from being able to see children that were being abused and sexually molested, and in fact sent them home and abandoned them to their abusers with no way to watch, and referrals dropped 50 to 60%. So
there was also a pandemic going on. They were trying to save kids'
lives. Remember, we know a lot of folks who died during this. So it wasn't, people weren't laying around eating bond, but, well, you know what? We're lucky. Maybe we're lucky they didn't, because we kept them out of the places that they could be sick, because no one wanted to believe we had an issue.
Are you saying no school children died of COVID?
I'm saying it was the safest group. They were the less vulnerable group, and they suffered and will suffer more from the mismanagement of COVID than they will from the exposure to COVID. And that's not an opinion, that's a fact.
Boom!
Whoa!
Dr.
Whoa!
Dr. Phil!
Dr. Phil!
What? That's not an opinion, ladies. That's a fact.
That's a fact. Boy, I wish he could have been drinking something. He could just.
That's a fact,
Yeah.
Jack.
Turned it up.
Yeah, be like, what about that, Whoopi? Gluck, gluck.
Yeah, right. Well, you
slammed
saw
it down. He slammed it on the
Went
desk.
everywhere.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you saw how he was. No, the damage that was done far exceeded any risk they were at.
Yeah.
So anyway, he'll never be back on The View. But I'm glad we got that before he was banned. But he's also trying to talk logic and common sense, and it's okay for us to look back and say, here are some things we didn't do well, and because we now know information. You can even say we have information now we didn't have then. Of course, you can't really say that about that, because we knew the risk to children was very, very small.
It was almost like it was about like power and control or something.
Yeah.
It's so weird. What?
It was on. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you when the show continues. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And but back to what
how much money Mike Bloomberg makes and how much money Donald Trump makes or whoever is none of Bernie's business.
or anyone else's.
That's right.
Yeah, unless it's ill-gotten gains, and then you haul people off to jail, and that's fine. Or they're taking, But the bottom line is this: it becomes, like people they tried to throw the Waltons under the bus. Okay, the Walton family. But
who made Walmart?
Oh yeah, but don't miss this. Okay?
During the debate, they did.
I think I heard that yesterday too.
Yeah, I think so. But here's the.
I don't know if it's in the debate, but they were throwing them on the bus.
My goodness, they were successful.
That they pay their employees, Greg, like Third World War.
It may have been AOC that did that. On
somebody. It might have been AOC. But anyway, this topic, the bottom line, it doesn't have to be the Walt. They mentioned the Waltons, but it could be anybody. But except of course Bernie.
But they never mentioned how many people invested in Walmart in their 401k, which was a lot of their employees, by the way, a lot of our parents and grandparents, and made a lot of money off of it.
But this is what they don't understand.
For their retirement, the golden years.
First of all, they don't understand the 401ks.
Mine's not looking to be too golden.
How about this? They don't understand Sam Walton. Where were they when he was out there saying, "Let me try something"? Okay. They don't, none of that, self-made, all that. The other thing they miss, I guess they just assume that all the people who love Walmart would like to pay more money for what they're buying. I guess they just, how about this? I got news for everybody. The thing that really draws people to Walmart is that they go in there and they can get a lot of stuff for a little bit of money. Now, if everybody in there is treating this, like every single person, including the greeter at the door, is going to be paid management wages. Mm-hmm. Can I tell you that the prices on the shelf, they're not going to be what they are? Look, it's a free market. If people take their money and they go into the free market and through maximum liberty, maximize their God-given potential and come up with a business plan that makes them a lot of money, then what they do with the money becomes a moral issue. It does not become any business of the government, any business of any human being. And then, you know what? The free market will also say, I tell you what, I don't like those Waltons, and I don't like their Walmart, and I don't like the way they do things, and I'm going to shop at Target. Okay, then do that. And how about this? If people won't work for the wages and the opportunities that Walmart demands, Walmart will turn around and say, we can't get anybody to work for us. We're going to have to change what we do. Mm-hmm. It's a free market.
Yeah, that's right. It's capitalism, and it all balances out eventually. It's like the tide. Mm-hmm. It's like the level of the ocean. It balances out. Even though you have times that rise and fall, it will balance itself out. The thing that prevents it from balancing itself out usually is governmental intervention.
The reason why the green industry did not work is because they didn't work that system. I mean,
Rick, I'm all for it, too.
They just try to declare it. We don't know what it is. What are we doing?
Well, see, I don't want people to think either. I don't think that you can have a Manhattan Project approach or an Apollo project approach to solve a problem, because we have. But they're talking about changing over a part of it, not a project, not a something we're trying to build, an outcome or accomplish a goal. But they're talking about changing the entire country. They're talking about changing everybody's household, everybody's car. You can't do it. You can't do it like that. It has to happen from the bottom up. It has to happen over time. And they're just trying to put together sales pitches, sometimes for problems that don't even exist, and then sell it to the uninformed masses so they can get elected. That's the bottom line.
And there were some times last night where I give them credit. Some of them said, "Look, what we're talking about right here, guys, can't be done. You realize how much this is going to cost?"
Look, I love solar panels as much as the next guy. I have probably powered more things with solar panels than most people that listen to this show. But it has its place and it has its limits. Just like a car. A car is great for driving, not flying.
Yeah, but wait.
They don't fly yet.
But on that solar panel, wait till we invent this thing, Elizabeth, the one you're talking about.
Look at all the jobs.
Well, I don't know what it is.
And look, we do have breakthroughs. The ion batteries and all have been, the lithium-ion batteries have been huge, but these things come in time, and then as they come to market, there becomes demand for them, and they grow that way. You can't artificially cause that to change because it won't hold up. It's just like this Solandra deal. It falls in on itself.
Well, this goes back. I'm sorry, Speedy.
No,
this goes back to what you're saying is, why not take the system that produced the highest standard of living in the history of the world, and say, all right, let's pull in healthcare. And we've been saying this along. Instead of saying things like they were screaming last night on how much money pharmaceutical companies make in this country.
back. 35 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. And many of you do as well. America's #1 food kit. It has never been easier. You go in there every week. You know what's fun is looking at the new things you want to try. And, our menu has really expanded since we started supplementing HelloFresh.com/Bubba at home, along with the other meals that we, go out and prepare on our own every week. And we do prepare these too, but they send us the ingredients we need, pre-portioned. Don't have to worry about that. The recipe cards could not be simpler to follow, and you start adding to maybe some of the things in your routine that get a little bland. I told you I kind of burned out on salmon, but they've got some other things, and we're finding now some new dishes that we order time and time again. You can do this, or just let them handle the meal planning. Period, because they can save you money. You don't have food waste. They've got snacks. They've got and right now, if you become a new subscriber at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, breakfast is on them. You get one free breakfast item with every delivery for the life of the subscription. So make that move now by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and then you want to use that code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba with the code Bubba, or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And meal planning, it's a game changer. Like I say, one of my sons and his wife, they got married in October. They've been using it and said, it really helps them. They're a couple on the go, and they have meals delivered right to the house, and they love it. So be perfect for anyone. So get yours now by going to rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Okay, so we got some other things to look at that we haven't seen and heard. These are some videos today. Now, Adler, in video 14, so this is a 7-year-old boy that seems to have the wisdom of a 7-year-old man. What are you talking about?
This is just great right here. So this is, if it hadn't been labeled a kid that's from Indiana, I would have thought this was at the Rick and Bubba Expo. I mean, the hall looks the same and everything.
Look at this.
But this 7-year-old kid comes up to this John Deere tractor and just starts talking tractors. And it's the coolest thing I've ever seen. I want to be this kid.
Okay.
So check here.
Right. Okay.
It was like an actual backhoe, like the one over there, but it was a cat. It ran pretty nice. Is that a bit bigger one? Is that a bit bigger? Is that the same size?
That's a 4075 back there.
So that's 75 horse?
75 horse. That's a new model. Just come out with back in the fall.
Oh, that'd be a nice machine to have. 75
It's
horse.
got a nice price tag on it, too. Somewhere around 50,000.
Boom! Now throw me out of the seat. I like that it's got stabilizers, so if you're digging something really hard, you don't tip one way.
Well, if you're gonna...
The thing about getting in it is this is a little bit in your way. If it was over here,
I can see that.
Yep. And those pedals are also a little bit, but I like all the places to put stuff.
To put your gadgets in?
Yeah, you can put your cup holder.
Your sweet tea.
You
like sweet tea?
Yep. I like that you got a nice big beefy
Good
front
bulky axle, isn't
yeah, yeah. So how many pounds is this tractor roughly?
Tractor weight, or how much can it pick up?
How much can it pick up?
You're probably looking somewhere around 2,200 pounds.
Wow, that's a lot of.
That's a lot of weight, isn't it?
I could lift some big rocks with that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Nice big old bucket.
Big heavy material bucket.
That kid's 7?
That kid's awesome.
That's funny.
I want to be that kid.
That's like a little tiny Gary.
Yeah, just the way he carried himself. For those of you who couldn't see it, it's like an adult.
Yeah, it's just like an adult.
Arms folded, everything.
How about he knew the equipment too?
Yeah,
he did.
Cool kid.
I mean, that's a kid that
if your kid
front axle,
he won't end up sleeping on your couch.
What were y'all talking
when he's an adult?
You raise your kid like that. That's the right way to.
Yeah. What would y'all's conversation be like at 7?
It wasn't that.
It wasn't that.
Boogers.
Okay.
You stink.
Okay. Yeah. It was. I can't talk like that now. Yeah. I can't even.
That's a good point.
I can't even come close to that.
That's fantastic.
Wow. Yes. Would you love to hear him and Gary?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Hey, let me ask you something, little fella. What do you think about this John Deere?
I mean, just watch.
Just watch it.
He's
How about 2,200 pounds? You can do a lot with that, Mr. Gary.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
That's good. All right. Next, wasp nests. I know, Helmsy, you
I've actually done this at work.
Have you really?
All right,
Yeah.
Let's see what it is.
They just
You've
drop
done
it.
it
This
before.
is a dangerous thing to do.
Is
by the
it?
way.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why.
So people have like a vase or a big jar, and they just stick it right up around.
What's in it?
The
Is this the
wasp
gas?
nest.
It's gasoline.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah.
gasoline, so maybe don't put gasoline over your head like this. But
No.
wow, it works so good, y'all. And
No, it
I
does.
can't play the
It takes
audio because
seconds.
people cuss. But y'all,
It takes seconds.
they just dip right into it,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Yeah.
Over the whole nest.
So
empties.
you've done that.
Yes, and you don't want to. A couple things. One, you don't want it. You want it to be big enough. Okay. So
Yes.
he just have. I've seen people do it with like a cocktail glass or something.
Like
and you
this
don't-
guy?
Yeah,
That's a
see,
little small.
That's a
I can't-
smaller
I
nest,
couldn't
though.
do that. I couldn't do that.
Too close to
Too
this
close.
wasp.
Yeah.
But wow, it worked.
But you don't. Oh, it works beautifully.
Wow.
First of all, obviously, you don't want to be around anything that is,
Flammable.
like you don't want a candle burn or something like that because it can go wrong.
Yeah.
I've seen people do it on a ladder. Now that was what I did. I was just standing and did it. I didn't have to use a ladder or a chair.
Now, see, I think if you're somebody terrified of sting animals, a ladder feels like you're at a disadvantage.
That's why I have it. That's why I didn't do it.
Look at it
But
work though.
I had one close to the grill at the house that was perfect for this.
Nice.
And gave it a shot, and it does work.
Yeah, so be very
So
careful.
The grill was not on. I want to point that out.
Yeah,
that's a good call.
That's step one.
Yeah.
Anytime you're dealing with explosive fuel, be careful.
Yeah.
But they're putting gasoline inside a large container, or not large, but large enough to get around the wasp nest, and there's having the gas in the bottom, and then they just move the cup up over the nest or the container, and the fumes take the wasp and they all fall into the gasoline.
Seconds. I mean, it's not a. It
Then you
doesn't take
drink
long.
it.
You
Knocks
just
them
want to
out.
make sure
You don't
when you
drink
put
it.
it up there,
You seal
you're
it.
flat.
Yeah.
It's flat against something, or you get one out, then you got you.
Yeah.
some problem.
I've seen some of those.
Now you're slinging
fails.
gas
They
everywhere.
leave like a
slinging
little,
gas everywhere, and things are stinging you.
yeah, a little crack.
Wow.
Greg, here's a guy saving his friend from electrocution. Have you seen this
well,
one?
that's-
That's
I know
definitely
you-
a good friend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the guy's kind of goofy on what he does, doesn't he? I mean,
It's pretty amazing. This is from security footage in India, and I thought it was fake at first, but I showed our electrical expert,
Who,
Greg,
Greg? Yeah.
and he said it's legit. So the shop owner is closing the metal gate on his shop, and then the metal gate touches the wall, and so you can see this
got a
guy
hold of
is
him.
stuck. This guy is stuck to the metal.
So what is it? Where's
Watch
where's
Powell.
the wire?
So there's the wire, I believe, and then it's touching his gate over here.
Oh, I see.
And now he's stuck to
Is he
his-
getting popped?
So
right
he's
now?
the ground.
he
now.
can't let go.
Is he the ground now?
So here it is. Here's the
he
whole
can't
play.
let go. Watch him.
But his friend springs into action. I thought this was pretty smart. I would have never thought of doing this, because you can't touch him, because he'll get shot too. So, and his friend's like, "Oh my gosh!"
Then
His
he
friend-
hurt, and then watch him here.
He takes off his scarf and pulls the guy.
Oh,
off.
nice.
Look at that!
See how limp he was.
Wow.
Is his heart stopped?
Possibly.
What was the guy trying to say something to him? Like,
Yeah, I was about to say.
He won't let me go.
did you see?
It's got me.
Did you see his right hand here? It's almost like it was around his.
I know. Is he
Yeah, it's
trying-
like he was going.
It's like
Is he trying to communicate?
I don't know.
Right here,
He's got me.
I think he was saying.
Yeah, and then
Like,
he,
so
he
he's-
reached in there and it bit him.
It's like
What does he
Won't
say?
anybody help
'Cause, Greg,
me?
can you talk when you're like
I
this?
don't know.
Good night.
Wow.
But he used his scarf because your scarf doesn't conduct, and he just yanked him
Yanked
off.
him right off.
Boy, do we need Greg's puppet right there.
Good. You what?
Who did that electrical job? Is what I want to know.
Yeah,
Over
that's
in
hanging.
India.
You're in India.
That's hanging pretty low.
Yeah, don't that look good?
Yeah, they don't have OSHA, I don't think.
You would think when they were training somebody to close up, hey, now don't let that hit that little wire right there.
I don't think they have the inspector that comes by and leaves the card and says it's okay to hook it up because he's inspected it.
The next video is just
What
cause
DA left that hanging there?
there's
Ripped
Greg's
him a new
puppet. Greg's puppet's back. There's always a bigger fish. We're just watching this because we're guys. There's a huge orca that hits a great white shark. I'll take this all day long.
Okay.
I'll take this all day long. Anytime there's something like this, I'm in, and I'm in immediately.
All right,
And
so
it's-
here's your great white. It's about the size of a bus, or I should say a large van. And
Oh,
then boom,
wow.
There's the
Whoa.
bus right there.
What?
Oh, took out the great white.
What?
Here comes
a
Mr.
bigger
Orca.
boom.
Bam!
Ooh.
Like hitting him like he's
Like
a
a
freight
linebacker.
train.
My
Like
goodness.
a freight train.
Just
Well, I
blindsided him.
And yes.
I
That
call
looked like
them
a
killer
receiver
whales.
going over the middle.
I'm telling you what, that's fantastic.
Did you see the speed that thing had?
Like Ray Lewis.
It's like it went.
What I call it. Once he made his read and went downhill.
Yeah, man.
All right, guys, phone calls to wrap up the hour. Anything you want to talk about at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll wrap up this hour with all 10 lines open to you.
What?
And you can kind of dictate the final hour of this hour, or the final segment of this hour. And for a lot of you, the show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat next.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Bernie. Hey, Elizabeth. Hey, everybody. Do y'all realize if you take away the ability for pharmaceutical companies to make profits and to make profits for their board and their investors and their stockholders, do you realize that research and development will end, you nimrods? So what you want to do is say, well, somehow we got to drive this price down. And we got the insurance business and the pharmaceutical business has got to change. Well, why don't you mosey on up to Kansas, mosey on up to Wichita, look at what they're doing, mosey on over here to Walmart and say, how do y'all drive prices down where things became more affordable? How did that work? And then you take those concepts, the capitalistic free market, and you apply it to healthcare, and then you come up with a system that will drive prices down and will also continue to provide the quality of healthcare that I think we all want, apparently, because that's where
there is a point. Yeah. There is a point where we've got as much health care as we can afford to have.
That's right.
You're still going to have people fall through the cracks.
No question.
You're going to have people who are unhappy. You're going to have people that don't get what they want. They are preaching a perfect world. It doesn't exist. And there's no free lunch. And we've talked about this too. There is, by definition, you cannot have insurance where people can buy it and then have the problem already that they're buying insurance to protect. In other words, pre-existing conditions. The only way you can do that is by subsidizing it externally. The government can do that, but the problem is, the biggest problem in healthcare now is competitive pricing. That is what is holding it up.
I would say where the government is the problem. I would. You don't need more government. You need less. And then let the
you need some boundaries and then let the free enterprise system work it out, and they will eventually. It ain't gonna happen overnight. Yeah. You're gonna have rises and falls, but they will work it out eventually. So it is the best system you can have.
And I say this
not the perfect system.
And I say this that same thing to President Trump, and I know you have too. We certainly like President Trump better than this sideshow we saw last night.
Gosh.
But even President Trump keeps hollering out that pre-existing is going to somehow work itself out. And I know he's a brilliant businessman and all this. But if you can come up with a system, and we always use this example because it doesn't take much time. If you can work out a system that says, I want to be in the car insurance company and I'll go ahead and cover cars that have already crashed. If you can find a way to make that work,
well,
I'll be impressed.
Why don't we have a car insurance company right now that says, once you wreck, call me, I'll write you a policy. You give me $100 for the policy, and I'll buy your new car for $15,000. How come that doesn't exist now?
I think I can tell you why. Okay.
Well, anybody who has general walking around sense could probably tell you that. Mm-hmm. And look, it breaks your heart when it comes to health care because there are people with terrible issues out there. But there's only one way to do it. That is subsidize it. And the government could do that, but at what cost? That's the question. Can we afford that?
Well, based on Obamacare, the answer is no.
Right. Well, that's the problem.
Yeah, and
it won't work. There is no working example we can point to and go, that works. Why don't we duplicate it on the national level? Now, the only other thing is that you have to look at a situation where that is subsidized through various charity or giving organizations.
That's the private.
That is your only hope to cover that kind of stuff.
Well, you see the shape we're in right now. We're doing it right now because the system right now is you come to the emergency room, free health care is given to you, and then that hospital goes to the government and says, here's how many freebies we did, and then you, the taxpayer, and me, the taxpayer, give that hospital back money for that.
Well,
so it's already happening.
The other thing we need to do, we don't use car insurance to change a flat tire or fill up with gas. See, we need it to be for catastrophic only. That takes out a lot of the insurance control.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thanks for being with us. Don't forget, next weekend, Starkville, Mississippi, the Man Church Conference Part 2. Had our first one in Birmingham on the 16th and 17th of February, March 8th and 9th at Starkville. Only a few tickets remain. We'll be on the campus of Mississippi State University at the Bettersworth Theater. Granger Smith will be there, James Spann, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and I will be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing worship, and of course we'll have our new 2024 resources from themanchurch.com available. If you don't have your tickets yet, go to themanchurch.com and get those before they're all gone. To the phones we go. Let's go to D. D, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for your patience. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Dee.
I just want to say that how much I absolutely love the show, especially Greg's attitude.
Thank you.
He makes my day almost every day, and y'all are such a blessing. And the other thing is I have wanted a Rick and Bubba T-shirt for a very long time, but I don't want just any Rick and Bubba T-shirt. I want one with your faces on it, like the faces on the wall.
Yeah.
And I know other people who do as well. And I understand you're trying to sell out the store, but if y'all would make a T-shirt with that face on it, you could sell 1 million.
So they may all be gone. Have you checked the store? Because we did have shirts with that on it, but it's been...
Yes, I've checked the store along for the last 2 or 3 months.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll do that because we're going to do some more 30th anniversary stuff that's just for this year. So that'd be a good one. So I'll pass that along, Dee. And likely we'll get that done before the year's out. So that's a great suggestion. Yeah. Thank you for that. And thank you for your call. We continue. Let's go to Jimmy in Tennessee. Jimmy, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, Rick. 2 things. Got a solution for your men's room conversations. The everyday Raycon earbuds.
Oh, that's right. Wear the earbuds, and if anybody's talking to you in the bathroom, you can't hear them.
Yeah,
I didn't think
I've
about
seen some guys in there with those. Fellas, I want to know y'all's position on female pastors, and I'll hang up and let you talk.
Well, I didn't see that coming. The scriptures. It doesn't really matter what my opinion is. The scriptures to me are crystal clear that God made men and women equal in value. There is no one who can dispute that. However, He made men and women, the two genders, beautifully distinct. When the church was established, there are certain roles inside the church that are supposed to be held by men only. Not all roles, and women can serve in very important roles all throughout the church and are very, very valuable to the church. But when it comes to the role of elder or pastor, shepherd, minister, whatever you call the person, that is the head of the church and the elders that are head of the church, that those roles are to be held by men. A deacon, you can maybe make an argument because of clearly Paul was using women in a role that some people in a word, deaconess, that one is a little bit grayer, but still, a lot of people just say, well, the fact when you look at the qualifications, it says a man, we stick with that, and I certainly understand that. But as far as an elder or a pastor, minister, whatever you call the lead shepherd, the one who unpacks the word in the church, that should be held by men only. And that's what, in my opinion, Scripture calls for. And I get the idea that God knows what He's doing. There's a headship that has been given to the male, and there's also a maternal connection that has been given to the female that neither one can really duplicate, no matter how crazy we try to become with this. But that doesn't mean inequality. And I think that's where I got so angry when some of the churches were standing saying, well, we're going to adhere to having men only in this role. And even people like Rick Warren saying, well, you would have lost the value of my grandmother. That's nobody saying your grandmother's not of any value. I was greatly influenced by my grandmother. I'm greatly influenced by my wife. Big time. She was the one that was discipling me before I finally came around and started taking studying of the word serious. That doesn't mean that women are devalued or they don't have any. Well, you're saying women can't be beneficial. That's hogwash. Anybody saying that is lazy. It's looking at how God laid the church out. And I will tell you this. One of the reasons God uses the headship of men in certain roles is men may patronize women and pretend that they'll follow them, but in their very being, the way they were created, men are greatly influenced by women, but they won't follow them. And it just doesn't have as much effect. Sherry's talked about that, and she's a powerful woman of God that can handle the scriptures from Genesis to the end. And she says, I've noticed, though, that when I say something, when we're co-teaching, when I say something, sometimes the men just don't seem to hear it until you say it. And now I'm not talking about children. I'm talking about when males have got beyond puberty and become young men. It's just a different. Women are not as influential on them as far as a headship. Now, they certainly have influence on them, no question. And we've all been influenced by great, powerful women of God. But we're strictly talking about how the church is set up and the roles that have been laid out. That's all we're saying. And when people make it something other than that, that means they know scripturally they can't make the argument. So they try to divert you into, so you don't think my grandmama was a woman of God? Well, nobody said that. My grandmother was a powerful woman of God, and we'll probably all be doing her yard work in heaven. But she can't be the pastor, and she can't be an elder. We continue. Let's go to Baker in Kentucky. Baker, go ahead.
Hey, morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
The young boy on the John Deere tractor, very knowledgeable. That is at Louisville at the National Farm Machinery Show. That's held every mid-February. And they also have the National Truck and Tractor Pull during that event also. So huge event. It's a great time for the farmers to get away and vacation up in Kentucky.
How cool is that?
That is cool.
Thanks for getting that information. Frank in Pell City. Frank, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I was just wondering, it just crossed my mind, if I come into your house and I'm a guest in your house or whatever, and I open the back door to let somebody in, and they come in and they kill you, then I get charged with murder. So what about Biden, Mayorkas, or them, whoever's in charge of the border? What about getting charged with murder for the girl that got killed over in Atlanta?
Well, that you're going a little far with it. That's going to be very hard. I'm not sure they charge you with murder if you open the back door. You might be an accessory to murder.
I don't know about that.
But I don't think you'd be charged with murder. But I understand your point. Now, here's a valid point you're making. The reason why you can't get the government to talk about this right now, like we talked about George Floyd, the reason why you can't get the government to talk about this right now is because it reflects poorly on our immigration policy. So this is why people were concerned, and now there's an example that there really is danger in this. Mm-hmm. So you're not going to hear the government who's in charge now talk about it because it makes their policy look dangerous. So just don't be surprised when you don't hear much talk about that, because this is the reason why people think vetting people at the border is just logical. Yeah. From a security standpoint. But your greater point is certainly valid, no doubt. And there's a lot of people, but you really shouldn't be wondering why it's being covered differently. Y'all know this. The media, political parties, political candidates, they pick and choose stories that best serve them. And if stories don't serve their narrative, then they just don't talk about it.
Yep. That's what.
But that really shouldn't surprise anybody. Top of the hour, thanks for being with us. We have had a great time today. Yep. If you're leaving us, we'll miss you. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around. You can catch all the Rick and Bubba show that you missed today on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel on your own time. If you're wrapping it up, Bubba should be back tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.